I'm only 12% ready to post it in Discord, so that's ideal.
12%.
Well, like, so normally, like, I have YouTube pulled up, and then I mute it, so I'm ready to get it off my channel, but I got it. We're going.
We're going.
We going.
We're going. I
Okay.
think I will do one more Pheasant run to clear this last little bit of pressure, and then pop quiz.
Nice.
Nice.
Everybody's jumping on in. Welcome on in, guys. So we got Mel here. I'm going to say this right off the bat because I can imagine getting into grinding and not realizing it. You can click the tag there in the title at Mels Gaming. Go and give her a sub. She's going to be recording her perspective. So anything that happens you want to go and see, it'll be over there on her channel.
Yeah, when I kill 12 great ones.
I'm just going to say right now, if you kill a great one fox during the stream, I will be a little mad.
It'd be
Only
funny
a little
though.
bit.
It'd be funny though.
I think it'd be sad.
I just like will subtly just like go really quiet and not mention it.
Why haven't you talked in 5 minutes?
I'm doing something. You don't need to know what. Just slowly sneaking up to it and taking pictures.
Posting in the group chat. Really had to go live just as football started. It's not important football. NFL's over.
Grinding more important there.
It's fake football.
Fake news.
What's up, Born on the Mountains? So, Mel's gonna be fox and pheasant grounding. I'm obviously gonna be just fox grounding. And we'll count. Well, you're definitely gonna kill more diamonds than me because you're pheasants. But I was gonna say we'll count all the diamonds at the end.
Yeah, but we'll see who wins.
Not me.
Not you.
I thought that command should work, Pizza. Nonetheless, her channel, like I said, you can click the little tag thing in the title. Hey, gun up. Had a level 3 ferruginous duck, spent 2 hours using decoys, and right after I got rid of them, it showed up in that spot. It didn't like the decoys.
Accurate.
They smelled like pudding.
You smell like pudding.
Thank you.
It is a compliment, because pudding smells good.
You know, I can't think of many times where I've been able to smell pudding, but yeah, it can't be a bad thing.
Well, like, we refer to, well, maybe it's just my family, but I think that, like,
No, I think you're right.
People, yeah, we say pudding, like, to refer to anything sweet that you have after a main meal. So.
Don't you guys, isn't there like some sort of sausage that you guys call pudding as well?
Oh, black pudding.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like blood sausage.
That just sounds so appetizing.
I've never had it. Apparently it's pretty good. I'd try it. We're
What's
on
up,
to the
Pit?
food topic already.
It's shocker, huh? What actually, like, I don't know if I want to know, but I'm going to ask anyway. What is it?
What do you mean, what is it?
Well, you say blood sausage, but what does that mean?
It's like...
I swear if you say congealed blood.
I think it is, like, they add, like, extra blood to it or something. I'm not entirely sure. I've never made it.
That I could understand. But if it was just straight up congealed blood in, like, a casing, that would just be disgusting. Pig blood, Pizza
like,
says?
It's like a sausage for a vampire.
What in Florida is iguana pudding?
Iguana pudding.
You know, like...
I think iguana's tasty.
Was it Texas or Florida? Wherever they fall out of the trees and stuff when it freezes.
Florida.
Yeah, I think they hunt them there too because they're a nuisance, and I think they eat them.
Yeah, they do. Well, everyone says everything tastes like chicken, but, you know.
Tastes like chicken?
Tastes like chicken.
So, I would say gator does not taste like chicken, but gator is a common food thing, and it's often, like, you know, covered up, I guess, with, like, Cajun seasoning or whatever.
Yeah, I've not had...
iguana falls in that category.
I've not had gator. I've had crocodile. That was nice.
I got my great one already. It's a level 2.
Oh, wow.
Holy.
I like that I can see chat today, and someone's like, Mel? Really? Like, yeah.
Smellington?
Again, I held Center at gunpoint. Let Flinter be Flinter.
That was a tar grinding stream.
It was. But it was still funny.
Which at the time, you knew all the things about tar, so like, I was just kind of... if I'm not mistaken, you were mostly explaining tar-related things. So I was just kind of letting you go and explain all this stuff because I didn't know it, and somebody was just so mad. You were still talking.
How dare, like, I come on a stream and talk. I'm supposed to just sit here in silence.
Shut up. This is a collab, not a collab.
It's totally not like, you know, two friends hanging out, playing the game.
Not in the slightest. Hey, Tipper, thank you for the super chat, man. Good to see you once again. Glad you can make it in so early. How y'all doing today? Hope you and Mel are having an amazing day. This is going to be an awesome stream. I'm excited, dude. I hope big males can be shot. I'm also smoking a brisket outside, so at some point I'm going to have to leave and go check on that. But, yeah. This is at least the second or third time I've done a smoking something stream. Not weed. Yet.
Oh my day.
How many kills in? Gotta be real close to 4,000. Probably, yeah, we shot 200 foxes on yesterday's stream. I guess we are at 4,000.
Many fox.
How many kills did your first fox take? Do you have a guess?
No idea.
12?
Because I wasn't, like, yeah, pretty much. Because I was looking at everybody's grind. And I was like, okay, probably going to end up getting the pheasant first. Because hardly anybody was getting Great One Fox. But I was already doing what I'm doing now, where I bounce between the two.
Mm-hmm.
And I did, like, one fox run that day, or 1 or 2 fox runs, spent the rest of the night on pheasant. And then thought, okay, before I go to bed, I'll do like one more fox run. And it was literally at the end of that fox run he was there. And I was just so flabbergasted that there was a Great One Fox.
That's your shortest first grind by far, right?
Oh yeah. And it's so funny, the 2 Great One Fox I've had have come from side-by-side zones on that like bit where they go into the water. You'll know the area I mean.
Yep.
Yeah. It like so it sort of like came up out of the water and I could just see this like big fluffy thing. And it was like obviously not an albino because they're not fluffy like that, but it was really pale and then I spotted it and it said 10 fabled and panic.
Went into not hydroplaning. What in the world is the word I want? Hyperventilating.
Yeah, I hydroplaned over to it.
Don't grind and drive, kids. Smoking a brisket and you didn't invite me? I didn't. It's a bigger brisket than I meant to get, though. So it's gonna be like a 5-hour thing. I don't know if I'll be live the entire time, but maybe.
Maybe. I still haven't taken down the tripods. What was the alt sound?
Me running into a tripod and missing it.
Oh, I thought you...
No, I would have just yelled louder.
My heart, bro. Every time you do that when you're streaming, I start panicking, like, is it happened? And I look over and then it's not the Great One. I'm like, dude.
There he is.
There he is.
Ooh,
but yeah,
nice, Elijah.
This spot has 3 extra tripods on it, because this is where my last Great One pheasant spawned, and I have neglected to take them down. Because, like, I put them up in, like, a semicircle around this zone, so that I could, you know, crawl over to a tripod, get in the tripod, and then film it.
Right.
But I still haven't taken the tripods down, so there's 4 tripods here.
I like to think instead that you ran, like, bird netting around the tripods as just a cage.
Yeah, they can't escape from this zone.
That's how you shot it so close. I knew it.
Yep, that's how the hip shot happened. It wasn't able to escape. It was caged.
That wasn't the first attempt. It just kept flying around and couldn't go anywhere. Hey, Riley. Can you see Dip 30? Just check.
Yeah, why is she here?
She held me at gunpoint, so, you know, what do we do?
Yep. Hashtag let Flinter be Flinter.
Yeah.
Hey, I will
Brody.
forever keep saying that.
It's such a good, very specific meme.
It was, yeah, for the, like, few people who saw it and then saw me memeing about it. It was just great because of the next day you having that video where you had, like, the, like, photoshopped image of you in front of the fan. And then I was able to comment about let you be a model like you'd always wanted to be.
Was that literally the next day?
That was the next day, I'm pretty sure.
I just remember it being insanely hot in here. That's all I know.
And I was like, oh, well, this is ideal.
You got a point, Tip 30. Actually, it was a knife. Fellow Crumpet Cruncher.
Crumpet Cruncher. That sounds very offensive.
I like it.
You know, I don't think I've ever eaten a crumpet, so...
Fake Brit.
Well, apparently I am, because I don't like tea, I don't like coffee, I don't really like beans on toast. Just out here existing.
Hey, awesome. Thanks for becoming a Shoesty. Welcome on in. I like your profile picture, by the way. Enjoy the green name emojis and member badges, and also early access to uploads. I do want Blood Moon. Yes, Blood Moon. Very good. Great one, Fox.
You know, I'm not sure what I... Well, actually, that's a lie. I do know what one I really, really want. If I was to get a third one.
Mystic Snowdrop?
Mystic Snowdrop.
I thought so.
Yeah. It's just so good. But then Rosebud Frost, because it's shown up in a few of my dreams, you know, when I've fallen asleep with the controller in my hand, woken up an hour later, running into the water, because I've just, you know...
Over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
Your whole chat thing on the bottom left is, Mels Gaming has been knocked out.
Yep. And it's always Rosebud Frost. Well, apart from the first one, first Fox stream I had, it was either a peppermint or a licorice. And it was in that zone. Which, that's the funny thing, is it was actually in the zone that it then showed up in. So, that was really weird. And then I had one about the licorice that in the dream I shot it with the 300 and then woke up immediately. I was like, oh.
What have I done?
I just let a pheasant get away because I'm big bad. But yeah, and then other than that, I know. I didn't see him there. This zone's always really awkward. It's the one where the loosest stick was.
Nothing bad's ever happened there.
Oh yeah, no, definitely not. I forgot what I was saying. So yeah, it's always like those furs, apart from Rosebud Frost, which, like I said, I had like a really in-depth dream where that was like symbolic. And then ever since, I've kind of like been like, actually, kind of want that one now.
Maybe I haven't been taking Fox seriously enough because I haven't dreamed about Fox. I had the pheasant dream because I talked about that when I got it.
How to know you're not a true grinder when you're not having naps whilst with your controller in hand.
This is really unfortunate
that
I just skill issued you for letting a pheasant get away and then I let a fox get away.
It's just that sibling energy, bro.
It'd be that way.
Synergized, or whatever the word is.
She's so OP, she needs to nerf herself.
Yeah, I'm just that good. It's nothing to do with the fact that I'm just terrible on a keyboard or mouse.
Casually shoots 200 in Classic anyway.
Yeah, but if you watch the clip of it, you do about 4 wrong things. And that buck is watching me the entire time. How it didn't flee, I will never know. It was such a, like... Because it came around the corner, and I was like, "Oh, dang, that's a big buck." And then I think I tried to lay down, laid down, then stood back up, then pulled out a bow instead of. It was all like really bad, and the buck's just staring at me the whole time, and I'm like, "He's gonna spook any second now," and he didn't. Pulled out the gun, shot him square in the chest. And he turned around and ran. And I was like, oh, gosh, is it going to bring him down? And I get over there and it says body shot, but he was dead like 5 meters away.
Do you know what you used?
9.3 by 74, I think.
I know for sure that I edited your trophy shot for you because your player's knee was through the
Yeah, because I was was everybody was like, please, trophy shot, please, trophy shot. And I was like, I'm trying.
That might have been the right gun. I remember there being wood grain.
Yeah, it was
9.3
definitely
has.
a wood gun.
But yeah, the reason I asked, I could see the 9.3 being an insta kill, but he didn't spook because he was looking at you going, what is she doing? This isn't a predator, look at it.
This is a confused British lady who knows that she's seen a very big buck and is now panicking.
Hey, sportsman.
My exact words were, hey, I seen someone in the official Discord post a 200 that looked exactly like this like 2 days ago. And that was literally what I said as I ran up to pick it up. And then I picked it up and it said 201. And I was like, huh, that's a thing. It was just so unexpected. Literally the only deer I felt that hunt. First buck.
Spawn mesh?
Oh yeah, definitely. As I started walking, because I came out of the very bottom lodge,
Yeah,
and then I circled round to the left, like going up through like all the little islands. That's the route I normally take, and then I sort of like circle clockwise around the map normally. And he was on like the first or second of those little islands.
yeah, I know what you're talking about. I always get it confused because Rack shot one from that tower by the same lodge.
Yeah.
And that's where I always think you shot yours for some reason.
And I was having an issue where my trophy shots would not show up in my, like, in the folder on the PC, like where it puts all your trophy shots so that you can like post them and stuff.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't go in there until I ended a hunt. It was happening consistently. Yeah. And so everyone was shouting at me, post the trophy shot, post the trophy shot. And I was like, well, I've just started this hunt. If you want me to post a trophy shot, I've got to end this hunt now. Which means the only buck or animal in this hunt is going to be a 200 whitetail. And everyone was like, we don't care. get us a trophy shot. And I was like, okay. So literally, if you go back, there's a hunt on Red Feather that's, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes. And it's one buck and it's a 201.
I bet I found mine close to 20 minutes in, but then I tracked for 12 years, so it happened.
Yeah, because you spooked it. I remember it so clearly.
Yeah, because Tyler said 160. I'm like,
yeah.
No.
You were like, nah, that's a big buck.
Nice, Andrew.
And then you were talking about the estimates. About there being this mythical estimate of 195 to 215, is it?
Mm-hmm.
I think. And literally you were in the middle of saying it, and then putting up it comes, that estimate.
Couldn't have scripted it any better.
No, you literally couldn't. I love moments like that.
Dip 30 says, must be nice. It is
Sorry,
actually.
Dip.
It is nice.
200 gay.
Are you Canadian? I am not. Is 215 max for a typical classic whitetail? I guess in theory that's the absolute max score, yeah, if the spread was maximal and every tine was the max length, but really like 210 is as big as they ever get with true racks. They used to go to like 220 pre-true racks, and some people kind of like, oh yeah, I shot a bunch of 200s, but they used to always get the 200. It's a different thing.
Yeah, they changed the scoring. It's like whitetail in Call of the Wild used to get to, what was it, like 300 plus at one point?
There's at least one 300 true racks whitetail that was shot. Because it was posted.
That's crazy.
301 or 300.1, it was just barely, but yeah.
And then they changed the scoring, and now 275.53 is the biggest we've seen shot.
The biggest male that's ever been seen.
Oh.
I changed it, I'm sorry.
Why would you do that?
Where the heck's the... I saw a male. Or I saw a warning call.
How
long stream?
You saw a warning call.
I saw a warning call?
Is that like when you hear footprints? Like you've said so many times?
I hate when I do that. Because I know I mean footsteps, obviously. But yeah, I say that a lot. There it is. Oh, mythical, nice. should be 3 max weights this run because I had a 7, an 8, and I had a max weight track as like that immediate respawn at the end of my run.
Always like that. That's always nice. Problem is though, when I get like a track like that right at the end of the run, I'm so eager to know what it is. Because I'm like, well, if that's a 9, I want to kill it as quickly as possible. Rather than
I think
do
the
a
same
whole
way.
run. Yeah, because I'm like, that's clearly going to affect the spawns if I've got a 9, so...
Sometimes I've had those immediate respawns where I can see them. Like if I look back to where I just came from, but most times they don't seem to be there.
Yeah, I think they get, like, spooked, almost.
That's my plan, JD. Got a brisket smoking outside, so I'm going to be here anyway.
I would like some brisket. You know, actual food, as opposed to what I've had so far today.
Ice cream.
Yeah. Successfully humaning. There's my
What's
little
that?
level 2.
Mission... What the heck is it? Mission failed successfully.
Successfully, yeah. Ice cream for breakfast at 8 PM. Totally normal things, you know.
Is today Pancake Day? They did a Pancake Day event in Classic last year, I think.
They did.
Has that been a year? Good lord.
I know, this is... What was it I watched the other day? Oh, that really big non-tip muley. I'm gonna miss this fox.
The 365?
Yeah, the first one. That was like 9 months ago. And I was just dumbfounded that was that long ago.
I guess it would make sense, though, because I killed the 400 elk. Oh, I thought these were pheasants. I killed the 400 elk right before we went to Georgia. That would have been in April, so then we would have gone on to Timber Gold for non-tips, and that was fairly quick.
That feels like, weirdly, the elk feels longer ago to me. That was a long shot, and I got her. She almost got away, but I said no. Was it?
Yeah. The elk will be a year next month.
But not that long.
No, it's close.
But it feels like that was like... If you told me that was like 2 years ago, I would believe you. But the non-tip feels like yesterday. Maybe it's just because of how I am about wanting a big non-tip muley and they just don't exist.
Could be. Clark says, actual food, so not blood sausage?
Yeah, no, I haven't had that.
The weather's good. The goat's like 65 degrees out today. I got the window open. Shadow's laying here, head out the window, having a blast.
Blah.
She was in an absolute mood earlier, so if she barks, I apologize, but she's chilling for now. We've been going for 20 minutes.
That was a quick 20 minutes, I'll be honest with you.
For me, like, these fox grinding streams just fly by. Like, I don't know what it is about fox grinding that specifically makes time go faster.
Whenever, like, we're in call, time goes faster for me, but I think that's just opposed to, like, because when I'm normally grinding, I'm here, normally, like, screaming my head off to some kind of music to try and stay safe.
Hey, a 9.
Oh, estimate?
13 to 16.
Not bad.
And dead.
I do have a 400 Rocky. It's not massive, though. It's like 402 or 403. I really would like a 410 plus.
It seems like they like to be that barely 400 thing, whereas Rosies tend to be 395 instead. Like, just something with whatever, like the frames that most often happen, I guess.
I'm still upset about I think it was, 398 Rosie that I got robbed of because it had so many deductions. I was like, that's a big elk. Taste
That's the thing about them.
Yeah, it was so many deductions. I think it ended up being like a 370. It was a lot of deductions.
Oh, God.
It was really bad. Like, really bad. That's all I remember.
4 of my last 5 level 9s have trolled.
Was it another troll?
Mm-hmm.
See, that's like
14.02, I think.
Oof. That's like the streak I had. Remember where I had like 3 trolls and then then I started like to catch up with diamonds and then had another troll for a little while where it was just troll after troll after troll. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
But at least you've got 9s.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. Even though they're trolling, like, I'm thrilled that they're showing up.
What was the weight?
It was less 13.98, I think. So it was low.
Yeah.
Just 14.03. Yeah, I think he was 13 weight.
That's unfortunate, because I always try and pay attention to the weight because of the weight to score difference that happens sometimes.
Yeah.
It's like the max score I got off Emerald Coast. It was only it was like 0.25 for the weight.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, that's quite a big difference to the score of 15.4.
Yeah, it can be quite a variation, I guess, from the score to the weight. Like, about as much as you said there, too. Like, 0.15, maybe up to 0.2.
Yeah, quite a, considerable difference. And in my head, I'm like, okay, so there's a bit of randomness with the score, but if it's like if it had the potential to be that big, then...
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
In my head, it makes sense. I don't know whether it makes sense.
I kind of think things that are scored by the weight having a randomness factor is dumb anyway, but...
I totally agree.
I don't know. This will be a fun little topic to get into. Do you think that Great One respawn chance depends on weight and not on score? I don't think that I think it depends on either.
I think it's diamond related.
Yeah, but so the way I'm reading that is, maybe I think we're talking to two different things here. I'm reading that as, I just shot a level 9. Could that one respawn as a Great One? Sure. But I also think a level 5 could. Because the mere fact that herd management's a thing, it seems to be balance related. So, if you have a bunch of tinies and you shoot a 5, that one might be...
It gets pushed up to what would be a 9, yes.
So, yeah. I think
rather
generally...
than like the one level up or down kind of idea. Yeah.
I think generally it's kind of weight related, but I think when you have like a lot of herd management stuff going on, it doesn't have to be... So there was a thought that there was a thought at one time Great Ones could only respawn off diamonds. That's been completely disproven. There was the thought that they could only respawn off max weights. I don't think it's any of that. I think most likely it will. But if you're managing a lot and you have, like, let's say a bunch of tinies, probably could come off anything. Another mythical.
Yeah, which I see it a lot when people say, oh, this Great One respawned off a level 3. And I'm like, did you only shoot a level 3? Or did you go and shoot a full run's worth of fox or bears or whatever? And then they're like, oh no, I shot like 20 bears.
But it was in the zone as the 3.
Yeah, so it was just in the same zone. You can't prove that that was the respawn from that particular one.
Yes,
so,
exactly. Because the mere fact that things bounce...
At a time. Yeah, exactly.
That shows that you can't just say like, oh, it was from that one. They move around.
Yes. Exactly.
How did they disprove the diamond one? There have been Great One grinds where no diamonds were shot, but they still got a Great One. Danny did that with his Vox grind, 3 weeks ago, maybe?
Yeah. My first whitetail grind ever, which was back when it was only whitetail as Great Ones on Leighton Lakes. I didn't shoot any diamonds for, I think it was 2 days prior to the Great One showing up. And I only had like 3 or 4 diamonds. Yeah. And I remember there being a conversation, people saying, well, you can't tell it didn't spawn off one of those diamonds. I'm like, yes, I can, because I shot hundreds in between. There was no diamonds.
Unless he was really high.
Yeah, oh yeah, just that zone, he was never there.
Was that a thing back then? Did they show up late? I don't remember. Another mythical. Big
I don't think they did. Not as much, if so. But yeah, in my opinion, it's this is my whole theory, and I always say it, it's just spawning in place of a diamond. I mean, EW themselves told us they are literally just a fancy diamond. When Great Ones first came out, they said it is just a fancy diamond. You mess one up, it becomes a gold, just like if you mess up a diamond. The whole Mr. Black glitch, a bear
that was a really good way to actually prove that that's what's happening.
It is, like, it's the most obvious one. Like, okay, this bear is, most of the time, it just barely makes diamond, right? Sometimes it trolls, but
Did you say just barely?
Yeah, just barely.
You're welcome.
Punny.
Try.
And like, what was it like? I know some people did it like really sort of investigative tests where they did it over and over and over again, and it was like, okay, 1 in 30 or 1 in 40 times, it's a great one and not a level 9. And it's like, okay, so it would have been interesting if you could have known out of those times which times it would have actually trolled.
True.
Like,
yeah.
so out of the 30 times, 5 times it would have trolled, 25 times it would have been a diamond, and then the 1 time that it would have been a diamond, it re-rolled and spawned as a great one instead of a diamond. Like, it, from everything we've seen, it all makes sense that that's what's going on. Plus, more diamonds, we've seen it from herd management. Generally shorter grinds. Like, there's outliers. Everyone always says to me, oh, but so-and-so did a grind, herd managed, and they shot 120 diamonds before they got a great one. Yeah, because there's still an RNG factor to it of that diamond has to get, like, the extra roll to then become a great one. It's like an extra roll factor of the die. And if it doesn't get on the right numbers to become a great one, then it's going to spawn as another diamond. So...
And then you get 120.
And then you get 120 diamonds before you get a great one.
I don't want to... I got close to that with fallow. Now, I wasn't really herd managing, but I was at least 100 diamonds.
Yeah, fallow spawn diamonds like mad. When I was herd managing them, like, I was getting so many. Like, so many diamonds. It was insane.
The Red Fox crow shot with a 300. I did that with pheasants, no diamonds, no rares. We got you a great one. Yeah, it's... There's been so many like data points over the great ones have been a thing for 5 years next month. Can you guys believe that? That's not possible. Like, it's just not.
No.
But it was April 2020. I know it was.
Yeah, it was. That's insane.
There's been so many data points of stuff like that along the way, and it's really I would say in the last, I guess 3 years, but I would say really in the last 2, a lot of stuff has kind of come to light.
Yeah.
Or you kind of, or as a whole, it's better understood. Those little things right there really help. Yeah,
because the more people that are doing it, the more information's being gathered. And I always say, like I said, I always say to people, whenever an outlier of a grind turns out, it's like, look at all of the people that are using herd management. There's people that post about it in official every day, and it's like, great one in 100 kills, another great one in 20 kills, another great one, and it's like, you can see. But, of course, people sort of remember, oh, this grind that went on for an insanely long time despite herd management. But if you could plot them on a graph, like a scientific graph, there's a trend and then there's outliers. Which, if there's a trend, then that points towards, you know, like that being a thing, as opposed to the few outliers not being a thing, like making it not be a thing, if that makes sense.
Right, yeah. I missed big time in this zone. Shadow jumped off my desk right when I shot and shook it and moved my mouse the tiniest bit. And 3 out of the 4 foxes, I don't know where they went. I can find 1. I don't know where the rest ended up.
What? Did you say you shot them? Like they're dead?
No, I missed them, but...
Oh, you missed?
One's running along and the rest are gone. Back-to-back streams? Yeah. They're just not... It's not that important. They weren't big, but that's weird.
Don't forget to breathe. I get nervous and then I talk fast. The perks of being autistic.
Sure, blame Shadow. I promise that one was Shadow. I own up to being bad at shooting, but I promise the reason I missed that one that I was just shooting over the hill to hit its back, she shook my desk. What's the occasion for a Tuesday stream? Well, part of it's smoking a brisket, part of it's because, honestly, all the way back when Pheasants and, I almost said Tar, Pheasants and Fox came out as great ones, we talked about doing like a collab grind stream, and then weddings and deer season, and honestly, I don't really have any good excuse for the last couple of months being sick for a little bit of it, because this was going to happen, what, 2-3 weeks ago?
Yeah, and then you were sick, and I was sick, and yeah, just, we both kept getting sick, sort of back to back.
So basically, today finally worked out. Is the main thing.
Basically.
They were further left, were they?
Right, I had a lot of small ones this run. Plus, I took out a couple of small pairs that I'd kind of left from the last time I was doing this. So it'll be interesting to see.
Did that
if we get anything
screw with your respawns when you left stuff? Jabbers, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back.
No. I do a lot of experimenting.
Anytime that I leave stuff, my game's like, oh, you idiot. Nothing. You get no things. Have fun. And I'm like, well, never mind then.
I've got a 1 level 2 male. I shot the female, so he's just by himself. That chills at the little lake on the island thing by himself. And I just kind of keep him there just to see what he does, like if it impacts anything. But then I had a pair of with another male level 2 and a pair with a level 3 male. So I've shot both of those this run and just left my normal little level 2, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, we're playing on our own single players as well.
Yes.
So Flint is grinding his fox, I'm grinding my fox and pheasants, because that's how I do mine. I've got a dual grind set up.
I don't think I've ever done multiplayer grinding on stream. Kyla's joined me for Moose and Fallow? Oh, Bears too. We've done multiplayer for that. Foxes, I don't know that even in multiplayer it would work well. Like, because you're just checking a bunch of spots, and it would be really hard to keep track of who's checked what, because you check it for 2 seconds and leave if they're not there. Montucky, by the way, thank you for the 15 months. I don't want to miss that.
They're a lot more finicky as well than some of those species.
Finicky.
Finicky fox.
Yeah.
Well, we're starting this run with a level 7 male, so that's, improvement.
Big male.
Huge. I mean, it's not even a max weight 7, but I prefer that.
You prefer that they're not max weight 7s?
No, I just mean that I'd prefer it to be a level 7 male.
Oh. I was wondering, because I was going to say, like, there's some deeper logic to this whole stuff that I was aware of then. Hey, Caleb.
No, I was just wording it wrong, because this is where there was a level 3 last run.
Ah, okay.
And no level 9 female red fox are not possible. Level 9 female grey fox are, and they can make diamond, but not red fox.
I want one.
It
a diamond female
cool.
grey fox.
Yeah, I spent a long time hunting for one on Mississippi. Like, when Mississippi came out, I hit that map so hard. Do you remember my raccoon grind?
What were you after? Okay, I was thinking it was mellow, but yeah, you were getting mellows.
Oh my goodness, the amount of mellows I have. Max weight one from multiplayer. I remember picking up the track, max weight estimate melanistic, and I was like, if this could be a super rare, maybe it would, like, dull some of the pain. And then, I don't know, maybe a month or something into grinding raccoons, I found out that they could drink, the coast for alligators? There's, like...
West side?
Yeah. And there's, like, the corner where then it goes onto the river as it starts to go, like, down through the middle.
Yes.
I didn't know raccoons could drink on that corner. I went to that corner. Well, it's not how many. There was an albino.
Oh.
I was like, are you kidding me? It was only a female, and I've never had another albino, but at that point, I just wanted an albino.
That's still I have 2 of them. That's the only rare raccoon I've gotten.
That's insane. Really?
No
you don't have a piebald? Or...
None of them, no. I can't believe I don't have one of the 2 piebalds. I have had a track of one. I had a blonde piebald in multiplayer. And if I remember right, it was doing I picked up 1 track. Oh. Back then, as you'll recall, you could pick up the track, open the map, and sometimes it would tell you the fur.
Yes.
Most times, I think. Maybe all the time.
It would tell you the fur, but it wasn't always right. So you could pick up the track of an albino, which is exactly what you did with that first albino raccoon. You picked up the track, and it said it was a brown. And then you spotted it, and it was an albino.
I didn't even realize that.
I remember... You said it in the video.
Oh, did I?
Because I taught you that how I was doing it for alligators, because I wanted one of each of the rare alligators, which I did achieve. So I've got one of each of the piebalds, and I've got Mela and Albino. But running the coast, sometimes they'd spook out before you'd ever see them.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'd always check the disturbed veg. But what would sometimes happen is it would say olive, and I knew for a fact that that gator had been like a dark brown or whatever. So I worked out that if you went and clicked a different disturbed veg and then came back to it, it would tell you the correct one. Which is how, like, because I found a Mela, and I'm pretty sure that's what I did, like, to prove it, was to record by finding its disturbed veg and being like, okay, this says dark brown, go away, come back, after finding a different track, and now it says Mela.
Yeah, I remember it working that way now.
Yeah.
This game has gone through so many, like, so many changes, so many little strategy things. Hey, Chopper.
Gotta find your workarounds.
There was Zag Tactics for all those years, and I actually quit using them right before they patched them out. When I got my super rare moose, I was not using Zag Tactics to that time.
Remember, got another level 7 and a level 6. This is looking better this round. Less level 5s.
As I'm shooting a level 4 male.
We love little level 4 male.
Hey, Zeph.
Where are you?
I could, so I have the window open today because it's nice out, and I can smell the smoke from the smoker coming up here.
Is your smoker outside, is it?
Hmm?
Oh, coming up here. Wait, is it?
Yeah. Smoker's outside.
I get it.
Are male Gemsbok really that rare that people grind for it? Diamond male Gemsbok?
Yes.
I don't know how to best quantify how rare they are, but yeah, quite rare.
It's like 99% of them troll.
So, like, they max, if we go to the old system, they maxed at 960, and obviously Diamond was 950. So, you had to get one that was, what, 99.5% of the max to even be a Diamond?
It had to be so high in the percentile for it already that it kills its chances so much. Like, they are so rare to have a diamond for. I mean, I've seen quite a few level 5 male Gemsbok, and I just expect them to troll, even if they've got the big horns. And so when you get one that makes it, it's like, dang, that's a really, really cool find.
Maybe a decent way to think about it is with most other species, you pretty much have to have a max score. Like, it's that level of rare, essentially?
Pretty much.
You could go a little below max, but you get the point.
Yeah, they've got to be in that really top percentile.
If they ever gave them true horns, that would probably solve that, if I had to guess. They may get rid of diamonds altogether for males, who knows? Which is a good reason to maybe go and try to get one. Which
I really hope they don't, because the thing is, structurally, male and female Gemsbok horns are different. If you were hunting them in real life, you hunt them, like, for different reasons. If you want the biggest ones, you go for a female. If you want one that's got, like, the thicker, like, more sturdy horns, then you go for a male. And it's because, obviously, the males do most of the fighting, and the females are kind of just there for, you know, defending calves and stuff. But like, because the males are doing more fighting, they need those more robust horns. But it's a different kind of trophy, if that makes sense.
But what if they had fork horns?
Listen, you. Silence.
I was just quoting Dave, okay?
I would really like to see him have, like, non-typical horns, especially if they did, like, a Great One Gemsbok, because I have seen so many really, really cool non-typical Gemsbok. Like, one I saw had, like, almost like a snail shell looking horn, where it was all curl ground.
Huh.
Or, like, them both drooping, like, down past their shoulders, and all kinds of stuff. One that grew in, like, a half circle, going through its mouth.
I've seen stuff like that. I always feel bad for animals that, like,
it's insane.
What do you do? Hope that a human comes by with a saw.
Basically. And they just, adapt to live with it. It's testament to how awesome nature is and how resilient these things are.
I'm having bad again, don't mind me.
The bad. Chronic bad. It's okay, I just missed a shot.
I don't even know how that happened. Okay, well I got it in the leg, but it's dead.
Is it a fleeing flox?
It was a flea and flox, and I don't know how long it's gonna flee for. Still one got away. This is that same place where 3 got away last time, and because I was missing that one so many times, I never located the 4th.
That's a rip.
Put down the rifle, Gramps. Here, use it here, boy.
Are albino melanistic brown bears rarer than other animal bears? I wouldn't say so. The albinos are rare, like really quite rare. They're not as rare as they were when they were just on Medved, because they were like extremely rare when they were on Medved. Probably partly because they were so hard to tell apart. Like,
yeah,
I reckon
you would
a lot
kill
of
a blonde to be like,
them.
kinda, maybe, I don't know. Nope, that's a blonde.
I remember when I got my albino off Medved, I lost my mind. It was like a level 5 female. And I saw it, but this was the crazy thing with my albino, right? I saw a pale-looking bear, went to pick up the track, and there was 2 female brown bear tracks next to each other. I picked up the one and it said blonde. I went and I picked up the one next to it and it said albino. So whether I actually saw the albino and then spotted the blondes and got the tracks mixed up, or whether I spotted the blondes, went over there to check tracks by pure coincidence, and found the albino track, I'll never know. All I know is I freaked out because, like, nobody had one back then. They were so rare. I just couldn't believe it. But since they got added to Rev, and you know, they got the update and that, so there's quite a difference. Like, the albinos are very much different looking. Yeah. I've had 3, 4, I think.
I still haven't had one.
Yeah, I've had quite a few, and Mellas I've had even more.
That I have gotten since they got the new, maybe 2 of them.
You know, because running around looking for mountain hares, find all kinds of things.
Other than mountain hare.
Other than level 3 mountain hares. Rare mountain hares, great one whitetail, super rare whitetail. Hybrid birds of different species. But do you find level 3 mountain hares? No, you never did. They don't exist.
I took them all.
You did.
Anything today, really 1 troll. We're right back on yesterday's trend here.
Back on the track.
Minimum score for moose?
Oh.
I want to say I've had like a 30-some, but is that right?
Yeah,
no, not that small now.
It's got to be, I don't know, 40s maybe?
Yeah, it might be 40s, because they used to be able to get smaller, but the like the big level 1 rack is 60-some, I believe.
Yeah.
Big
and
level 1 rack. That's a oxymoron.
Big level 1.
Big male.
Huge. But the tiny level 1 rack, that's about as small as they get. Very small. If you see what you think is a cow, and then it turns out to be a level 1 male, that's what you want for a really small noob.
Those are the big ones.
Those are the best.
It's a pretty nice one, Alexander. It's lower for level 7 brown bear score. Like, you can get a level 7 that's maybe close to 26. But, yeah, gold rare is a nice rare.
A gold rare is a gold rare. If it's gold, then it's good.
Smolt. Level 3 mountain hares turned into jackalope. When you said jackalope, I thought you were saying antelope jackrabbit at first. Because I had a way harder time getting those.
Meanwhile,
they hated me.
I just kept finding them. But then that's because I've always been on the small game train, trying to find all the small game cool trophies. That's why I've got so many like rare pheasants and all those things from back when Rancher came out, is because I was always looking for the small game.
I don't know what I was hunting on Rancho. I mean, I was after pheasants for sure. Coyotes were a big thing. Like, I killed all kinds of diamond coyotes when they came out.
Yeah.
Bobcats for sure.
My first Mela coyote was on there. I remember freaking out. Again, picked up the disturbed veg, melanistic. I was like, oh my days. That's a really, really rare, really, really rare one to find.
I don't know that I got any rare coyotes back in the day. Plenty that are albino now, but you know.
Yeah. That was a rip. Yeah. I spent a lot of time on Rancho when it came out because grinding whitetail.
Yeah, I wasn't grinding whitetail because, well, what happened to all you guys is what I didn't feel like dealing with.
Yep, the 2 permanent antler mounts in my lodge because I refuse to look at the fur that doesn't belong on them.
What did yours turn into?
One turned into a piebald, one turned into an albino, which was really unfortunate. So I've just got them as antler mounts, so you can't see that they're fake fur. Because I was like, do I delete these? Because I didn't. The last thing I wanted was anybody to see them and be like, okay, she's got 2 legendary. She's got 13, 16, same estimate as your first one. She's got, 2 ultra rare great ones. Like, she's obviously hacking. So I've got my little wall of broken great ones, which consists of my dead red great one. Remember him?
Yeah.
The red deer, when they first came out, if you don't know about this, the great ones would actually spawn in dead. And I was grinding for a great one as soon as they came out because some people were getting them. And I was, just hoping that I'd be one of the lucky ones that would get one. And I literally shot all of the red deer at this lake, ran around to the other side after claiming the ones on the other side, if that makes sense. And as I ran the other side, and as I ran round to the far side, I looked back across and saw it lead on the ground. Like, I could see the fur before I saw anything else, and I just about cried. Like, because I would have been literally one of the first few people to have had one. I was so gutted. And it turned out to be the rack shape and everything that I really wanted. So when you claimed them, it would show as a gold because obviously it had no vital hit because it hadn't been shot at all. I had my legendary troll, by the way. 13.95.
That's not a good sign.
We're doing good today.
Yeah.
So he's in the wall. He's in the lodge as an antler mount.
I've built a wall around him and sealed it up. He's never going to be seen again.
Well, because I thought, you know what, that's still a great one that I grinded for. I earned that, but it's a gold. It's not because I messed it up. I didn't do anything wrong. It was a bug. So I'll put that on the wall as an antler mount because I was thinking of it in terms of like if you'd found it as a deadhead sort of thing and you just took the antlers. That was like my thought process. And then either side...
One of the few deadheaded great ones that's ever been found.
Exactly. And then either side is one of each of the broken whitetail. So I've got my little 3 bugged great ones, which is technically like a little piece of history all there together. So I kind of like that for what it is at this point, but all 3 of those were heart-wrenching.
Game working as intended. I saw that there, Jabbers, by the way. Nice. Nothing crazier than Flantro nearly fast traveling away with the first great one whitetail. Yeah, that could have been bad.
Well, mine literally bugged out, but did the, I think the slightly rarer bug, which is where they would just freeze in place. Because, mythical. It didn't, I know I went out of render of it now, because I found out, afterwards, from seeing other people that had done it, by accident, obviously.
That's what would happen?
Yeah, that sometimes most of the time it would become an overweight level 3. Or, even a weird, level 2, I think. That was overweight and just weird things.
I kind of remember that. Do you think because I don't know if there was any proof for either one. Do you think the overweight level 3s required the game being shut down?
Maybe, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I have no idea. All I know is that they were very bugged.
I have it in my head that it was just leaving in render, so probably somebody did it and had it happen.
Probably. When I saw mine, like, from the very beginning, from my very first great one, I said if I could spawn one, because at that point, like, you had just got yours a few weeks before. I was convinced I was never getting one. I was just doing it kind of just to see what would happen if I did grind and, you know, what it was like sort of thing, because nobody was doing it back then. And it spawned, and I was like, okay, first things first, we're taking pictures of this thing, we're filming it up close, you know, the whole shebang that I do whenever a great one spawns, saying now. You know, with my pheasants or fox or whatever spawns, I like to get up close and film it.
You make your pentagram of tripods around them and then sacrifice. No, that's not it.
And he was in his zone. It was not that far from an outpost, and it wasn't the end of drink time, but they left. They weren't spooked, as far as I know. Yeah, they just started leaving.
Kind of like Dee with his great one when he was going to get chicken.
Pretty much. I just hid in a tree and was like trying to call him in, and he didn't really care. And then they just kept walking off. So I fast traveled away to the nearest lodge, changed the time, and came back. And the whole herd was near the zone, just stood still. And if you watch the video, because it's still on, you know, obviously on the channel, like it's not very high quality. It's all lower quality in that from when I first started. I literally just sat in a bush for like 5 minutes trying to call this thing in, and it's not moving because I didn't know what was happening. I really didn't. I didn't understand. If I know, you know, now I'd be like, oh, that's stuck. Run up to it, take a couple of pictures, leave the game, come back. You know, like with the peppermint fox when that got stuck. I realised it wasn't coming into the game.
It might have been real bad.
It would have probably been gone forever. So in a way. In a way, it's kind of like
ignorance
it was a good thing. Yeah, ignorance is bliss. But it wouldn't come in, so I shot it from 150 meters, I believe, with the M1.
I think that's correct.
And I was shaking, like so bad. But I had no idea that it was bugs at all. And like I said, now if I see an animal that's just not moving after a few minutes, like my fox did. I know it's stuck on the terrain or bugged, which if you play the game enough, you've seen animals do that. Then, I would have gone and taken some pictures of it, and I'd have had the closest pictures of any great whitetail at the time.
I still have a hard time, like, you know, with my pheasant, right? I had the main menu to get it back in its zone because we were trying to do the bow thing and all that.
Yes.
I still don't like doing it because I'm like, what if it bugs?
I do get that little bit of hesitation when I do it, but that's my joy. Like, I know so many. Yeah, it's not about the kill, and maybe that's just me being how I am. But the whole grinding for it thing, the purpose is for me to go and get close to it, admire it. Take the really up-close footage, watch what it does, because it's an animal that is so rare, most people aren't going to see them. And so I want to be able to be like, okay, here's, you know, what they look like, and just when they're chilling and doing their thing, rather than, oh, there's a great one 200 meters away and shoot it before you get to really appreciate it, sort of thing.
Right. I saw, too, somebody mentioned Scarecrow's overweight level 5 whitetail.
Oh.
He said he left when it was on the map. I'm not sure that that's the exact same bug because the overweight 4s and 5s came later. So even though I know what you're saying, like he left the map, that's what happened. So leaving the map was what caused the overweight things. I'm not 100% sure that you had to leave the map. Like, I guess I'm just saying there were updates that tried to fix the whitetail and didn't and caused the 4s and 5s. 4s and 5s didn't used to be a thing. So they're separate enough in terms of the updates that it might not have been definitively like you had to leave the map to cause that bug.
Yeah, there's been so many bugs, and then like patches, and then trying to know what bug has been caused by the patch or what was a bug before that patch. It's like, yeah, difficult to pinpoint certain things.
These
but
foxes
nowadays
are so
we know.
Going the wrong way all the time. Hunter has a good point there. The dumbest thing that happened with this game is no one realizing monistic red deer being bugged for the first 2 or 3 years.
Well, the thing is, how would we know?
Yeah.
Like,
it would have had to be the devs, I guess,
yeah.
as far as the no one side.
So unless, one of the devs was out there, like, hunting specifically for one or grinding for reds, then I guess nobody would know. But then I suppose if they saw none posted...
There was a picture going around, I believe before they got fixed, of like a super rare melanistic red deer. So either someone had learned to hack pretty early on before hacks became really a thing, or I don't know.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Hey, I almost just blasted a level 9 in the butt with a 300. That would have been great.
Yeah, don't do that.
Same zone, same estimate.
Hopefully this one makes it.
I'm going to have to shoot it. I'll like do the double tap thing with the 243, so we'll see.
And Squirrel, they were bugged, they just wouldn't spawn. Sorry, go on. What were you going to say?
No, I was going to say, I haven't messed up a fox yet, and the reason I actually stopped saying that is because I shouldn't say it before I take this shot, but here I am.
I've messed up a few. But at this point, it's if I know it's not a particularly great estimate, like if max is at 14 and I know it's not a rare, then I'll take riskier shots, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I kind of do the same. Where has his tracks gone?
But Albino Grizzly were bugged as well when Yukon came out. So it's not like it's the first time that it's happened. But yeah, talking about...
technically, but I know what you're saying.
Well, yeah.
What the heck?
Just
disappeared.
Rip.
I don't really want to leave him till next run. That'd be silly.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
And go back here. Don't talk about a no-hitter? Exactly. No butt blast. Yeah, I realized when I started saying that was probably going to get memed, but
As if there isn't, hundreds of other memes, Mrs. Marbot.
Oh, he turned here? No, this is the last track I had.
Can you believe that classic stream was so long ago? The Mrs. Marbot stream.
That was about a year ago too, right?
Yeah.
Kind of.
That was a good stream.
I remember I was shooting a nice elk at the time, and I couldn't contain myself laughing, and I thought I was going to miss it. I think I did screw it up. I single-lunged it.
Yeah, we were cry laughing at that for a while.
Well, I guess level 9 next time, because I don't know. These tracks are just not here.
Just refresh. And then go there first. Take it out. And then continue.
I could do it that way. He's in a spot, though, where like it requires me to fast travel to one zone, spook him, and then go to the next zone.
I'd still do it.
Yeah,
get him out of the way.
We had a troll in this exact same zone, Eddie. I think same fur type, same estimate, everything. So I don't know what to expect with this one. Don't you love that, Miles? When the foxes line up to look like a great one?
Oh, I hate that. You get a dark red and then like one of the lighter color females stood in front of them. And it's like, oh, blood moon.
Holy.
And then you spot it and it's like level 3.
Well, that's not a great one. Underweight bug?
Oh, don't. I'd cry. Especially with how long my second grind took, because that one was not pleasant. That was a lot of
I know
fun.
It wasn't pheasant, it was fox.
You're so funny. You know that? So funny, I forgot to laugh.
It happens,
Is your Mellow 5-star Fallow D your favourite? That could be aimed at either of us.
From Way of the Hunter, it's my favourite anyway.
I don't know which of my rare 5 stars is my favourite.
Hey, Arf. I do remember you.
I mean, one of my Mellow Fallow I got to watch literally from 1-star young to 5-star. That was cool.
You copied me.
I really enjoyed that. Well, I didn't. It was when I was looking for a melanistic wolf, and then I ended up with a 5-star melanistic wolf, and like 2 5-star melanistic fallow and a 5-star melanistic roe, all from the process of looking for the wolf. So it was interesting. But like as soon as I found him, like, I knew that there was 5 stars coming out of that area for fallow like no tomorrow. And he was so big as a 1-star young, I was like, that's got serious potential. Because I don't always, if I find like a promising 1-star young rare, I feel like if I start filming it, it jinxes it.
Oh, yeah?
Because I've had that, like, with red deer. Remember that 4-star albino red deer that broke my heart? And it's because it stayed a 4-star for 3 cycles as a mature, rather than getting to 5-star. And I filmed it all the way up to that point, and I was like, that's really unfortunate. And so I was like, you know what? I got that other 5-star Mela that just randomly showed up on my single player. This is multiplayer. I'll take clips of him as he ages, and if he makes it, then it will make for a really cool video. And he actually made it, which was cool. Didn't you take down a Bengal on the new map? I think saw a short you posted that you did. Well, we've both shot many Bengals on Sundar, haven't we, at this point?
Just a couple.
Just a couple. I like the rare ones.
I like the rare ones when one time in my life they show up. I'll get another one eventually. I was going to do Super Baton for tomorrow's video, actually. There were 4 servers open. One was Tiger Drink Time, and it had... I mean, this... I'll just say, it looked like it was a hack server, so I didn't even bother.
Lovely.
One was a 2-player server. Got kicked from that.
Lovely.
One was in the middle of the night, so I didn't even... Like, there was no point. And I think the last one I disconnected from, so I'm like, well, not doing Super Baton today.
That's been my experience with multiplayer recently, which is why I've generally been avoiding it. Like, it really upsets me. One of the ones that really got to me not that long ago, you know about this because I was
made it, even though he's got a terrible weight.
So
13.95, but he's 14.19.
Dang, not too bad.
Yeah, huge variance.
Anyway,
go on.
Yeah, you know about this because I was DMing you about it at the time, you and Tyler. I joined a Rev on TV server because guess what I was looking for?
Let me think here. Diamond Moose.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I could have had one of those if I wanted it. And I look around, and I was like, okay, yeah. Small.
I know what this is.
Small. Oh my gosh. That's a pale Capicale. And I got really, really excited, spotted it, level 3. Now, if you know anything about me, I love the birds in this game, and Capicale are one of my favourites because they've got attitude. I love them in real life, and I just think they're great. And a super rare one of them is something I've always dreamed of. And everything looks pretty legit. So I start running to try and catch up with this bird. And I see a flock of ptarmigan. Quickly spot those as I go by, because as soon as I spot something good in a multiplayer server, the first thing I'm doing is spotting everything else. If I can, like, if I've got a track in front of me of what I'm tracking, I'm looking at everything else, picking up every other track on the way to make sure. Like, it's not like I go and see something cool, shoot it, and then bugger off. I check. And amongst that flock was a level 3. Now, this area was totally unchecked. Like, there was no zones in the entire top part of the map. I was like, okay, maybe a couple of good initial spawns. And then I spotted a level 9 brown bear. And I started to get a little bit suspicious. And then I saw a level 3 melanistic whitetail. And another super rare. And I was like, oh my days. I'd been chasing this bird for, good 10, 20 minutes at that point. Really excited that I might finally have a super rare Capicale. And just got so crushed by seeing that it wasn't legit. But what's really funny to me is I have ended up on a couple of hacked Rev on Thule servers. Like, if you're playing multiplayer, you have to keep an eye out for it. like Splinter says it all the time. If you see multiple super rares, great ones, whatever, you know it's a hack server, and you leave. Oh, Shadow.
Yeah, I was watching Willie, our neighbor's dog, was walking around over in our driveway. I'm like, she's gonna see him over there and bark at him because he's over on our side.
Bleh.
That's why I was very quiet. I was watching him do that.
Literally, of every hacked server that I've ended up in for Red Thule, and I've looked around, not one level 3 mountain hare. Which, this is hilarious to me, because not that I would shoot one anyway in a hacked server, but
funny.
if you're gonna see one, a hacked server should almost guarantee it. I still have yet to see a level 3 mountain hare. I have shot a legitimate Great One Whitetail out of a Red Thule multiplayer. I have shot a legitimate Diamond Melanistic Whitetail out of a Red Thule multiplayer. I have shot hybrid hazelgrouse, all of these really crazy trophies. I have shot 4 rare mountain hare, 2 albinos, and both molting variations, and I have never seen a level 3. Never. Like,
that wasn't where I thought that was going. That really made me laugh.
It's just ridiculous. Like, you think, okay, you realise you're, like, I have spotted mountain hare in those servers. Like, it's one of the things that would immediately tick, like, okay, this is a hacked server, is if every mountain hare I saw was a level 3. I spotted multiple mountain hare in these servers, and none of them have been level 3. Which I'm just like, how? How have I never even seen a level 3? Like, it's insane.
I kind of know, because like when I was doing the fox grind and stuff, I'd go to multiplayer and look for diamond fox too. Goodness, I really suck today. And I remember I got in the Yukon hack server, and the reason I knew it, hacks used to be so much more obvious to spot. There was a level 3 moose with the big diamond rack, and I'm like, well, obviously that ain't right. But I hadn't killed a diamond fox, and I hadn't seen a legendary since I did the beginner thing.
Oh yeah.
So I ran around until I saw one, just to see one. That's all I wanted.
Yeah.
I just wanted to go and see one. Like, they do exist, even though this is not real.
Yeah.
Can't even find one in the hack server.
Literally the curse. Yeah, I heard from TV someone stole something he shot in multiplayer. People should respect others' map. He said he didn't give the other player permission to take it. They shot his Great One and left. Okay, I'm not sure if you mean that he opened his map to multiplayer and someone came in and shot a Great One. Because if you open your map to public multiplayer, it is fair game. It is open season for anybody to join. You open it to public multiplayer, people are going to come and shoot things.
Yeah,
like,
I look at it the same way. I don't think you're under any obligation as someone who joins the host of a server to say, hey, you have a great one here.
No, because especially you can't tell if it's the original host.
Yes.
And so, you can say, hey, there's a great one over here, and then they come and shoot it, and they're not even the original host.
Exactly.
And then they get the trophy that you found. Like,
yeah. I don't think there's any reason, and again, that might not be what you're saying there, like exactly what happened. But multiplayer, that's the point.
Yeah,
like
for people to come and shoot things.
Yeah. I don't know. I get the thought of like you stole this from my map, but I don't know.
Don't open it to multiplayer then. To public multiplayer. Like, if you open it to private and it's like friends and you tell them, hey, don't shoot any big things you find or whatever, then maybe that's a bit different.
That could be, sure.
If it's, you shoot something cool and it's on the ground and someone comes and picks it up, then that's awful. I've had that.
I remember. I have a really dumb story about that. I want to answer too. There will be a video later, Emil. 1 hour from now. So I was on Parquet, and I had gotten, like, by this point, I was pretty good at looking for diamonds and stuff, like, especially with Parquet, diamond, black buck, and axis T were everywhere. And this poor guy, he's in the chat, and he goes, I've never killed a diamond before. I'm like, oh, okay. But I'm recording a video, so it's not like I'm going to stop everything I do to, like, every chance help him find a diamond, right?
Yeah.
Like, I got stuff I'm working on. So I kill a diamond black buck, and I look across the lake, and there's another one. And again, this isn't a hack server.
Yeah.
Black buck diamonds were a dime a dozen back then.
They were.
It was a smaller horns level 5, or maybe even a big 4. And I look at it, I'm like, that's another diamond black buck. So I'm like, hey, come here. Like, here's a diamond black buck. You can come get your first diamond. This dude is running at 2.5 frames per second.
Oh.
I'm telling you, it took him 12 years to move 100 meters. I was like, oh my God, no. So I went all the way back to the lodge, got a tent, come all the way back, placed it like 100 meters from where the black buck was. He spawned. Still took 12 years to get to where it was. I called it in for him. He shot it somehow with his frame rate. He dropped it.
Fair play.
Then he goes over there and can't claim it.
Oh gosh.
But we were like, okay, that's fine. Actually, I think we did a can check first, maybe, and he was able to. No, he couldn't claim the can check. That must have been it. So we were like, well, let's go see if you can get the black buck. Go over there, can't claim it. And I said, like, all right, here's what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to leave render and come back, and like see if we can get it like that. So we can't fast travel to the tent. It's right there where the black buck is. So we fast travel to the lodge, and I guess, like, in the meantime, somebody fast traveled to that tent, and of course there's a dead black buck laying out there. I don't blame him. And he claims it. And he doesn't have consec, so it doesn't even turn into a diamond.
Oh.
And I'm just like, well, that sucks.
Oh, I'd be so heartbroken for that dude.
Poor 3 FPS guy.
I have, you know, if I'm in multiplayer and someone sees something and they don't know what it is, like my favorite story is there was a guy maybe 2 weeks after I shot my great one in multiplayer. It was another Rev server. This is what, again, makes me laugh. I've never found a level 3 mountain hare. Been in 2 legitimate servers that had great ones in them on Rev. So I was down in the very south of the map looking for mountain hare. And this newer player, I think he was only like level 10, 15, something like that, was in the very north. And he goes, oh, this must be a hacked server. And I was like, hey, why do you think that? Because if, you know, obviously if he said that he'd seen a legendary moose or something, then I'd have just left.
That'd be a good indication.
Yeah. But he said there's a don't whitetail max at level 5. And I was like, no, they max at level 3. And he said, oh, there's a level 10 here. And I said, dude, that's a great one. I said, do you see anything else? Because I have been in this server for a while, and I've not seen anything else max level, anything else rare. Like, I've been here a while hunting. And he said, no, it's just this massive deer amongst the rest, which is why I thought that it was hacked. And I was like, okay, dude, what weapons do you have? And he said, I've got the 308. Would that be okay? And I was like, yep, that's perfect. I said, make sure you get a nice, clean shot at it, because that is a really, really rare trophy. Like, this is something you'll remember for a long time. To get one like this, as like a newer player, this is insane. And I sat talking him through the whole thing, and he goes, I dropped it. And I was like, brilliant. Where'd you hit it? In the neck. And I was like,
what a Chad.
And he claims it, and obviously it pops up in the chat, plus 275. And I was like, dude, you nailed it. Well done. And I said, what rack does it have? And he said, it's like a really big spiky looking one. I said, so it's a big rack great or whitetail. And he was so
smoked in the neck.
he was so chuffed. Like, he was so pleased. And then he, just before he left, he was like, I hope you have a wonderful life. Thank you so much for helping me.
Hope you have a wonderful life.
And I was like, that was so cool that he had no idea. He just thought it was like some mutated, hacked animal. And I checked the rest of that server. There was nothing else.
That's crazy. The way you described that, he didn't think like, oh, this is a great one, but obviously, finding a great one in multiplayer it's hacked. He just thought like, that's not a level that can happen. Yeah, no, he thought they maxed at level 5. Like, he didn't know that they maxed at level 3 normally. Right.
Like, he just thought it was something that, I guess he didn't know what great ones were. And so I was explaining to him in chat, like, what he'd just found. And he was getting more and more excited, and I was so excited for him. Like, He said he shot it in the neck. I was like, oh my god. What
Dude,
a
just
champ.
send it. Yo, it says we need to find this guy. We do. We need to get him on
I'd love to
an
find him.
episode of
It was
storytelling
amazing.
stream.
Just the one guy that randomly found a great one in Rev multiplayer. Like, and I dread to think I think it was just me and him in that server at the time. I believe I had a host of the server at that point. Because like I said, I'd been there a while. Which is why when he said it was hacked, I was like, if I really missed something, what's going on? And like, if he'd said that and it was someone else that had been hosting, they might have kicked him and gone and taken it. And then that's what played through my mind. I was like, right, this guy's getting this great one. I'm pretty sure this guy's getting it because that's so cool and that'll get him hooked on the game. Like, imagine that's one of your first experiences.
Imagine he's in chat right now. He's thinking like, I remember I had an experience like that. Wait a minute.
I was glowing for the rest of the day after that. I was so happy. just hearing, like, well, not hearing, but like seeing through the chat him being so ecstatic about it was great. But you just have no idea.
That kind of goes back to what you were saying too about like, everything in multiplayer should be fair game and all that. Like you said, it was you, so you didn't kick him, but that's the thing too about like not from that guy's perspective in that particular situation, but just in the like, oh hey, I found a great one, can I shoot it? Like, if he had said that to not you, but someone else it wasn't their map, but they're the host. He thinks it might be their map. Yeah.
He's kicked in seconds. Like, I always tell people...
Hope he taxied it? Do you know if he did?
I believe so. Like,
it'd be really funny if he's just like, I got this cool screenshot.
But, yeah, I've joined servers and people say they found something cool and I see them get kicked. And it's just like... I feel so sorry for him because it's like, it's not your fault. You want to share that you found something cool. I mean, I've even seen it happen to people in Classic. I think it was my mate Dilly.
Yes,
he shot a big Alpine Ibex. The host saw that he'd shot it and kicked him before he could get a trophy shot.
That happened a lot back in the day.
I'm like, dude.
So I actually have an exact story of the thing we were just talking about, but with a mule deer non-tip. Non-tips had just come out.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 months prior, something like that. So they were still a lot of people didn't have one. They were the hot thing in Classic.
Yeah.
And I'm going around this logger server, not my map. And I saw what I thought was a bush. And I'm like, is that a non-tip? Nah, that's just brush. And then it moved. It ran away. I'm like, oh my God. And just by reflex, all caps, I just, non-tip. And then all of a sudden, because there's like 5 people on the server, everybody's running at me. And I'm like, oh, what have I done? And this absolute, like, angel of a host is like, guys, that's Flinter's deer. Get away from you. Get away from him. I'm like,
yeah.
Thank you. I'm stupid. I'm sorry.
No, like,
I'm going to change the course of my Call of the Wild in Classic life if somebody stole that from me.
Yeah, because it is so sad when I've had people do it. Like, with trophies I've shot, I've had people pick up diamonds. Literally, I've shot a diamond, had someone run up in front of me and claim it. And it's like, what are you doing? Why would you do that? And it just puts a sour taste in your mouth, even if it's, you've been playing the game for a long time. If you're a newer player and you shoot something that, is going to be one of the first cool things you've ever shot, and then someone steals it or someone comes and messes it up, because some people just come and mess things up on purpose. Like, if you can't have it, nobody can, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it just really gets me down for newer players. So if I'm ever a host and I see someone's being bothered by another player, or they're asking for help, and that, I try my best to keep on top of it. But yeah, I'd have done the exact same thing. I'd been like, anyone goes and tries to steal his deer, you're gone.
Yeah,
that's your deer.
But I mean, I saw it a lot, back then. Like, somebody be like, "Oh, an albino buck left the session," or no, Classic actually tells you to kick. Like, oh, that's really lame of you, man. Why'd you do that?
It is.
Or the thing that you
Especially-
said, like, huge score pops up, kicked.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Like, he already killed it. What are you going to do?
Especially with Classic,
it's what
where
it
it's not like it's going to be on your map ever again. Like,
It's
it's...
gone.
Yeah.
It's just
I've got
straight
a
up,
lot
like,
of mine.
mad at person, so that's what you're going to do. You don't get a trophy shot because you shot this thing that I wish I got. But it's not
Basically.
like you kicked him for joining the map, you know? Like, I don't know. That whole thing's dumb.
How dare you shoot cool thing on server that I opened to public? I've just
And let
whiffed
you
a
hunt this
level
entire
9
time.
fox.
Did you say you messed one up?
Yeah. I somehow shot
no.
over it and then tried to get it on the run. It's 13 to 16. It's a common. I'm not too fussed about it, to be honest.
There
I'm
is no
more
voice
fussed
chat
about
on
getting this
PC
game out.
either, Goat, for Call of the Wild. I was in a multiplayer session not that long ago, and somebody said, "Can we do, like, voice?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" Can you... Oh, because they wanted me to prove it was me. And they were like, "Can you talk in game right now?" I'm like, that's not a thing. Yeah, it is. I saw someone do it. I'm like, are you kidding me? I didn't know about this. And I go and look. I'm like, no, you must have watched the console videos. It's not a thing.
Yeah, no, it's not on PC.
I was really shocked for a minute, though, when he said, like, yeah, it's a thing. I'm like, there's no way I've been playing for all these years and wouldn't know that.
Yeah, it's... In a way, I'm glad. You see enough bad stuff in, like, the text chat to be like, if you joined and some of that was going on in a voice chat, it would just be hell.
Yep, just mute everybody.
Yeah. I mean, even in games where there is voice chat, I play with myself muted constantly and everything else muted. It's like, game only, please.
Yeah, like when we do Red Dead streams, I have voice stuff off.
Yeah. I've only ever talked to, like, a random person in Red Dead, which is the only game I've ever done it in anyway, once. And it's because they started griefing me. They were killing me, killing my horse, killing me, killing my horse, killing me, killing my horse. And then it popped up, because I started fighting back, because that's how I used to play Red Dead, is I wouldn't start something, but I'd finish it. And they started, like, leaving, and I just kept following them. I was like, I was very peacefully doing my thing, now leave me alone. And I saw the voice thing pop up on the side, like they were cursing me out or whatever. So I was like, hello, what's up? And they got really, really mad at me. And I actually complimented them. I said, to be fair, you're really good with the snipers. And then they said, you're so salty. And I was like, I just gave you a compliment. How does that make me salty? They said, that's worse than if you were cussing us out.
It probably
like,
would be
okay.
worse from their perspective. I could see that.
And that would have been a diamond, by the way.
Of course.
Smoked it in the back leg. 14.55. So it wouldn't have been one that I taxed because I've got so many diamond Red Fox at this point. But, I mean, nice that it would have been a big one.
Yeah.
But I literally was just trying to be friendly to them at that point, and they just weren't.
Nope, killed him too many times. In his mind, you have to be the worst human ever. That's how you do it.
There was 5 of them against me! It was a whole posse!
Flinter sounds really strange. First of all, I was like, oh, what's wrong with my mic? But I get it. I turned
yes.
British.
Ha ha ha.
The people blasting music through a mic thing is such an inconsiderate thing to do. There was the first Madden on PC was Madden 19, and they did not have a way to disable your mic or the opponent's mic. Now, with my microphone, I have a mute button right on the mic itself, so I could mute it and it would effectively be off.
Yeah.
But so many times, I'd be playing against somebody just blasting music into my ears the entire time. It's like, really?
Yeah.
But
I know,
to be fair, there was no option to turn it off at that, so it's not really their fault.
That is unfortunate.
Weekly streams? No.
I remember watching a Russian Badger video where he was playing Call of Duty, the last Modern Warfare. Yeah, that's why I call you Badge. It's like, if we just took Sarge and made it bad. that's where it comes from. And he finished the match and was like, you know, oh, GG's, everyone, and someone just started barking it and down the mic.
Barking?
Yeah. And that came into my mind because of the stream, the Gemsbok stream, where you bark.
Oh, God. That didn't happen. What are you talking about? That's not real.
It is.
Is it a British thing that everything is on the floor?
What do you mean that everything's on the floor? What's on the floor?
Do you call,
the flea floor?
The flea floor.
The flea floor.
Alright. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to throw the ball for Shadow, but she doesn't go and get it. Where's it at?
On the ground.
I definitely know some British people that would say on the floor.
I mean, if I'm not thinking about it, I might say on the floor, but then I would be like, wait, that's stupid. That's ground. But then I suppose it's not really that big of a deal, so I don't really care.
Yeah, it's not. It's really not even that incorrect. Like, I guess it is incorrect, but the point is very clear. How's that brisket going? I don't know. I'm gonna go check it in about 30 minutes. I'm planning on like a 5-hour smoke for it. So.
What is it? Is it beef?
Yeah, it's corned beef to be specific, which is one of my favorite kinds because then it's really good with like breakfast the next day as well.
I've never had it, but it sounds good.
It's similar to pastrami. Have you had that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe I have.
But like, obviously not super thinly sliced and dried and all that. There's a max estimate 7 finally. We haven't seen anything for how long have we been just like chatting about random stories and stuff?
God no.
I think I killed that 9 in there right at the start of it. Other than that, first max estimate since.
I'm so annoyed at myself that I botched that 9.
Skill issue.
I shot over the top of it. I misjudged because it was at like 230 and I'd zeroed for 150 and I aimed high, but they're so small.
That's the thing.
But it just went slightly over.
Right at the start of this grind, I was missing foxes all the time. I could not get the holdover right because it's such a tiny margin of error.
Yeah, it is. And then
someone says forkhorn one more time.
Listen, right? Forkhorn's just wrong. That's not accurate. My fault. No, it's not. Don't start this. Oh.
My dad found a forkhorn shed literally Saturday. I'll send you a picture of it.
Was it a
forkhorn? And 7 years ago? Was it what?
Was it a pronghorn shed?
That's a sheath, actually.
Still a shed. It's a shed sheath. What's your point?
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
To be pedantic, since you've been pedantic with forkhorn.
Fun fact. You know puffins, which we talked about yesterday?
Oh, please. Yes.
Oh, please. You were wrong.
So, I don't know if he's still in here. I played with the guy that pointed out in chat yesterday. I was in the game with him today in New England. He's like, I'm the one that said puffins can fly 20 or 30 miles. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. I still, like, I look at them now, and they don't look like they should be able to.
No, they're like weird penguin-y type birds.
Yes.
I get what you mean, but with like
anyway,
feathers.
Continue what you were going to say.
Like longer feathers. Anyway, they actually shed their beak sheaths.
I think I did know that. Well, I did.
Really cool.
That's not bizarre. A fact I could have brought up, but I didn't. Like I've heard that.
I just really like that. That's a thing. Like the fact that they'll shed them from being these beautiful, colourful, rainbow almost beaks in the breeding time to then these dull, not so colourful beaks for the non-breeding season. I just think that that's really cool. Like to think of a bird shedding its beak sheath is bizarre.
Did you ever see the thing where like there'll be a toucan skull there, which for one, it's unbelievable how much bigger the beak is than the rest of the skull.
Right? It's
but then it doesn't decompose for some reason. Like the skull, all the flesh and stuff is gone, and the beak is perfectly intact, just like what it looked like when it died.
Yeah. So a bird's beak is bone, but it's a keratin sheath. So it's exactly basically like a horn. Think of it like a horn. It's a keratin sheath over a bone horn. So
I guess just the coloration makes you think
it's the keratin.
I see.
So that's like when a puffin sheds the keratin, that's the bit that comes off, and then there's the bone underneath it, and then you'll have the new growth over the top of that. So when I used to do a lot of skull queening, something that you would do is take the keratin sheath off first, put that somewhere safe, then clean the skull, obviously because underneath it there's still like tissues and stuff that are on the bone.
Yeah, that's what's done with pronghorn too. All the above made a video on that, or I wouldn't know quite what you're talking about, but I've seen it, so yeah.
Exactly that. It's
How do you get it
exactly the
off?
same process. You can like just pull it. It's not really,
I kind of thought
especially
that's
if
what
it's
he
a
did
little
too.
bit. If it's a little bit starting to decompose a little bit, it comes off really easy. But just a little bit of a tug and you can get it off. It's not
Mel.
super stuck up. What?
Mel responded by throwing geckos at him, Clark said.
I'll just throw some of like the really angry gecko species at you, like Leachianus and stuff.
There's angry geckos?
Yeah, tokay geckos are really like savage, especially. They can be real mean.
What do they do? Like
They're
charge you less than 15% savings on your car insurance?
They bite you.
Oh.
I've been bitten by Toriel, my crested gecko, but they've got next to no teeth. There's next to nothing there. So it's just like, oh no, I have been attacked.
Is that named after an Undertale character?
No, I've got Toriel and Thorin. So Toriel is a wood elf from The Hobbit, and Thorin is named after a dwarf from The Hobbit. So I've got three and two, and they're both.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, they're both from the same thing.
I watched Jacksepticeye play Undertale. This has to be 7-8 years ago, probably.
Yeah,
a long time ago. And in my head, that was the name of like the mom character, but maybe that's not it.
I've never watched Undertale. We played it.
Someone here might know.
But yeah, I thought, a wood elf, they live in, like, they're very foresty, living in the trees and stuff. Crested geckos live in trees.
They live in pineapples under the sea. Hey,
no, they don't live in pineapples. She'd probably, I don't know if she would eat pineapple, but she's picky. Both of my animals are picky, which sums up all of the animals that my family owns, because they're treated like royalty.
Well, Shadow is too, but she is not picky.
It's just like, no, not touching that. That's not good enough for me.
I did just realize Kyla does cut the rind off of cucumbers for her.
Oh my god. Oh.
Sometimes she'll just eat it. But yeah, that might be one thing where she's picky.
K-Flow says I sound like I'm in a really good mood. K-Flow, I've been trying to sleep all day, have had 3 lots of night terrors. My breakfast was ice cream at like 8 PM tonight. I am so tired that I am like hyper. A little bit. I'll crash really hard after the stream, probably.
Something about my breakfast was ice cream at 8 PM tonight.
It sells it, right? The whole vibe.
Yeah.
I mean, you've seen the picture of my eyes from the other day.
That sounded a little like almost actual cry right there. When we were kids, my brother was just, ice cream was his favorite thing ever.
Ice cream's great.
Mostly on weekends, but maybe even on school days, my mom would be like, what do you want for breakfast? And it was really like, she wasn't listing out the options, but there were a couple options. It was like toast or waffle, maybe like a egg sandwich or something, or, I don't know, eggs and bacon? I don't even know if she was going that extreme, but every now and then my brother would just be like, ice cream. I think that would be great for breakfast. That's what I want. And you're actually out here living that life. Because my mom would be like, you can't have ice cream for breakfast.
I mean, at least I've consumed something, With my system sometimes, it's like, I'm not eating today. I actually did, that was sustenance of some kind before stream, so.
Noah has helped me. There's a character on Undertale called Toriel. I think I'm saying that right. It's the one that kind of acts like a mother. That's what I was thinking. Is that spelled how yours is spelled?
No. Toriel is Tauriel.
Okay.
It's a very similar word.
I'm kind of proud of myself for randomly remembering that.
I wonder what information that's taken up the space of in your brain.
Right? Yeah. Like maybe I'd remember to like. Like, the things that I really can't remember to do are the important ones, like, oh, hey, the insurance expired, which actually I think that's this month. Like, the insurance card expires in my truck, got to replace that so I don't get pulled over and not have valid insurance thing. Registration, like, stuff like that. I'm always late on that. And frankly, I haven't been pulled over for it. But eventually I'm going to be.
Yeah.
I can't remember that, but it's like 8 years ago I watched a video where there was a character in a game I've never played named Toriel, and I know who it was.
Yeah.
Why?
That's how my brain works too. It's like useless information absorbed. If it's animal related, it's going in the brain locker and it's staying in there.
It's also like knowing every max weight in Call of the Wild and max levels and zone times.
Zone times are the ones that get me a little bit. I get a bit confused. Anything that's too numbery, if that makes sense.
No. What do you mean by that?
Like,
they're all numbers.
Yeah, I know they're all numbers, but the time thing, I get confused because it's done on 24-hour time as well.
Yes.
And so I get a little bit confused. I'm not very good with numbers. I can remember some. It's too numbery.
My brother used to say that French fries had too many potatoes in them. That's what that sounds like.
In my head, it makes sense. Okay. I never claimed to be intelligent.
I do have a hard time with zones now because they changed them all. I used to know them all.
Yeah, so did I. And then they keep changing things, and now I just look at spreadsheets and I'm like, okay. But
anymore,
like,
if I don't know what it is, I'm like, yeah, I'll find them eventually.
But right, because we're playing KG, you and me both playing kilos.
Yes.
It's like, so okay, like this box, 12 to 15, and it's just straight 12 to 15. If I'm looking at it like that, that's easier to remember for me than like a time. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, all the times are just normal numbers now. There is no like 2130 to whatever anymore.
But
or is that not what you mean?
It's just I can't do it. It's just hard. Okay. I know it makes me sound really unintelligent. I've always struggled with time. Like, apparently it's a thing for some people, especially some people that are the way I am. I just can't, like, 24-hour clocks, I can't do it either. I get confused. And then I'm like, wait, what does that translate to on this time?
Yeah, really honestly, Call of the Wild has helped me learn that, because I wasn't good at it till Call of the Wild, really. I guess Classic, kind of, but I never hunted past noon really very much.
Math was so much better pre-numbery update. Math was so much better before they started adding letters to it, and then told me that that was normal. And I've never had to use it. Ridiculous.
But
should have given me more animal classes. Teach me more animal fact. You know, I went through this. This is a off the wall story. When I was
awful story.
No, off the wall.
Oh.
As I got to, if I would pronounce it in the pop accent. Off the wall, darling. Not awful, it's off the wall. So,
this is what go Somerset there.
It's off the wall.
Anyway, go on.
In Somerset, we say it's off the wall, innit? Anyway.
A baby horse. Awful. Nice.
So, when I was still in school, but they were kind of like, just be here because you have to be by law. So, we find things to do that you can sort of keep yourself out of the way, but like, you know, don't be stressing about what you're doing, because at that point they knew I was a little bit struggling. I was like, I can do that. And they were like, we've got a load of specimens in the science department that have no identification. Do you want to go through and have a look at them? So yeah, sure, that sounds cool. I start going through the boxes of various skulls, and I'm like, okay, yeah, dog, cat, pig, basic stuff. There was a leopard in that. Just a leopard skull. I was like, what? Nice. I couldn't believe that there was just this antique leopard skull, and I was like, you were? This is a, like, very cool thing that sat at the bottom of the box, and I found its teeth in other boxes. And so I was like, okay, it's obviously been in this box at one point, and then in this box. And teeth have fallen out, because it was an old skull. And so I was like, picking up all the teeth and then put them all back together and put them in the skull. I was like, look, you have this. This is really cool. This shouldn't be at the bottom of a box. Use this. And they were like, oh yeah, we had no idea that was in there. I just, like, you start going through science class stuff, and you don't expect to find a random leopard skull. I was so excited.
It stinks. I don't even like it.
And I thought it was so cool.
Hope I didn't screw that up. I might have, I don't know. All my foxes were clustered in the worst spot to be clustered. And of course there was an eye in there.
That's always best. Speaking of clustered foxes, I have a couple of pairs here.
Cluster foxes, you say?
Cluster fox. That's a good title.
I feel like maybe on Twitch, probably not on YouTube. What's up, Tree Climber? You can say it and it's fine, but if you read it, it's like, oh.
Demonetized.
It's a red fur. It was 13 to 15, so that's kind of worse estimate. Oh, actually, nice. 14.73.
So...
I was really close to being too high.
So technically, we both had 1-9 that would have made it. I would have had. Oh.
Ooh, I didn't claim this one.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, that one, whatever he was, low weight, but made it.
Yeah. I remember. So technically, you're currently winning. I will need to go and do a pheasant run or two in a minute, though, because the hunting pressures...
jump ahead.
Yeah, because the hunting pressure is getting a little thick in some places. Don't run that way. Oh,
did you see what Ender said earlier? He had 3 max weights in one run.
That's pretty hot.
Pheasants, obviously. That's madness.
That's what you like to see.
Only been an hour and change. Yep. At 5, I think, which is in 20 minutes. I'm gonna go check the brisket. See how we're looking on the internal temp and all that.
A raccoon dog just ran past, and I can't say the word. I flung a couple of times at it. I missed both times. I'm not sure if it was behind something, to be fair. But I only got 2 of the fox that were at this zone.
Is there an age rule on YouTube? I'm sure YouTube has an age terms of service, but I don't know.
I think you have to be a certain age to have an account.
It used to be 14, actually. I'm fairly sure of that. I don't think it still is, though. Because they have, like, YouTube Kids and all that, so how could... Unless they're just on their parents' account? I don't know. Had 3 max weights in 1 flock? It had to be at least 2 flocks, because there's really no flocks that have
3
roosters, but you can get them using the same zone.
Yeah, a cluster zone. The cluster pheasant.
A cluster burb.
A cluster bird.
So
that sounds dangerous.
7 here, too? Sounds dangerous. Oh, yeah, I did nice.
It always makes me think, have you heard of a rat king?
A what?
A rat king. Do you know what a rat king is?
I'm not even close to understanding what you're saying. Rat king?
Yes.
So like a king that's a rat. But
I'm sure
that's not what it is, but that's the words?
Yes.
Okay, I have no idea.
Okay, so sometimes in the very, very cold times of year, when rats will sleep together in the sewers, they will like stick themselves together because like what they're trying to do is huddle together for warmth.
Did you say fits together?
Stick because they're rodents. They pee all the time and stuff, and their tails end up getting all stuck together. And they basically you can have like 10 rats all stuck together by their tails.
That's what Mr. Yeast said when all the rats' tails get tangled.
Yeah, they get like because they're so they just they all get stuck together. So whenever you say like a cluster fox or a cluster pheasant or whatever, for some reason the first thing that pops into my head is a rat king, but a fox is. It's such a weird phenomenon.
That might as well have been what just happened to me, though. There were so many in that one little spot, and it literally looked like they were together.
I mean, if you had a rat king of foxes, though, they'd be much easier to kill.
Yeah, you kill one, and then it's weighing down the rest of the group.
Exactly, they're all just kind of stuck.
and be like, they'd have to turn into sled dogs real quick or they're all dead.
Oh my god. But if they're all like in a circle, they're going to be struggling to run in all the right directions.
What is happening there, Matt? You're banned from flying? I don't think that's good.
Oh. Just another useless piece of information. Rat kings. Now you know about them.
Yep. Now
They're
I know.
weird. They're really weird.
Yeah, it sounds like it is.
Like, imagine you're the first scientist that comes across that. Just a bunch of rats all stuck together by their tail.
What's that? Is that Alabama rig? There's a type of like fishing lore that's basically a bunch. It's like a school of fish. Is the lore idea?
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah,
what I'm thinking of for the.
Yeah.
The rats.
That's what it's based on.
Yeah.
Oh.
Clark says, "Oh sure, they're the weird ones." Is it really Alabama? Oh, I'm on a roll on remembering things today. My brain's working. Max capacity. Smoke's coming out my ears. That's how I'm smoking the brisket.
Yeah, I can hear the cogs whirring.
Oh, is it causing too much white noise?
Yeah, you're very loud.
Thank you.
This American motor mouth.
I was gonna say chatterbox.
You should have gone with that.
So many people wouldn't have got it and thought I was being mean, though.
You are mean to
Because
me.
I was gonna say, so my pun for today's stream was gonna be grinding fox with the chatterfox, as instead of chatterbox. But I was like, there's so many people aren't gonna get the meme from the tar stream, and everyone's gonna be like, wow, that's really mean. Okay, ZBG. I don't know, man. I'm actually starting to wonder if there's gonna be a DLC here soon. Because now there's no streams.
Maybe.
You guys see that? It's
maybe.
delayed kind of till they get that in order.
Yeah, or maybe they're just like focusing on, because with 2 maps coming out this year, maybe they're just like putting more effort into like making those ones as like almost Sundar Patan, like with loads of new species and all the stuff.
A March update would be nice. Certainly would, like, because I don't know about you, but I've noticed maybe in the last week or two, interest in Call of the Wild looks like it is dipping a little bit, which this is later than normal. Typically, it's like mid-January it starts to fall off.
Yeah.
But it does, like, I see, like, the streams are a little slower, videos get less views, Discord's a little more dead. Which, none of these things are bad, by the way. I'm not sitting here lamenting things. I'm just saying, like, for Call of the Wild's best interest, I think a little something would be nice, but yeah, we're into March. I think we may have at least had a hint by now.
Yeah, I don't know. What could they do? I suppose weapon packs are always a thing, but
That was my thought, but yeah, they did have the community one with Saul's Weason. I got you,
yeah.
Matt.
I don't know. I don't know what I'd want, other than like a new species or something get added. Give me more duck.
You know what I want?
More duck. What?
I would totally accept this as the March update. Just give mallards new rares, like American Black Duck hybrid, other such hybrids. Give us albinos. There's albino mallards in Classic. I don't care if they're real or not. They probably are.
Yeah, all the things. Make them new
I'd be
and
fine
shiny.
with just that.
I would too.
What sight? Like, what scope am I using? It's the Angler Night Vision scope.
Hi, Tyler. 'Tis me.
The British chatterbox.
It's British. It's British. Isn't it?
Banded mount? Yeah, there you go. Throw bands on them too.
Yes, give us those as rares. I want just more birds. More bird things, and I'll be happy.
So
Birds
if they made banded like a legit rare, right?
Uh-huh.
Which it should be. People kill not like 2 in their life, like real waterfowl hunters. They have like quite a few bands on their lanyard over the years, but there's also a lot of birds. Yeah. Like they should be a rare. So like, let's say you get a hybrid goldeneye banded. Like that should be kind of a separate category of super rare.
Yes, 100%, and I would want one so badly.
And not my additional new newly named category of pooper rares for the
I
level
like
1
that.
rares.
I like that.
Mr. Biffin in my Discord today posted a level 2 albino grizzly and called it a pooper rare. I was like, yes, it's catching on.
It's spreading.
I was so happy.
Started a trend again.
Hey, Cable. Yeah, you know, dogs pooping, pooper rares. Really important things that I get added to this game.
It is. You're an influencer, right?
Yeah. Influencer.
Yeah. Oh my god. You're
I think
so bad.
nobody does it anymore. But you really can't even hardly do it because they changed it a little bit. But looking up in the air for the harvest screen, I think that was my legit biggest contribution to the game back then.
Yeah, I know I started doing it because I was like, oh, that's a good idea. Nice clean screenshot. It always looks good.
That's great to hear, Mason. If you get the great one today, you have to come and hunt. All right, bet.
Hey, nice one, Mason. Congrats.
Going British to make the fox show up? Yeah. Oh, you know what? Speaking of,
Is this another insult?
no. Speaking of collabs and what this stream was going to be titled, I also thought about naming it Fox and Friends, but that's sort of like a political news station. That's not the station. That's like I think a segment they do or whatever. But it would have fit so perfectly well.
Just get more people mad in the chat, like.
Like to get down, Mr. Pheasant.
Oh my days! I was losing my mind. That's true. It doesn't help when I'm on like lack of sleep, like currently, and then I'm just like, this isn't what he means. Stop.
Yeah, that one. There was no political undertone meme or anything. It was just because Pheasant and President can work.
Basically.
There was nothing there.
You're really gonna be disrespectful about that? It's like...
It wasn't like it was 2 weeks later either.
And bodyguards have always been a joke in this game because you shoot at some kind of male animal and a female steps in front of it, like, psych. You thought the amount of times that's happened, though. I've had it where, like, I go to shoot at the vitals of, like, say, a red stag, and then a hind is stood in front of it, but, like, putting its head up and down to drink.
Yep.
And it will register that the bullet clipped her in the top of the head, but it's about 5 inches above the top of her head, and not the stag in the vital.
You hit the invisible helmet body armor.
It's like when you hit the box around the antlers on things and then they die. That's always
for some reason I hit the water buffalo horns a lot. Like I really do that consistently.
Horn shots.
The biggest vital.
The biggest vital.
Fox and Friends will definitely lose subs. Yeah. I would think.
It would hurt.
Yeah.
Like an antler, it's not going to feel it. Because, you know, there's no velvet ones in this game, and obviously no nerve endings and stuff. There's not going to be any blood, there's not going to be anything. But a horn, that's got, like, live tissue underneath it, so that would be a big owl. Which, that reminds me, I saw a post earlier today, I think it was, on Instagram, and it was someone that, with their flock of sheep, one of the ewes had obviously got one of her horns tangled in some, like, baling twine, and then ripped the entire horn and the horn core off.
Oh.
And it was just attached to this baling twine, with even some of the wool on it, and I'm like, how is that thing alive? Because now part of its skull is it's missing. Like, sheep can be so... Just like, as soon as they get stuck in something, sheep panic. And it's just, like, not good.
Look what Cape was.
Yeah, I saw it. I tyrannosaur it. I'm so funny.
Nice. We used to always say, instead of I saw, like, I seen.
Seen tit.
Teachers just berated that.
Right.
You didn't seen, you saw, I heard. Hey, Rocky.
But yeah, panic and run. That's what all sheep do. After living, like, in the countryside for most of my life, sheep will be fine. Like, they're perfectly fine, chill, walking around, and then, oh, my head is stuck in the feeder, must panic and throw everything everywhere. And it's just like, oh, my days, just calm down. It's literally the thank God he didn't overreact me.
How we not use Fox News as the title? It's the same thing. Some people would not be pleased about that.
Politics. It's like the discussion that almost started occurring yesterday, so I said I like turtles.
I already forget what that was about, and that's probably for the best.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I do know what it was. I kind of started it myself, too.
You did. It's like, well, you know, we're told to keep things out of chat, and then the streamer brings it up.
Oops.
Like,
Hey,
well
Pyro,
done,
thank you,
Banter. You made our job hard. Much gooder, more better.
It seemed like context that was necessary. It probably wasn't.
Much gooder.
Scene did it. Yeah.
Dino Vision and get a mountain head. Look, they don't exist. We not here, Caslo, earlier?
Cable, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, man. Mountain hair diamonds are just, you know, you gotta believe, that's all.
The fact, right, sometimes I sit here and think about this. I'm on 61 great ones now. But I've never seen a level 3 mountain hair. And it's like, of all of the hours that I put in to looking for a diamond mountain hair, it's insane to me.
You gotta have that mountain hair grind set.
Like, the fact I got a great one whilst looking for mountain hair, like, that doesn't make sense to me. And one of my best super rares. It's like, just, I don't understand. Why a game? Ugh. I guess it's like payment for payback for all the luck I had with like Cottontail, Antelope Jackrabbit, and that when they came out. Because I didn't have problems with those. But I know a lot of people did.
Yeah, me too. You know what sucks though? I killed a diamond antelope jackrabbit day 1 of early access on Rancho.
Oh, yeah.
So we got early access, and I had a planned trip to Georgia to go see Kyla, like, I think it was 2 days later. So I had 2 days to make like 9 videos or something like that, a week's worth. All my
love it.
Post-release Rancho content was still early access for like 4 or 5 days till I got back home.
Yes.
But
I remember.
Yeah, the first hunt, the first day. I don't know if it was the first hunt. It might have been my 3rd video or so till it was in the video. But day 1, I found a diamond antelope jackrabbit. Rancho came out, say, June 21st. I think that was the date. I didn't kill one on live until sometime in August. It took me forever. And I was on that map a lot. Like you said, you were on a lot. I really hunted the heck out of Rancho.
Yep. It be that way.
It do. Yeah, man, I think we're going to pick up these 2 foxes, go and check on that. It certainly has time left to go, but I just want to see how we're doing. Maybe a little... I'm not sure about doing apple juice with corned beef. Like, as opposed to just water to keep things moist.
Moist. I want apple juice now. It's been a while since I had some apple juice. I love apple juice.
Just like EW says, Flantro gets no short grinds, Mel gets no mountain hair? Yeah, pretty much.
Do you remember back in the day when we used to joke about the fact that I got no super rares? Like,
yes.
This was like what we did for that. And then I haven't stopped getting super rares. And, you know, I've had a few super trolls in there too. But just like max level rares have been more of a thing. So I wonder if we keep joking about the mountain hares, if eventually I'll just like find 12 diamond mountain hares back to back.
Just stumble back. You know how we get the fox cluster zones?
Yeah, just
You'll get
all of them.
Diamond mountain hair cluster zone. This fox must have floated. I don't see it. Has to have.
Oh, that's always pain.
Moist critical. Apple juice goes well with vodka. Yeah, you know, a lot of stuff does.
I I've started saying that because I'm
Saying what?
a bit canny, which is can't, but it's the Scottish way of saying it because you know, Scottish boyfriend. I picked up that and we shame. So whenever something's like slight inconvenience, it's like, oh, we shame. But like, because you know, I'm in it. Like, yeah. But in Scotland, they say we shame. And my brain's picked up because you know that's one of my autism traits is I mimic. Mm-hmm. You've heard me do it. Like I don't mean to, but I've started saying canny as well instead of I can't.
Sometimes I see Scottish tweets that use like the I'll call that shorthand. I don't know if that's a good way to say it. And I'm like, okay, I can figure this out, but it's gonna take me a while to figure what in the world this stuff means.
Now, see, I picked up on all of it really quickly. I can understand everything they say.
I think it's easier to hear than read, though. I think.
Yeah, sometimes I agree, but
could probably go both ways.
Brain has now picked up on a few of the phrases that.
do they call their friends hen? They do, right?
Yeah.
I find that really funny. I don't understand it, but
cute. I like it.
The Rocket League caster that I used to watch, Johnny Boy, he was Scottish, and that's what he would say. Like, I forget his editor. I think he played with a lot. Oh, come on, hen! You missed whatever. I'm like, I don't get why you call him that, but it is funny.
I think it's cute. I know. I got called hen by one of my boyfriend's friends' parents that I met. And they both his friend and my boyfriend were like, she called you hen. She likes you.
You're in.
And I was like, good. We're making good impressions. That's what we like.
I started another run, by the way, so I'll check the brisket after this one.
Well then.
Mel, do you have crumpets? But it's like
not.
pit spelled with an I, so armpit crumpets.
Yeah, my armpits smell like crumpets.
It's like you smell like pudding, really.
Yeah, I smell like crumpets. I guess.
I don't know if Kyla's making pretzels or butter. I almost said I can smell the. See, I can hear the KitchenAid running.
Oh,
I can smell the KitchenAid. Smells like pudding.
It's just like you can hear the, like I said, the footprints. Yeah.
I really hate when I say that.
Ultra senses.
I catch myself saying, in Classic is the main one, because it's normally most relevant here in the Walking in Classic.
Yeah.
And I'll catch myself saying it sometimes and redo the line, but sometimes I don't catch it, and it's like, now this is in the video.
I've done that so many times. I think it was the, you know when I did the giveaway for the codes? Yep. And it was on with my Candy Cane Great One Fox? Mm-hmm. When I was reading out everything that was included in the bundles for the giveaway, I said it, I think, like this. You conveyally. And I was like 30 minutes, 40 minutes into recording at that point, and I was like, I'm not fixing it.
Suddenly became Southern for a second.
Well, yeah, this is the thing. I spend so much time around different people with different accents that I just end up as like a mix of all the different accents that I spend time around.
I always hate when I do that though in a video, because it's like, where did that come from? Why? I was doing so good. I did it at the end of today's video. It just came out 4 minutes ago, actually. So it's a 405 only hunt. With Bang Tang for 405,000 subscribers. And at the very end, I tried to say, thank you guys for 405K here on the channel. And somehow I said, thank you for 400,000, 5,000. Oh.
Yeah. There's too many F sounds in it. Like that sentence, there's too many sounds. Thank you for... And then you just get confused. At least I do.
Do you ever do the thing too where like you kind of almost mess up a word? Like maybe you sort of we're hunting. Well, I don't know how you mess up fox. Maybe you say mythical funny, but you can't like mythical or whatever. But you just keep going.
Mythical.
But then it's just your brain lags to try to fix that or figure out that you messed it up, and then the next like 8 words are like you start stumbling over those too. It's just like a car wreck.
It literally is a car crash at that point, and it's just like.
And you're just going, no, save it, no. It's great.
I think I just killed a hen. I'm 90% sure I saw a little fleck of blood. Yeah, not a friend. To clarify.
Have you ever messed up a rare so bad you decided not to put it in the video? Probably not that. The main thing that I typically won't put in videos, like let's say I see a diamond or something and I get kicked or whatever, I'll typically not put that in videos unless I like maybe if it's just funny. But if it's just like something that I suspect the viewers want to see and then it's just left on a cliffhanger, like I won't do that to you. Other than that, yeah, if I mess it up, I put it in the video. I don't care. The
amount of times you see a cool rare or something and you get kicked. Oh my days! You'll remember this one that still annoys me when I think about it. Albino level 6 male raccoon dog. I've had 2 female albinos, and every time I go to hunt mountain hare, I keep an eye out because I'd really, really, really like a piebald raccoon dog because they look cool. And I've got dark brown, I've got orange, I've got multiples of those, I've got a couple of albino females, and yeah, I did kill a hen pheasant. I'm not going to pick that up. I really would like a piebald. And I saw this flash of white, and I spot it, and it's a level 6 male. And I was like, great, I can put that in a mount with a white ptarmigan, and that'll look great. An albino raccoon dog and a white ptarmigan. And then I was chasing it, and finally it goes nervous. And so I run to get it to go alert, so it'll turn and give me a shot. It goes alert, I pull out the 243 pistol, and there goes the entire server.
Oh, it wasn't, you didn't get kicked, it was the crash?
The crash.
That's like my albino level 3 stubble quail recently.
The entire server, I kept looking for a good 20 minutes to see if that server came back up. It didn't.
That's what I did. That is the perfect example too, though. Because it's like, I'm not going to just put... I guess you could put it there. You could put it in the video, but like with my stubble quail thing, it was an albino level 3 and the whole server crashed. I'm just like, I'd rather not ever think about this again.
Basically. I'm still upset about that raccoon dog. That stubble quail, like I told you, I would have killed that thing on sight.
I should have, but like, I was just in a hacked server and I left and joined that one. And there's a super rare stubble quail, like, wow, this one's hacked. And I start looking around. I should have just killed it. You're right, though. I should have just killed it. Because the right thing to do...
Ask questions later.
I figured this out now. Just save it. Because when I tag stuff and then delete it, it doesn't delete. It comes back.
That's weird.
I'll close the game and reopen it. There's all that stuff I deleted. Because I killed way back on Parquet 2 max score pumas. So I tagged the first one. I think I might have shot a water buffalo in that hunt, too.
Yeah.
So I think it went max score puma, diamond water buffalo, and then max score puma again. I'm like, oh, this is hacked.
Yeah.
And I can't delete them. Somewhere in my trophy manager, way back, probably 2018 or 2019, or is a 40 score puma and a water buffalo on the same day that were hacked. So
that's unfortunate.
That's kind of why I don't like. I didn't shoot that stubble quail because I didn't want to tax it. Had I just shot it and saved it, I could have gone and seen. And it may, like, is there a chance the server was hacked? Sure. I don't know. I spotted a lot of stuff. There was a troll feral goat, but that's if anything, that probably means it's more legit.
Yeah.
Actually. And there was a level 9 red fox.
But then that could have also trolled.
Yeah.
I mean, before fox grinding, most of my diamond red fox were off of Emerald Coast. Like, I had one before Emerald Coast. That was it.
My Emerald Coast fox luck generally has been good.
So that doesn't overly surprise me. Like you said, the feral goats, I mean, most of them are like that. So, but yeah, if I see a rare bird like that, I'm killing it. And unless there's, you know, the entire flock's albino, or I've already seen several things, like the Capercaillie or whatever, you know, you see other things and then you go, okay, this is clearly hat.
Exactly.
If I see one thing, like, good example, remember the pale hazel grouse that I had that turned out to be hat? So, story for anybody that doesn't know. I joined a Rev on Thule server. It sounds like all of the stories I've told today. I joined a Rev on Thule server, went to my favourite little spot because it's never checked. This is where I ended up getting my melanistic diamond whitetail and all that.
Because I thought that's where it was.
This is why it's my favourite spot. It's always unchecked, and 90% of the time there's something good down there. And I saw, at this little lake, there was 3 rare moose. Now, 2 of them were piebalds, and they were cows, and then there was an albino cow. Now, I hadn't seen anything else, and I was like, okay, literally 3 rares have ended up here. Which, sometimes you get that on servers, like all the diamonds or all the rares end up in the same place, and then there's just nothing for the rest of the server. You find like 2 or 3 good things in an area, and I was like, a bit weird, but, I mean, piebald moose, I mean, if you saw Flint's videos for a while, he couldn't get away from them.
I had 2 in one hunt around Thule at the same lake, actually.
Well, there you go. So I wasn't, like, full-on convinced. If they were all level 5s or, you know, all rares, then, yeah. And as I was chasing them, I was spotting around, didn't see anything else until I see a hazel grouse. And hazel grouse interest me because they have some cool rares that are very rare, aka hybrids and pales. And I spotted it, and it didn't look like right. It looked different, but it was at a distance. And I spotted it, and it was a level 3. And I was like, okay, we're shooting that. Don't worry about the moose. They're females, and I've got rare female moose by the dozens. We're focusing on that bird. Shot it, walked over to it, and I was like, that is a pale level 3 hazel grouse. If this is legit, that is the craziest super rare I've ever shot. I pick it up, it's a diamond, and I was like getting really excited at that point, and taxed it because I thought, this is really cool. Got the moose and then moved on. Didn't see anything else for a while, and then I went to that, you know, the little marshy area top right of the map.
Yeah.
It's a good spot for geese. Yeah. There was a great one moose and a great one whitetail side by side. And I was like, ah.
Oh.
So then I had to go back to my trophy lodge, delete the hazel grouse. And I was so sad.
And it stays deleted for you?
Yeah, it does.
I'm going to have to check that again and see if it maybe works fine, because then that's one more layer of insulation against the stubble quail situation again.
Yeah, that's why I like, as soon as if I see something, you know, good and you tax it, because occasionally you do. You tax something and then go, dang, this is hacked or whatever.
Yeah.
You go and you delete it. That was the first thing I did before I even carried on hunting. I went straight out of that server, straight to my trophy lodge, delete. I don't want that in my manager at all, for any length of time, gone. But the extra heartbreaking thing was this was before I got a great one move. Do you remember? And it was a quad paddle 2-tone. I remember it. And it was so hard to watch it run away. I was like,
because your moose grind was...
That's what they look like.
quite the strug.
8,000 kills for my first great one moose. 8,000 moose.
Moose are so terrible.
They are, because they take so long to die.
The 375, if that was out, honestly, I don't think it would have been nearly so bad. But yeah, that was the thing. You'd like... An entire run might consist of 8 moose kills because you track them 150 meters each.
Yeah, and I wasn't doing herd management at the time. Like, after I started herd managing moose, well, now I've got 11 great one moose. But that was a no herd management grind, and it took 8,000 kills. I had hardly any diamonds. It was just awful. And I can't remember if the Super Troll was before the Great One. I think it was after the first Great One, between the first and the second.
I also think so.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
That's still not fair that troll by like 0.2 or whatever it was. 0.03 or whatever.
Yeah. Community weapon pack, Jonathan? That's the 375, right?
I think so, yeah.
I think so. Alright, I'm gonna rest here, main menu, and I'm gonna go check on the brisket. And also, in case Shadow barks, I'm gonna mute in here and mute on the stream. So if I come back and I don't remember to unmute, somebody tell me.
Well, enjoy.
I shall try. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, Great One moves are difficult. I appreciate the strokes, Clark. But, to be fair, my first, moose grind, 8,000 kills. But then I did get the rarest kind of Great One moose that you can get, which is a half and half rat. Big non-typical on one side and big typical on the other, on the oak fur. So my longest moose grind resulted in the rarest of the Great One moose that you can get. So, I mean, I guess, swings and roundabouts in that case. Am I going to just keep complaining? I mean, we're just talking about different stories. It's not a complaint, it's just 8,000 kills is a lot for moose. Like 8,000 fallow or 8,000 pheasants, you can do that in a lot quicker time than you can do 8,000 moose. Especially when moose came out. Because like that was like the sort of real kickoff point, I feel like, of herd management. And there, like, me and Flint used to talk about it all the time, like, there was a lot of, is this something that is good for the community? Is this something that's not? Get over it, you have the Great One, some people don't. I mean, yeah, I do. But 6 months, 8,000 kills, when that's all you're working on, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I'm not complaining. It's just, it's a lot of work. If I wasn't like motivated to do it, then I wouldn't do it. It's not that I need to get over it, but when you are like, if you get to a point, and this is also why I've stopped counting kills. Like, I was watching a lot of people that were getting moose in a few hundred kills, and I'm like, okay, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 kills across different maps as well, because I tried different things and, tried a lot of different strategies. And it started to get to me at that point, like, I must be doing something wrong. Others work real jobs. Yeah, I'm disabled. So, work real jobs, yeah. Are they disabled? Some people can't do full-time jobs. Or, like, the jobs that you think of as a job, It's not everybody has the same lifestyle. And I get that when people comment and they're like, you've got too much time on your hands. It's like, yeah, would be nice if I wasn't disabled. And I didn't have the issues that I do. But I do. So I do the best of what I can. I could do nothing. But I'm still trying to do something. And I'm still trying to work at doing stuff. So at least I am trying to do something. And that's trying to help people when I can. And trying to make content that... the things that I would want to see. Things up close and that. So that's what I try and do. Not everybody can do the same jobs. If someone can't do something that someone else can, you find what you can do. I'm disabled. I am classed as disabled and have been for the past 6 or 7 years. There's a reason I had to leave my education where I did. It wasn't by choice. And so that's why I took up gaming, because of certain things that prevented me from doing other things. I did a whole video talking about it. Like, I was, doing super well in biology. I had plans to actually be an osteologist, which is someone who studies bones. And specifically, I wanted to be a zoological osteologist. And unfortunately, because of certain things that happened, I can't do that. And it's unfortunate, and I hate that, in a way, that's how it worked out. But, life happens, and you try and find your own sort of ways to do something. I'm disabled too. I only work 4 hours at my job. Anything more than 4 hours, I'll lose my apartment. Yeah, you try and, find things that you can do. And it's not like I haven't had advice from medical professionals of varying different specialities. I have done all of the things that you're supposed to do, So you do what you can. And it's been worked out that this is the best course for me. So it's all very well when people come in and say, stop complaining, or this, that, and the other. If someone comes in and says, hey, I've had a rough 12 hours at work this week, yeah.
Oh,
you've had a rough 12 hours. Oh, hello. Some people are being a little bit harsh.
What's that?
Some people are being a little bit harsh.
Harsh?
So I'm explaining, that myself is disabled. And I'm not complaining that my moose grind took 8,000 kills. But 8,000 kills is a lot. And effectively, this is my job. Like, I still technically haven't earned any money from YouTube. Any. Because I am struggling to get the money from YouTube that has been earned and is sat in Google, because I can't get some of the paperwork. Because of my disability, like, getting the paperwork is paperwork I don't have, because it's stuff I haven't had to do as someone who is disabled. So it's confusing because it's based in America and there's different laws and stuff. So I've been struggling with that for the past couple of years, and I know I've talked to Flinter about it several times. So when I put in 8,000 kills, like I said, that was over 6 months. Yeah, I took a couple of breaks, but that was hundreds of hours of work. So, like, if I worked a 9 till 5 and I wasn't disabled, and I come in and I go, I've had a rough day at work, that's the equivalent to me as having a rough day at work. Is, yeah, I've killed, I don't know, 500 moose today with no content to put out for it, if that makes sense. No, I haven't been paid for my YouTube content because they require a piece of paperwork that, as somebody who is disabled, I've never had to. It's to do with like taxes and stuff, and because I'm disabled, I don't pay those taxes, and so I can't provide them with the paperwork that they want in order to get any earnings that I would have had. So I work and work at my YouTube, growing it, and that money just sits in an account on Google. It's called Google AdSense. You can go and look it up. That's what YouTube uses. And hopefully one day I'll be able to get the money that's sat there.
They're expanding options for how to pay it out. I think they can do it through PayPal now. That might help you.
That's what I'm hoping, because PayPal is what I use for everything. So maybe it's just because it's literally, I don't pay the tax that they want the money from. Not the money from, they want the paperwork to prove that I pay that tax, but I don't pay it because I'm disabled. It's a specific tax form, and it's like, well, I can't give you the tax form to show you I pay the tax, because I don't pay the tax that you want to see.
You could probably do it. Well, I don't know. I was gonna say you could just have it go through like parents' account, but that might not really.
No, it has to be mine. Yeah, it has to be mine legally.
That's annoying.
It's scary. Like, it scares me. You sign in, and it's like, if you get any of this wrong, you'll be prosecuted. And it's
Isn't
like,
that fun?
Jesus, like, it gives me goosebumps, and I'm like, this scares me. As somebody who struggles with that kind of thing because of my disability, I'm just like, okay, I need like help to deal with this. And I contacted YouTube about it, and all they could say was go to like the government about it. And it's like, but I don't pay the tax. I don't pay the tax because, one, I'm not American, and it's an American tax form. Like, they had no help for it at all.
They must. Because obviously there's plenty of content creators that aren't from America, so they must have something in place, but yeah.
So yeah, like,
I
it's
guess
not
you would.
a complaint.
I get it, though. I see.
And it's fine. Like, I see you, both of you guys that made those comments apologizing. It's all right. I get that people don't always think, you know, it's not like I'm doing this because I want to do this. I love doing this now and making content, but I had plans to do loads of stuff. Like, I did bits of TV work, and I had plans to do all kinds of things. Like, I've shown Flinter all of it. And then the stuff happened that happened in my life, and now we're here. So I appreciate the apologies.
Ooh, nice, Kyla.
But my one piece of advice would just be, if you see someone and they are posting a lot of great ones or trophies or whatever, just consider that maybe they have something going on, and so they're using gaming maybe as a coping mechanism, or that is just what they can do. Because that's what it is for me at the moment.
I saw literally today, Servant Slayer, I think, had, I don't know if it was liver cancer, liver transplant anyway. And for like 2 years, Servant Slayer, he, she, I don't know. I don't want to get that incorrect.
Yeah, Servant Slayer, yeah.
But yeah, I'll just say Servant Slayer said, so I don't get anything incorrect. 2.5 years of like basically just playing the games a lot because of recovery from all that kind of stuff. So that definitely is a real thing. It's oh, hello there. It's you know, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I don't think like, all right, buddy, not with him or anybody in specific, but you see stuff and it's like, all right, you're spending all the hours. Wish I could do that, but there's reasons for it.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to get off some of the medication that I'm on about, well, what's it now, 2-3 years ago? You'll remember this. I was on some not very nice medication that the doctor put me on. And I said, look, I'd like to come off of it because it's a type of medication that it makes you gain weight. And I was like, look, I'd like to stop taking this medication if that's possible, and maybe we try and look at something else. And they said, yeah, sure. Cut it in half. So like it was from 60 milligrams to 30, and then stop after a month. So I did that. And after I stopped, first day I was okay. Second day, I started like feeling really shaky and not right. Day 3, I ended up in hospital because my heart rate was 160 beats per minute. What had happened was the doctor had basically not actually done their job properly and taken me off the medication in the correct way, and I was on the verge of having a heart attack. I was really, really sick, and I still now have heart problems. So
that seems like a high score to me, though.
A high score? Well, it was scary. You remember this?
I do, yeah.
And I sent you a message saying I'm in hospital. Like, as soon as I got to the hospital, they sent me to A&E, and there was just this big piece of paper put into my hand with the word sepsis written in capital letters. And I was like, oh, they think I'm about to die.
So this is bad.
Yeah.
That would have been my thought.
I was scared, like, genuinely. Because I felt like I was dying at that point. I couldn't walk. It was real scary. And that has now left me with these heart problems. So now I have another problem on top of the problems I already had. and that's been caused by the doctor. So it's not like just go to doctors and get things fixed a lot of the time. Like, you can end up with more problems. And now at some point I've got to have a heart monitor and they might have to do things to my heart. And it's like, great, this was a problem I didn't have before. It's scary, like, you don't you just, you know, do what you think, right?
You think you go to the doctor and obviously they know best. Which they, like, let's not sit here and be like, all the doctors are ruining our lives here. But
no, of course not. My brother's a doctor. My brother's a doctor, so I totally get, like, it's not an easy profession and it's just, it can be a struggle. Like, I've heard some of the horror stories from their end. But I really wish I didn't have a dodgy heart now. Like, it's frightening when I had to have an ambulance out, like, what was it, 3 times in that month? You don't like that. And obviously that's now added to the list of, oh yeah, now you've got another thing that adds to your list of disabilities, because you've got to be careful that your heart doesn't explode. Have more medicine.
Here's another one.
I literally ended up on 2 more medications than I started off with.
So you got rid of 1 and added 2? Nice.
Yeah.
Wait, did you actually get rid of 1 at all? Or is that back?
They added that one back.
That was effective.
Yeah. Oh. So, yeah. It's just, you know, it's the thing. Not everybody lives the same life. But
Definitely
I do understand that it's not always the thing that comes to people's minds straight away. But I do really respect the people for apologising as well. Like, no hard feelings. It was just, like, as soon as you left, the conversation got real serious. And I was like, oh no.
Oh no. I was coming back, I was like, alright, got the brisket going. The internal temperature's higher than I wanted, so I actually had to turn down the smoker temp so it is the entire 5 hours and gets all the smoke. And I'm like, what? Because I saw, before I put my headset on, I saw a couple of the chats. I'm like, what's going on here? I left and everybody was being mean.
He's not having me back again. Every time I come on, there's something goes wrong.
Which shiny are you after, Zeppy?
Shiny Pokemons.
Tell Mel that I'm on 54 milligrams of ADHD medication. It's a controlled substance, and it has to be a certain amount of days before I can order again.
Yep. I'm on one that has to be, yeah, it has to be that, and my mum is too. Because my mum takes a cancer medication for one of her... She doesn't have cancer, but they use a cancer medication to treat it, and so that's controlled as well.
I should probably...
And that's scary. It comes with, like, a hospital bin that you have to put the needles in.
Oh, God.
It's got, like, all the big yellow warning signs on it. It's like, geez.
Stay away from that box.
Yeah, oh my God. It freaks me out, because I don't like needles as it is. Apparently, if me or Dad was to get the liquid on our skin, we have to go and get seen. And I'm like, but we're putting that in your body. That's not... That doesn't sound good. Like, yeah. Inject that straight into you.
I'm planning like 7:30, Kyla, so something like that. Maybe a little after.
I might actually, you know, get food if
Real
I can.
Food?
Yeah.
I did end up throwing a little apple juice on there because I kind of messed up. It was supposed to be like, there's supposed to be water there, which is just essentially to keep it moist and steam it.
Moist.
I forgot to do that. So it might be a little dry, but, you know, it should be okay. It didn't look dry.
Ketchup on it.
No. Not going back to that conversation.
A whole puddle just all over it. Just get some... Actually, what you want is some tomato soup and just pour it.
Some red sauce?
Red sauce?
Whitetail fever, nice. I get it.
A very nice green substance.
Some
That's
nice
been recommended to me too.
I bet. I believe it.
Honestly, some days I would try anything.
caffeine.
Today was one of those. So, you want to put some of that in some brownies for me? Or some ice cream? I remember watching Russell Howard. He went to some country with his mum and tried some of that for her pain. And she was so happy.
Yeah, athletes use it quite a lot.
Do they actually?
Mm-hmm. And I think it was finally taken off of like the banned substance list in the NFL, but it's been a thing for, I don't know, 20, probably close to 30 years in the NFL anyway. Like players really trying to avoid failing the drug test, but yeah, a lot of them would use that for managing pain or even managing like the stress and everything of the league.
Yeah, stress is a real thing, and it does really bad things to you if you have it. I can attest to this. If you have anxiety at a really high level, it does nasty things if it's left for too long. Like, really bad things. It's not cool. So I cannot blame them at all.
Yeah, it's like you said, sort of anything to do it, even at the risk of failing your drug test. And I think they lose their pay for like whatever they get suspended for. I'm pretty sure.
Dang, that would be pretty rough.
Yeah.
Do NFL players get paid well? Are they like like our football players? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what like a normal, because smaller teams for soccer / football over there.
Yeah.
So maybe NFL players get paid less. Like the top end right now is about $60 million a year.
Whoa.
That's for the quarterbacks though,
That's
which is like the
insane.
important position.
Oh, the important ones, the favorites.
Yeah, but there was a unbelievably talented wide receiver who played for the Browns, which maybe he was smoking weed because he played for the Browns. But his name was Josh Gordon. Maybe he could have been the best of like the 2010s era. Like he was really good, but he just kept on getting suspended for smoking weed. It's legal now.
Yeah, but if he had a lot of like, it's my favorite way to talk about it is the comedian Robin Williams. Like, he is one of my favorite comedians. He was hilarious. He was amazing. Such a great dude. But he had really, really, really bad struggles behind the scenes. And that tends to be like a reason why people don't always realize, like, if like me or other people are struggling, because you pass it off with banter and making other people laugh, because that brings you joy to know that you're bringing people joy. And he really struggled with that. And there's a lot of quotes by him about saying, like, the people that are struggling the hardest might be the ones with the biggest smile. Because you don't see what's behind closed doors. And that's always something I keep in the back of my head. It's like, yeah, okay, maybe someone posts a piece of content and I don't, you know, it's not my thing or whatever. I'm not going to be negative towards it, because if that's what they enjoy and they're having a good time, you know, as long as they're not being horrible to people, do what you want. Sure. You know, like, if you enjoy doing something and it makes one person smile, then it's worth it. You know.
Yeah.
But I totally stand by that, and I like the fact that if they're easing up on that, if that can help those athletes, because like you said, that they must be under a lot of stress. And like when you talk about the NFL and there's certain football players and stuff that are, you know, being watched intently, and that, you think how much pressure that must be. You've got a big season coming up, and you know that you're going to be being watched by millions of people betting on you, and, you know, oh, who's going to sign you for what teams and all that. It'd be so stressful.
Even behind the scenes, like, they have to make weight for everything. Like, I guess maybe it was Brian Flores when he was coaching the Dolphins. Ryan Fitzpatrick, he was a old vet. Like, he'd been in the league for 15 years or so. I believe he was 0.8 pounds above the thing. So he was actually, you know, if he was supposed to be 235, he was 235.8. The scale literally said 235. And he got fined some amount for like not making weight, which was kind of, I think, a disciplinarian thing, like really to kind of send a message, but still.
Yeah.
There's a lot that goes on.
Yeah. I can appreciate that. Stress is just not the thing. And that's a lot of pressure for for those people as well. It's not all easy.
Yeah, it is easy to sit and say, like, well, he has to deal with it. He makes $60 million a year, but it still weighs on you.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
Nice, Ender.
Going back to foxes now. I've actually had a diamond pheasant today, which is interesting. Did have a level 1, which you don't get a lot of those on the main zone.
What was it? Level 1?
Pheasant.
Thought you had a level 1 male fox.
Oh yeah, another one.
I got my one.
Hate that. There's nothing worse, because what it does to me is if I start a fox run and I see a level 1, I'm like, oh,
great one.
Could there be something big? And then it's like, actually, nah, we're all small this run. You got your hopes up for nothing.
I had that one pheasant run. It was in a video, and like the first bunch of spots I went to, a whole ton of 0 to 1 kg and stuff. I'm like, he's here. This is it.
Yeah.
And there wasn't even a diamond on the map. I don't know what that was about.
Sometimes it feels like that happens, but then I've had it where I have had a load of small ones, and then there is a great one, or like a max weight diamond or something. And so, because it has happened, your brain starts thinking, just like, maybe?
This isn't like that big of a detriment in Call of the Wild, but I do that with real life too. Like, I was shed hunting the other day, and I go through a spot I've found a shed before. Like, there will never be another antler laying right there again in my life. Why am I going here? But I've seen it before.
Yeah. I'm the same way. It's like, maybe? Just got to check there, just again, every time, just in case.
Just in case.
There was a good thing here one time out of 700.
If great one whitetail are about 1 in 1,500 and rares are 1 in 2,000, are rares more rare than great ones, or am I missing something? Where did we get the 1 in 2,000 number? I don't think that's...
Yeah, that's not accurate, I wouldn't think.
I thought it was generally accepted rares are 1 in 500. Does that sound right?
Well, it's different, surely.
It is, you're right.
Per rare, because like piebald is way more common for whitetail and moose and stuff. But I feel like moose and whitetail generally on the same sort of levels with piebald, albino, mela.
Yeah, kinda.
Like, mela's normally, for most things, the rarest. Generally. Just saying that, like I was saying in the video I posted yesterday, I've had more melanistic fox than albinos on these grinds.
Mine's now tied 2 and 2.
2 albinos, 2 melas?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've had like, I don't know, maybe 3, 4 albinos, and I must have had 15 melas, like genuinely. I had so many on EC. Like, they were almost common.
I do think melanistic fox are more common because I maybe killed 3 or 4 melafox before I ever killed an albino in the game generally. That's not a great, that's a small sample size, but you get it.
Maybe they are. It's just weird. Because, like, normally, I feel like they're more rare, but then, like, when you start grinding for things, it skews your perspective as to, like, the normal, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I think it does. You know, you get to thousands of kills, you start to get a pretty legit, idea. You can get lucky or unlucky, but you start to get a really good grasp of like, all right, this one's probably more rare, this one's less rare. Like fallow deer, I never had a mela in 6,000 kills.
I'm trying to think if I had any. I think I had a couple melas. Nothing big for melas, I don't think. Maybe 1 decent one or 2. I really don't. I grinded too many fallow.
Even as rare as they are, though, like there's been a fair few super rare mela fallow shot from people's grinds.
There have. They're cool, but I prefer the old melas for fallow. Like,
yeah, I don't
to me,
like
they
these
were much
new ones.
cooler. No,
they
they're
have
just
a brown look.
Yeah, that's like what I was gonna say. There's like a different undertone to it. like the old ones had like a weird bluish grey colour to them, but there was something about being able to see the spots. That's what I really like about the ones in Way the Hunter. Because in real life, on melanistic fallow, quite often you can see, you know, the markings underneath. I mean, in real life, melanistic fallow aren't rare.
Indeed.
Like, they're just a colour variation.
But it's still technically melanism.
Yeah.
Despite the difference in rarity.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's basically anything that's, like, a black coloration or a darker coloration is melanistic. It's like I was saying with black coyotes.
Yeah.
That's a melanistic coyote, because all that melanistic means is an increased amount of melanin pigment, and melanin is what gives, like, the black coloration. So, black wolf is a melanistic wolf. Like, it's not, like, a specific thing, because there was a video going around, remember I told you, of a really big black wolf walking across a road somewhere in America. Someone was saying that meant it couldn't be a pure wolf because it was black, and that meant that it was crossed with a domestic dog. And I was like, no, melanism is a thing, and melanistic wolves aren't rare. They're kind of like melanistic fallow. You see quite a lot of black wolves. Like, wolves have a lot of colour variation. Like, Call of the Wild grey wolves aren't realistic. That's not how wolves look. They're not all, like, slate grey colour. You'll have, like, white ones, cream colour ones, like obviously a grey one, but then there's going to be brownish, really dark black. It doesn't mean that it's part dog. Yeah, and just like black panthers, it's a melanistic jaguar or leopard. There's no such thing as a panther. I was actually talking to someone about that earlier. Because they saw my
the Carolina
melanistic tiger.
Panthers?
Well, that's a football team, isn't it?
Nice.
But then
melanistic squirrels are common? Yeah, we have like a very common strain of, we just call them black squirrels, but yeah, they are melanistic.
Yeah, you call them black squirrels because they are black. Melanistic is the black coloration. It's just an increased amount of the melanin pigment. That's all it is. We're getting to the melanistic puma discussion again.
I was talking to my cousin the other day, and he was saying for, which actually, now that I think of it, this makes perfect sense, I think. But he was saying for, like, albino deer, or piebald or whatever, in order for it to even happen, both the buck and the doe have to even have, like, the gene for it. It can't be just the doe has it.
It's a recessive gene.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. I remember that's how that works with recessive genes. Both have to have it. I remember from school now.
It's like
when he said that, I was like, wow, that really shows how rare it is. But no, that's how that works.
Yeah, it's like, I like to think of it as like two halves of an apple. One has one half, one has the other half. If they have a baby, then it's the two halves stuck together.
And it's still, even though they both have the gene, both with the recessive gene mate all the time and don't have albino deer, because it still has to show. The dominant gene still typically does.
Yeah. It's really interesting. Like, genetics are fascinating. But...
And I wear genes all the time. I mean, what?
It really does show, though, how rare that has to be for two carriers of the recessive gene to come together and breed to then produce an actual albino or piebald or whatever.
And for that, like you said, those two that are unlikely to begin with to both have it, and for that to then that trait to actually be the one that shows.
Yeah.
Punnett squares,
it's pretty cool. Yeah. I remember someone did a really cool post where they cut up different coloured jelly baby things. So you had like red jelly babies.
Is it like a jelly bean?
They're like they look like little bears.
Oh, okay.
Like tiny little like gummy bears.
Gummy bears, yeah.
That kind of thing. And they cut them into fours so you could like see the different colours and how that works with genes. And I thought that was a really good way to help explain it.
It is.
Because genes are really weird and interesting, and all kinds of weird things can happen with genetics. And you can end up with some bizarre things. Like, just insane things. Like, you know, you see an animal that's got markings like nothing else you've ever seen. I know there's a lot of talk going around recently that I've seen in the birding community. You might not have seen it. Has anybody seen the partially orange snowy owl?
Nope.
Because
all my foxes are in one place again.
That's unhelpful.
Jerks. I was just sitting like, man, I'm gonna have to go to the mainland. There's nothing. Nope. There's like 8 foxes right here.
That do be how they be sometimes. But yeah, there's
murder a couple in fast travel.
There's pictures floating around of a snowy owl, but like half of it is orange, like a rusty orange color. And there's speculation from scientists that it's genetic and it's actually part of the plumage. Obviously, people their
that
initial...
has gotten into some paint or you get my point.
No, because that legitimately happens. Not well. It might be a few years ago now in the UK. Someone spotted a quote-unquote bright orange bird, exotic bird, and it was captured, and it was a seagull that had fallen in curry powder. And it was bright orange, but this owl, it's so odd. It does look like it's fallen in orange paint, and that was the sort of initial reaction is, oh, surely this is just some chemical or something it's got on itself, but it seems to be staying like it.
ZJZ says it looks almost leucistic.
Yeah, it's a very strange thing. But then there was some talk about that maybe it's to do with trying to adapt to a changing environment. And it's like, maybe there was some genetic component to it. And I would really love it if they could get like a feather from this owl and do some tests on it and stuff, you know, run some gene tests and actually have a look and see if it is genetic. Because imagine if snowy owls start turning orange.
Are snowy owls, they're typically white?
Yeah, white with
think of the right
black
thing?
markings.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, Hedwig from Harry Potter?
No, I
The
never.
No?
didn't watch that.
It's very odd. I typed orange snowy oil. I like that. Yeah, it's a very strange looking thing, isn't it, Clark? It does look like it's had its wing in a bag of Cheetos or something. It's very orange.
I was reading this comment as you read it out.
It's just cool. I like stuff. I've always been fascinated by oddities. Things like deer with rhinos. You know, where they have the twisted nose off to one side?
I didn't know that's... When you said deer with rhinos, I'm like, what are you talking? Because I thought of the animal. Yes,
no,
I have seen that.
W-R-Y.
Someone posted one somewhere not long ago at all. You know what? And maybe it was a trail cam thing. I don't know. The first trail camera we ever had, it was a Wild Game Innovations 2006 or something, like one of those big things that ran on like a freaking 9-volt battery or whatever.
Yeah.
And got a picture of a deer that it looked like it was a decent little buck, but it kind of reminds me actually of Gimpy, that buck we have now that has like the broken leg and he has some kind of screwed up antlers, but
yeah,
like many small points kind of thing. It looked like its nose was about as big around as its neck. I don't know if that was something like that.
See,
his neck also seemed thin to me.
To like look at it, find out. Because again, when I was doing the skull cleaning, I only ever came across one animal that actually had a rhinos, and it was a monkey. And it was really strange because when you looked at it, like with the skin and everything on, you almost couldn't tell.
Yeah, I was assuming you kind of wouldn't. Yeah.
But when you looked at the skull, it was very obviously twisted to one side. Oh, and that reminds me of a fascinating, same subject, fascinating story I read recently. It was an old medical post about a guy who he was born with 2 skulls, basically 2 faces.
Whoa! So
he had his normal face on the front, and then on the back of his head, again Harry Potter style, like Voldemort in the first film in Philosopher's Stone, he had a head on the back of his head, and its eyes could move, and it would move its face. Now, people said it didn't talk, but he said it whispered to him.
Yeah, there's a movie about that. I'm pretty
and I was
sure.
like, that's what caused that. That's fascinating. Because, like, you look at... This is why it gets so interesting to me. Because you look at something like Harry Potter, and you see that with Voldemort, and you go, that's so, beyond anything that could be believed, a face on the back of someone's head. And then there's an example of it in real life. And it's like, okay, it's not the same thing, obviously. That's, like, how does that actually have any kind of realism to it?
I just had a really funny thought, and that is, I'm imagining finding the Great One Fox, and then we're talking about, like, some nonsense, like, right at the very start of the clip.
Oh my god. When we found the Diamond Tiger.
Yeah, I don't even know what we were talking about then.
I believe we were talking about Great Ones.
Probably.
Respawns.
Oh! Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, because I remember you had like a...
I was fucking talking.
Well, you had like an opinion or something. You were just starting to like say, like you said, like, I believe or something. And I'm like, duh!
I was like, what do you see?
Stabbed.
Level 9.
Yeah, you didn't believe me.
No, of course I didn't. I thought you were
I was
lying.
a liar. Never
Well, of course, that would be my initial reaction. When we're on the same map.
Fair.
It's so stupid we changed it to the Sorcerer's Stone. Yes, it is. Apparently, they didn't think enough people would know what a philosopher was or something. Smells opinions for the clip. Well, I literally did. I went, right, I'm going to shut up and go and stand over here so that you can get your footage.
Oh yeah, I had him attack me and stuff. Were we doing the thing with no spawning outline? We were,
yes,
right?
we were. Yeah. And you got a perfect shot on it. And because I was surprised how big they looked in comparison to the character, like, from a distance. Because obviously when you're, like, right up close to them, you don't always get that sense of just how big they are compared to the player scale.
Yeah, I always like, if you see one, like, chase some black buck or something, it's like, whoa! That's actually big.
Yeah. It's always interesting when you actually see them in comparison like that. And that thing looked massive as it was coming to stalk you.
Was that early access still?
Yes, it was. Do you know what really annoys me, though, about that stream? And this
was that live?
Yes.
I didn't even realize that. Okay.
It was live. I quite often, like, my iPad, I always have it on, like, with YouTube or whatever playing. And quite often I'll, like, rewatch Euro Classic videos or, whatever, just as I'm grinding, something entertaining to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
And it always defaults to the next video being that stream. And, like, I'm not paying attention, and then I hear my voice, and I'm like, nope.
Did you, have you gone back to watch that tiger clip a lot or something?
No, never. I don't like watching things with my own voice. I hate my voice.
Sometimes, like, my YouTube does that to me, too, where it's like, there's that video that I already watched. Like, why are you putting this up again? Or, it would do it a lot. Not that I don't watch a lot of the Pat McAfee show, but if I'm driving and I'm listening to something completely not football related, it'll play, like, an episode of the Pat McAfee show, and I'm like, nah, I don't want to listen to that right now. And then I hit the little skip button.
Yeah.
And it plays another episode of the Pat McAfee show. Skip, another episode. Like, clearly this isn't what I want, YouTube. What are we doing here?
Yeah, it's... I don't know why. It's always that. And I'm like, I really don't want to watch myself.
Like, you think it would get the memo.
I leave my iPad on for the bird. For Thorin. Like, so that he's got stuff to listen to if I go downstairs to do something or whatever. I like to always leave something for him to be listening to. And quite often it is one of your streams, because I know that there's not anything that's going to, like, spook him or anything. And I come back and it's my own voice.
He's probably really confused.
It's like, you're here and you're there.
Shadow does that with
I don't know why it's that one. Of all the ones we've done, it's only that one.
Yeah.
Sunday morning stream with Mels Gaming. Because I see the title and I'm like, go away, go away.
Not this one.
Away. Basically.
But yeah, Shadow with my nephew, because she just loves him. My mom has one of those digital picture frames, and there's a couple videos of him. And when those play, she goes walking over there like, "Are you in the frame?"
Oh, that's so cute.
She's really funny with him because he thinks she's funny, so he starts laughing, and then she starts going like crazy, wanting to go over there, and all she wants to do is like lick his face and stuff.
Oh.
So she's on a leash, so she doesn't do that. And I'm like holding her back, and then she's choking herself out and coughing, which he finds even funnier. So he starts really like belly laughing, and then she's like clawing, trying to get over to him. There's a really good video of that.
Bless.
Hey, Maddox. Welcome back, by the way, Bottom Boy.
It reminds me, talking of like animals, our animals watching stuff, videos and that. When I put my Great One Pheasant clip on the TV downstairs, because I wanted to show one of my parents what one of the plumage types, I think it was the sapphire, what it looked like. And one of our cats came in the room and sat in front of the TV watching. He was so convinced that he could catch that.
I can get that stupid bird. I don't need a gun. What is Reverend Tully good for? Diamond Mountaineers. I mean,
Wow.
Wow.
Birds. All the birds. You've got several types of waterfowl. So you've got mallard, you've got Eurasian widgeon, you've got Eurasian teal, you've got goldeneye, you've got tufted ducks, there's grey lag geese, there's tundra bean geese, Canada geese, there's some upland birds as well. So there's black grouse, hazel grouse, there's capercaillie, am I missing any? There's
ptarmigan?
willow and rock ptarmigan. It's a really good map for whitetail and moose too.
It is.
What else is it really good for?
Ravioli is good. Brown bear is pretty good for?
Yeah, brown bear, pretty good. Raccoon dog, it's really good in the south. Although I'd probably argue Sal's Weason's better for raccoon dogs now.
Well, just because of the drink time in the daylight.
Yeah.
Because when I was trying to get a diamond raccoon dog, I gave up on drink time. Couldn't see him to save my life. It was too dark, too many reeds and stuff. So I was going around to feed zones. Like, I basically grinded for a diamond raccoon dog with feed zones.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever hunted them in their drink zones, if I'm honest with you. Maybe once, just to, like, see if I had anything sat on the map, but never, like, if I'm in multiplayer, I don't change it to their drink time. I just run around in the areas that they are during the day.
Yeah.
I just don't like where they drink.
This is nice to draw to? What are you drawing? Yeah, there's too many, like, there's all those lakes, and they're huge, and they take 8 years to run around and go and claim the stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Not worth it.
Oh, it's, Lynx. It's a really good Lynx map. Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Is Mel just your app?
The Call the Wild Companion? Mel's my app for birds. Every time I shoot a bird that I'm not sure about, I'm like, Mel, is this good? I knew the hybrid widgeon was good, but I sent that to be like, look, I did a thing. I didn't know
you
that
didn't
was
realize.
Like, your dream animal.
I was like, dude, first the gold mine, now this. And then occasionally I just, your hybrid gold mine, and then the widgeon.
Yeah.
And then occasionally I get, I did this, or, so this happened, and then just a picture of a dead Great One black bear. And I'm like, excuse me?
So I make a point when I find a Great One, if I'm not streaming, I make a point of not saying anything. Because to me, there's a chance I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to be like, oh, I got my Great One, look, and then I screw it up. The only person that I've ever told that I found a Great One before I shot it was JTAC, because of the tar. I was in the middle of typing to him, and then the tar showed up, and just by instinct, I just put like all caps, ah! Hey, Spruce Lodge.
Meanwhile, Tyler pings me like 20 times.
Yeah.
Mel. And I'm like, what fur? What plumage? Where? What map? What is it? depending on what she's grinding at the time. The way she reeled some of the birds. Wow, I know far too much about this game.
I just saw Clark saying 29 minutes later, he knows everything about that bird species. That reminds me of the thing of whatever the heck we were talking about. And then cactus got brought up, and you were going on a completely different topic. And then I said that cactus was a succulent, and you were like, stopped your other conversation to say, no, that's not true.
Well, the one that, the specific, like some are, but like the specific one that was in the image, I didn't think it was a succulent. And I can't be sure because it didn't have a species identification. It was just like the bottom part of it, but it didn't look succulent-like. It just, like, maybe it was. I don't know. I was just like, I don't know what they are.
Jeez.
Hello, Shadow.
Yeah, hello indeed. Nice, Rocky. Hopefully that didn't ruin your drawing. That scared me.
That would be such pain if you were, like, casually, peacefully drawing to a stream, and then he barked, and then you just do that thing like they do in cartoons where the pen goes yeets from one side across.
Like a straight line straight through.
Yeah.
Don't come back in here and lay down like nothing happened.
That would be such pain.
Gutter. Oh, I heard. Almost like a firework. I think that's what she's barking at.
When I did my A-level art and stuff, though, that's what I would put on, was like streams like this to just chill through. I really enjoyed doing art.
It's not quite the same thing, but Photoshop thumbnails. Like, I have to put something on to listen to. It does help. Okay, good. You have dogs? All right. Digital art. Nice.
Digital art.
Good Shadow does definitely screw me up. Like, when I'm doing cutouts and stuff, very often. Not usually barking. She doesn't scare me into it, but she lays on my lap a lot. And right when I'm, like, doing something very detailed, time to move, shove my head right into your arm. That'll help. Oh, thanks, Shadow.
See, my boyfriend noticed it when I was with him for a while. I just jump at everything. Like, I saw a meme the other day, and it was like, some people got that dog in them. I've got that deer in me. Like, jumping at everything. And literally, he had to switch his phone notifications off. Because every time his phone went off, I jumped like there was a gunshot. Like, I'm so jumpy. And it's probably an anxiety thing and, like, a response from some of my PTSD. But, like, every little noise, I'm like, what was that? What was that? What was that?
So Shadow probably makes you jump really bad when she does that?
Oh, yeah. I'm just so used to jumping at this point that I have a physical reaction and not much else. But I had a stream on earlier, and I had just woken up from one of those night terrors. And then I hear really, really loud beeping, like a fire alarm. And I started to panic. And then the guy on the stream was like, yeah, sorry, my fire alarm's going off. And I was like, oh my god.
Fire alarms do... There's certain things, like, you have certain experiences that, like, really shape how, maybe, we'll say scary in this case, stuff is. Lived in my apartment, and a couple of times in the middle of the night, because I think all the fire alarms were, like, interconnected. So if someone else set off the fire alarm burning a pizza at 3 a.m., mine would go off. Like, I remember one of the times Kyla was staying over. It was like 2 a.m. And we had I think an early flight that I had to get her back to. And the alarm went off. And I woke up and like, what? Are we about to die? What's going on? Like, so that, because of just getting woken up from like a deep sleep from that scares me. Car noises, they don't scare me, they stress me out.
Yeah,
one, because of like YouTube stuff.
Yeah.
But I lived back at Dirt Road, at the end of the road. If there was a car pulling in the driveway, probably someone that wasn't supposed to be there is showing up. Now, typically, it's not a big deal, but, you know.
Something really creepy happened to one of our neighbours recently. Like, you talk about your ghost that set off the what was it, the garage light?
Oh, yeah.
The shed light. Yeah?
Yep,
they came home, and all of their furniture had been moved.
That's not creepy at all.
Nothing had been taken, but someone had been in their house, and moved all of their furniture.
Not
They
like
had to-
2 inches to where, like, I swear that
No.
was over there before.
It had all been, like, someone had been in their house and moved it all around, obviously looking for stuff. Oh, it's giving me, like, it was literally just down the road from us. It's giving me tingles. It freaked us all out. Like, they had the police around and everything, and obviously they came and told us. Because we live in a little village. So there's, like, a WhatsApp group and everything so that people can talk if, you know, oh, my dog got out, has anybody seen my dog, or whatever. And, yeah, they actually came round and were like, just make sure that you keep everything locked and that, because somebody's been in our house. And somebody got beaten up and ended up in hospital on the way home from the pub. So somebody's around here doing stuff they're not supposed to. So every time an alarm goes off or anything, it's like, uh-oh, what's this? Everything must be locked.
Furniture movers here.
Yeah, phasmophobia type stuff. It's like the Ghostbusters have been in, they've solved the ghost, and then they left.
That's so weird.
It was so, like, that would unsettle me forever. Like, you'd check the entire house, wouldn't you? Top to bottom, in and out of the attic.
Oh, yeah. Kyla says, speaking of stuff like that, one of your turkey decoys was on the basement floor when I got laundry.
Ghost.
So there's... If I had to guess, that was probably a mouse or something. Now, I know that sounds insane, but...
No, it doesn't.
There's, like, little rafter shelves, and the turkey decoys sit right on the end of them. So
yeah,
a very minimal movement could have caused that.
Makes sense. Like, there's just sometimes there's just noises, and it's just like, what was that? I don't like it. That, like, the time my fan switched itself off while I was sat here, I still don't know what caused that, and it still freaks me out. Like, I was sat here, I think I was probably grinding on Call of the Wild, had the fan on, and it just switched itself off right next to me. And I was like, and I just switched it back on, and it just switched back on. So I don't know if there was, like, a little power, like, interruption or something, but I didn't like that.
How does a mouse move a decoy? Do you know, Kyla, was it the plastic molded one or one of the foam ones? Because if it was a foam one, it would take nothing to move that. If it was the plastic molded one, so I probably had it halfway folded up, and they do sort of unfurl over time. But I also, like, I do remember I did something there not that long ago. Oh, before I went shed hunting Saturday, I was looking for my rain poncho up there. Plastic? Okay, so it was probably me. I probably nudged it. It may have fallen Saturday. I don't know when you were down there last, but I probably hit it, and it finally worked its way off.
Oh, things like that creep me out. If it's something that just doesn't seem right, I don't mess with it. Just like, we'll walk away from this.
I'll generally look for any logical explanation, like the thing with the garage light.
Yeah. Squirrel,
I really
or something
don't.
You said, right?
Yeah, and I really don't think a raccoon or a squirrel or something climbing up there logically even could turn that switch off, but I don't think it was a ghost either.
The creepiest thing that I've borne witness to was that thing on your stream.
Oh, the hello?
I was like, because I was like looking around. Was there like one of my parents at my door wanting something? Like, what possibly could have done that? And then you were freaking out about it as well. And I was like, okay, it's not just me that heard a woman's voice saying hello in a really creepy way.
I haven't done a great job of reasoning that one away. The only thing I can think of is that it was somehow, like, in my downloads from Epidemic Sound. Like, maybe,
yeah.
But I can't find anything that says that. What's up to anything with the super chat? 4 corn, gecko, strawberry, picking a blanket, bottle of water.
Bottle of water?
That had to be the most English British pronunciation ever.
English British.
Well, wait.
A
American.
bottle of water.
Bottle of water.
A bottle of water. See, I can do it in the different styles. English. Multi-talented.
He just fired both barrels. Holy. Going for it.
Yes. I just read the thing about the spider. Yeah, no, I don't like spiders. Yeah, Matt's comment about spiders. I don't like spiders.
I'm gonna have to scroll up.
He said, I think Mel would have been scared when I came face to face with a spider in my shower. It tried to attack me, so I got pissed. I'm like, okay, now you have to die.
Sidelines, thank you for subscribing.
That reminds me of the spider me and my mum had to deal with, because my mum doesn't like spiders, but she's not as scared of them as I am. And I hate that I'm scared of spiders because I think they're fascinating, as I do with all nature and animals and stuff. I missed that fox. I did really good. I got 1 out of 4 foxes there. But so I came downstairs one morning. And I remember I told you and Kyla this because you did not like it. And I saw a really, really, really big spider on the side of the sofa. And I was like, I know Dad's out, Mum, but there is a big spider. And it saw one of our dogs. I'm not even kidding. This is 100% true. It doesn't sound true, but it is. It saw one of our dogs and it ran at it. At the dog. And I said, Mum, I don't know what this spider even is, because it's massive, and it's now running at one of the dogs. And she's like, okay, I'm going to put something over it, and then you and me together will get this spider out. And I was like, sure. So she gets a plastic thing to put over the top.
Like a Tupperware?
Yeah, like a Tupperware, because it was too big to go under a cup.
Good
I still
Lord.
don't know what this spider was, genuinely. Like, generally, I'm pretty good at identifying different species of things. I couldn't identify it, which is what freaked me out.
Do you guys have tiny cups over there? That has to be an enormous spider.
No, it was too big to go in a mug. Too big to go. It was massive, dude.
Oh my God, no.
She put the plastic thing over the top of it, and I am not joking. It started attacking the top of what she put on it, and you could hear it thudding against the top of the plastic object that she put over the top of it. And she looked at me and was like, now what do we do? Because this is not like, I have never audibly heard a spider, like, it was a big spider for it to be trying to go for the plastic thing that you've entrapped it under. Oh, it was not happy.
What did you do?
We both were freaked out. Because she was freaking out then, and she was like, I can't move. You're going to have to slide something up under it, and it's going to have to be more than a sheet of paper. Like, it's going to need to be, like, something, a bit more sturdy, because it was on the sofa as well, so, like, trying to get a piece of paper under there, it was going to just crumple. And it would have been, or tried to. Like, there was no question about it, because it was trying to do it to the plastic. And then we managed to, together, get it out through the door, but it was not happy.
Oh, you didn't even kill it?
No. We try not to kill things. Like,
I would have killed a spider of that size, no questions asked.
Like, we really try not to. Like, I'm a massive arachnophobe. I'm a massive arachnophobe. I try not to kill them. Like, even if they're in the bathroom and I'm in there or whatever, I will usually walk out and say, Dad, there's a spider in there. Can you remove it so that I can then go in there? Like, we're really nature friendly. We try not to harm them. And it's not like I hate them. They just scare me. But yeah, so I saw someone, what do I think about snakes? I love snakes. I love reptiles. I love, they don't freak me out at all. It's just a thing with spiders. And that one was the worst I've ever dealt with. I did not like that one.
Snakes sometimes. That's Kyla said it got in once, it can get back in again. That's my thought. That's why I would kill the spider.
I mean, I suppose. I didn't like the way it ran at the dog. Like, you see a spider normally, it runs away, right?
Yeah.
It ran at the dog. Like it was stalking it.
This is like my ceiling fan snake. When they're in places they're not supposed to be, can't do it.
Did you try asking it politely to leave? Like, I swear to God, if I could talk to them, I would be like, sir, can you just please leave me alone?
I think, frankly, entrapping it in the plastic is the politest way to ask it to leave.
It was so angry, dude. I've never encountered a spider that reacted that badly to it.
Are you sure you weren't in Australia?
It felt like... like I said, Mum doesn't like spiders, but she's normally not scared of them. She was freaked out, like really freaked out. She was like, I've never seen a spider like that. It was so huge. And it was like a grey colour. And because we've got grey sofas, it kind of blended in. And I was like, thank God that wasn't on the sofa that I sat on. Because if I sat down and that thing went on me,
right?
I was running.
So we have what is now basically just a storage shed at my parents', but it used to be a chicken coop. So,
oh yeah,
you know, it's kind of darkish in there, a couple of windows, but you don't want ways for snakes to get in to kill chickens or weasels or whatever.
Yeah.
So therefore, it's pretty dark. Good place for massive wolf spiders.
Oh.
And sometimes we go in there to get stuff, and I'll see a wolf spider like, yeah, I don't need that. Because
yeah.
they're not in a place I can kill them. They're way up like in the corner, like against the 2x4 and the wall. So I can't just like squish them and get my life away. Like I can't get them. So anyway, this one time I was going to get the archery target out of there because that's where we keep it so it doesn't get like rained on and destroyed.
Yeah.
And I carried this thing all the way up across the yard, like a good 75 yards, like a good walk. And I set it down, and there's a wolf spider, which is probably not quite the size that you were describing, but like, I'd say with its, you know, counting the legs, maybe the size like a good size coaster. I guess pretty big.
Dang.
And I was like, this thing was right beside me on the thing I was carrying this entire time. Ugh, if it had like run onto me, I would have lost my mind.
That's literally given me goosebumps.
Would have hated it.
I know it's not trying to hurt me. Like, it's so illogical.
But it does hurt you. Mentally. Jacob, thank you for the super chat, by the way.
Hurt me.
Appreciate
the
that.
amount of times I've low-key had, like, mini panic attack from them. Like, you know, I know what a panic attack feels like. They send me into, like, the start of a panic attack. And I'm like, dude, why did you have to do that to me? Like, I don't want to be frightened of you. Just stay out of my face. Oh my God. Do you remember the one that got in here not that long ago that I told you about? The massive one that started a room destruction process at like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Sounds like the last one was a massive one. Are you saying this one was bigger than the one that wouldn't fit under the cup?
It was about the same size.
Good Lord.
But this one was more upright. I think it was just a really big female house spider. Because the females are like the big ones. But
the big males.
It was massive, dude. And what happened was, I saw Thorin look at something. And I pay attention, because I'm like, if he sees something moving, I should probably look. And I looked, and I saw something on the floor, and then it ran at like Mach 12 behind something. And I was like, I'm not staying in here.
It was that spawn.
So I go and tell Dad at like 4 o'clock in the morning, like, Dad, there's a big spider in my room and I can't stay in there if that's in there. So I'm either going in the spare room and there's going to be noise because I got to clear off the bed, or you got to come and find the spider. And he was like, what time is it? I was like 4 o'clock in the morning. It's like, oh my days. So he comes in here and he starts looking for the spider. We can't find the spider. And then we looked up. That thing, in the space of time that I had gone into their room, which is literally next door, been like, please help, I'm being scared to death. It had run to the top of my wall. And he knocked it, and this will tell you how big it was. It made a thud when it hit the floor.
Good Lord.
That's a hefty spider.
It's a thickin'.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not saying goodbye, and I just left and went in another room.
I'm gonna Clark after this run.
You're gonna Clark?
I'm gonna Clark. Yeah. After this run, I'm gonna go check the brisket, and no being mean to anybody, we're not doing that again. Alright?
I feel so bad,
problems.
dude. We're going to be, like, having a conversation after, and I'm going to be like, so, I'm sorry again. Like, if it isn't someone being like, please don't talk on his streams when you're in them.
I'm going to come back, and everybody's going to be having a very serious conversation again. How long
so
you gonna stream
bad.
for? Another hour anyway. It depends on where the brisket's at, to be honest.
The brisket is the
I need to
time
get
decider.
I need to get a camera, a brisket cam, but it would need to be in the grill, so it would need to be, or in the smoker, so it would need to be heat resistant. So I don't know how to do that.
Get that one that I told you about that guy dropped into an active like volcano stream of lava and it survived. Get that one.
That probably, yep, that would work.
I couldn't believe that when he pulled it out and it actually had like dried lava on it, like where it started to turn to rock and it was still okay. I was like, that's a good camera. I would
think Bree
definitely
just
want
told
that
me
one.
to shut up very nicely.
Yeah, it was a GoPro. And oh, rip. It kind of makes me want a GoPro.
GoPros are really nice. I like them. Vector says, as far as like the other action cams out there, GoPros are sort of pricier, but honestly, I can't even. My brother had one, and I can't think of the brand name, but a lot of the other ones, like they've caught up technology wise and maybe even surpassed. But GoPro's still like the name.
Yeah, I get you. I used to have a little, it was called like a monocle cam thing that you could attach it to your camera, phone, like your phone camera lens, that I would carry around. So if I had something I wanted to film versus photograph, I put that on my tripod because I didn't have the ability to do both. So I put that on a little tripod and hit film, and then I take pictures with like the proper camera. And I have somewhere a clip of a very young row kid walking through what we call a clear fell, which is just like where they'd cut down trees. Oh my days, it was so cute because I was allowed to walk round there. I knew the deer manager for the area. I knew the people that owned the woods, and they were like, "Yes, go ahead, go chase the deer, go look at them." I was like, "Great, I'll see you at some point when I'm done in the woods."
Go harass the deer.
So I would just walk around and see what I could find every morning, and I had some great encounters. But I walked past this clear fell, and right by the edge, this little row kid jumped up. And it only ran a couple of meters and then turned and looked at me because obviously it had never seen a person before. And so I was like, "Oh my gosh!" Quickly, set up the camera and take some pictures of it and that. And it was so cute. They are adorable when they're little, like fully covered in this, like a Disney Bambi looking thing. Great big long legs, big ears, covered in spots. Adorable.
Is like the whatever correct name for them? It's not fawn for roe deer?
No, it's kid.
Why?
Buck going kid for roe. I don't know why, but it was adorable. And then it literally turned around, walked straight back towards me, and led back down where it was.
It was like, oh, this is safe.
Yeah, because I wasn't. The thing is, I learned with a lot of the deer, or like when I'm walking around and that, is once they see me put up a tripod or whatever and just stand, they're normally okay. And yeah, kid like baby goat. But yeah, they just chill. Like the amount I have had some wild encounters with animals doing that. There's a clip on my other YouTube channel that so what happened was I was a really, 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 really frosty cold morning. And I started walking.
You said you were.
Oh, did it come through? I said it. It was a really cold morning.
I was like, I didn't know what in the world you were saying. Anyway, go on.
And yeah, Bambi was originally a roe deer, but it was changed to a whitetail. So that's why there's some like weirdness with that.
What? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Bambi's originally a roe deer.
Huh.
But yeah, really cold morning. I love frosty mornings. If I'm going for a walk, which I haven't been able to do for a while, for various reasons, my favourite kind of morning is a cold, frosty morning. Get up before the sunrise, and then, go and see the sunrise while nature is waking up. You hear the dawn chorus, and it's magic. And on the path heading to the woods, I saw a fox. And I was like, right, okay, let's just stop. I'll put the tripod up And now at this point, I had like the ability to film with a proper camera. So I just put the camera on the tripod and I just hit record. And this fox trotted up the path straight towards me. It could see me there. I was stood it like, by the time I saw it, there was no way it couldn't see me. So I just stood still. And it just hunted along the path all the way up to me within a few meters. I have the video of it. I think I might have even included a clip of it in that About Me video. Because it was doing the same hunting like movements that the foxes now do in Call of the Wild, where they find something and then they tilt their head from side to side, they wiggle, and then they jump. And that's why I love the animation being added so much to Call of the Wild, because every time I see it, I think about that encounter. And it was just so magical because you don't normally get to see them do that. And this was a completely wild fox. Just, it saw me and it looked at me a few times. And it must have just been like, well, it's not moving, whatever this thing is. And I'm just going to carry on doing what I'm doing. And then eventually it just trotted off on its morning.
Most foxes I've ever seen bolt as soon as they catch a move, but I walked really close to a pair of gray foxes one time that just didn't really seem to care. They're just like,
when that happens.
Whatever.
It's so cool. I've been almost run over by deer a couple of times. Like, I remember I called my mum once to tell her I was coming home. It was in the summer. The roe deer were rutting, and I called her just to say, "All right, I'm on my way home. Like, I'm okay. Don't worry." And as I spoke, this roebuck just out onto the path in front of me, literally a meter or two away, looks at me and then jumps back in. And I was like, oh my God, dude, you spooked me and I spooked you.
Those are the best when like you scare each other.
It was so awesome. And like having a rutting roebuck come into a call, they're amazing when they do it, because they get so pumped up that they just will run straight into a call. And if you're like sat on the edge of like an oilseed rape field, which they're like bright yellow flowers in the summer, and you sit there and you call, and they're this foxy red color, like the Call of the Wild does. That's what roe deer look like in the summer, but slightly brighter color. Yeah, roe deer rut in the summer, not fall. Roe are really odd. So we have the roe rut in the summer, and then fallow and red deer, seeker, etc. are in the autumn. So we have like 2 ruts, which is really cool. And yeah, like I've had it several times where I've just been sat there with the butalo call, the caller that you use for roe deer in Call of the Wild.
Butalo?
It's called a butalo.
Huh.
And when you squeak it, you can squeak it in different ways. So it's called like a fweep. So the first one's fweep.
Wait.
Fweep.
Fweep?
Fweep. Yeah. So the first one's just like, it's supposed to be like a fawn calling for its mother, or a kid calling for its mother.
Yeah.
Because the idea is when they rut, the does have their youngsters still with them. So the idea is if a buck hears that call, it thinks, there's a youngster about, there's probably a doe in heat somewhere.
Okay.
So they'll come to that. So
hey, Billy.
You fweep, 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 fweep. And then you can do a slightly more distressed call, which is heep, heep, heep. And that can be like, something's pursuing it, or it's a bit more distressed, so it's getting more amped up. And then you can really squeak it. And that's a doe that's being pursued by a buck that she doesn't want to be pursued by.
I love the thought of them like screaming about it, because whitetail does will just be like, get away from me, like I'm running away. There's no sound.
Yeah, they're just really vocal.
No.
They're really, really vocal. It's like a and you have to, because if you do that too much, they catch on that something isn't right. So calling, and you use the same call for muntjac too. So calling them is quite an art. because especially bucks as they get older, they get wise to what sounds right and what doesn't.
Of course.
Kind of like turkey calling. You know, you guys, you say it's like quite an art to get it right with like the right tone and everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that. And I remember posting in a...
The only thing I'll say with turkeys that might be different, that is to get it sounding perfect, it really is an art. However, on the right day, a fired up gobbler you can call in with a squeaky hinge.
I mean, yeah. You know, right time, right place.
Yeah.
But there was a muntjac buck that, again, I've got the footage of it somewhere. I managed to call him in into a public footpath as a guy walked his dog past. And I remember posting it on a deer stalking group. And, like, you could see this buck. Like, I could have shot him 100 times over. And they were like, that's impressive. For, you know, you're just out there practicing effectively, because you're not actually, you know, shooting or that. You're just there with the camera and practicing the skills that one day you might use if you go on a stalk. To keep one in play, as they call it, for that long, without it spooking, without it catching on to something not being right, was like a big achievement. I remember feeling so proud about it. And the fact that this guy literally, I was sat on the footpath and this guy walked directly behind my back with his dog off the lead. And I was like, if that dog catches on, this is going to be bad. Because there was no one there and then he just showed up. And I was like, But yeah,
Hello,
he just went by and the muntjac was just so focused on the call, thinking I was a doe. It was great.
That's the only time that you get, at least like with whitetail, that you can catch them. Like we were squirrel hunting up north one time, so we're walking around looking for squirrels up in trees, and we had actually just taken a lunch break. We all had this is relevant because it was Subway, which has just, if you eat Subway, you're in your car, it smells like Subway for 3 weeks in there.
Oh, the scent, yeah.
Strong. And then we got up and we're walking along, and this nice mountain buck, like it was probably 100 inches, but for a mountain public land deer that's really nice in PA, 20 yards away, chases a doe right past us, and like I'm a little bit further back, so my dad literally just yells like, "Hey, look!" No reaction. He's so focused on that doe.
Yeah, like that. They're just, when you can get them really like attentive like that, that's really cool.
All right, I'm gonna go check on the brisket
really
again, by the way.
that. Yeah, that's cool.
So I shall return.
I'll tell the people a cool animal story while you're gone.
All right.
So, another cool animal story that was, well, I've kind of got two of random wildlife encounters. So, there was a morning where I was, again, out looking for deer. And as I was walking around, I saw the tail of a grey squirrel. And I thought, oh, maybe a fox has, had a grey squirrel here and it's eaten it. And so I bend down, look in the brush, and was very surprised to find that it was very much an alive, young grey squirrel. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean to disturb you. And I kind of moved away a little bit, and it followed me like back out onto the path and started climbing all over my boots. And I was like, I'm just going to sit down and see what happens. And this little dude just climbed all over me and my camera, just investigating. Like, not in any way frightened, and I wasn't touching it, because that's like always a thing. All wildlife people will tell you, you don't touch them. If they touch you, there's not much you can do about it. But don't touch the wildlife if you can. So I just stayed still, and it just climbed all over me. All over me. For a good 10 minutes. And I was like, what the heck is going on? I live in the UK, Penguin. I am trying to read the chat as well, but I'm also, playing for a while. And I was just so fascinated by why it wasn't injured. It just seemed really curious. I'm guessing it wasn't far like it wasn't long out of being in the net, and it had never again seen a person and was just curious as to what I was, and eventually it just wandered off. And yeah, they're invasive here in the UK, like Squirrel says, but I'm not gonna, hurt it or anything. So I was just fascinated by its fascination, like the way it was sniffing and like, okay, what's this, and looking at itself in the camera lens and everything. And it was too close for my camera lens because I had an extra big camera lens on. So I had to film it on my phone so that I had evidence of what happened. And going back to roe deer, again, it's the same patch of woods. This was back several years ago. This is, the old place where we used to live. One morning, walking around the edge of the woods, and there was, some nice open fields, and occasionally I would catch the roe out in there feeding. And this was during the summer, during the rut, and I was sneaking around looking for roe, and then I hear crash, 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 and I freeze just as still as possible and watch in absolute awe as a pair of roe come crashing out of the woods doing a mating chase, which is something that is really, really rare to actually witness, because, that's something that they only do when they, perceive that there's no predators or anything about. So I led down in the field, in the grass, because I didn't want them to notice me, and just watched as they ran around the fields. With the buck was like really in hot pursuit of her. And they just ran around and around and around in a loop. I got some half decent pictures. You could see what was going on. They weren't great because I didn't want to move and get too close to them and disturb them or anything. But I just watched it happen, and then they bounced back off into the woods. I was just absolutely thrilled. Because, like I said, it's something you don't often see, is like that real hot pursuit of a buck and a doe. And the amount of people that were like, do you realise you just witnessed like potentially one of the coolest things you're ever going to see? So that was a really, really cool moment. And they're so beautiful. Bright green summer grass and then foxy red roe pair is amazing. Cartridges for roe, 243, 308. That's what I've seen people use on roe.
RPG. I'm not muted. I'm just chilling.
I don't know how much you heard of the.
I caught most of it. I was sitting here at the end of the story, not talking over it.
It's so cool watching rutting activity. It's just awesome. Yeah.
Oh, this is my favorite thing to watch. Like that different time of year where it's the only like I guess other than the summer and stuff, but once they've shed their velvet and all that, it's the only time you'll really ever catch like consistent daylight movement, and it's so much more movement, I guess.
Yeah, it's cool. I do miss where we used to live, because the cool thing about that place as well, with the woods being literally, I don't know, a few hundred meters down the road, like we have fallow and roe and everything here, and the woods it's close, but it's a little bit further. But standing at the door on an autumn evening and hearing fallow bucks grunting in the woods, so cool, these.
What predators do like adult fallow deer have there? Is there any?
None. Okay. Other than
because I've always been like I the first time I was exposed to that in any way was TK's fallow he shot in, is that Latvia?
Yeah, I think so.
And I was really just stunned, because I'm like, a creature that has predation that is so like vocal, because like deer fight, or whitetail deer I should say, fight, and there's the rattling sound and they'll grunt and stuff a little bit, but it's nothing like that. So I figured there had to be very little predation, otherwise the ones that do that would get dead. Yeah,
your whitetail and muleys and everything, so quiet compared to our, fallow and reds. And seeker. there's nothing like it, dude. Like, I feel like I'm talking too much. I'm so conscious of it because of everything. So just tell me if you want me to shut up.
What did you say? Because of what?
Because of promise.
Oh.
I'm conscious of it. But like, I remember the one morning there, woke up, opened the door, and I could hear grunt, 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 grunt. And I was like, I'm following that. I'm going to follow that to where that duck is. That's exactly what I did. I
So
followed
the first thing you did
sound.
was put some fallow deer urine on.
I didn't have to.
I think that would get you dead is what I was kind of getting at.
Well, I have called one, and I have had one run at me with literally drooling from anger and stare me down. And I was like, this is epic.
I believe it, though.
It was awesome. I just did it vocally. I didn't need a call. I just grunted at it until he came in. But yeah, I followed the noise straight to the source, and it was a buck holding a group of does in the woods. And managed to get some glimpses at him through the trees. Like, I wasn't trying to get too close because it wasn't, unfortunately, it wasn't a really good spot. It was in the lot of thicket.
He was over there mansplaining to them all.
Yeah, it's like, why could you not be in the open spot? But my gosh, hearing a wild fallow buck grunt, like, hearing them in parks and stuff is cool. But tracking one in the wild based off of its call, that was so cool. Like, that topped any experience I'd had in parks. Like, because I've seen them fight. I've seen 3 fallow bucks fight at the same time in a park. And, you know, you hear the clash and everything, and it's so epic.
They do seem insanely aggressive, like, as a deer species.
They are. Fallow are nuts. Absolutely nuts during the rut. But there was just something so special about finding, like, going out, hearing the call and going, right, I'm going to go and find you, and going right to the source. I was so proud of that morning.
Like a turkey. You got hearing that's pinpoint down to a certain spot.
Yeah. And then reds. If you're close enough to hear a red stag roar and it rumbles in your chest. Oh, it's just the best thing, dude. They're just so cool. Like, yeah, seeing a red stag roaring, top tier experience. It really is. And then Seeker are just, they are like elk. The only time I've seen Seeker was in
Seeker
was at Woburn Abbey. And actually it was the first time I'd ever seen a few deer species. I saw Pear David's deer there for the first time, which I think they're amazing. I saw Chinese water deer, which were actually wild. And they're really cool. Things. Yeah, they look like musk deer. They're the same sort of thing. Big canine teeth, no antlers.
And Pear David's deer think they're growing trees out of their heads because there's no uniformity at all.
They really, really... No, Seeker... it's S-I-K-A. But there was quite a few groups of Seeker in this park, as well as reds and fallow. And they were rutting, but Woburn it's a park. Like, they're used to seeing people. And there were some that were quite close to some of the footpaths. And I'd never heard one in person. And then one just starts bugling. Like, because it is a bugle. And it was so elk-like. And I was like, wow. I remember Dad being like, is that what they're supposed to sound like? I was like, yeah, that's a secret.
No, he's special. Don't listen to him.
It's just, the noise is so cool. I didn't know how else to... I was just sat there, like, in awe, watching them.
There's a couple places close to here you can hunt them. That's definitely... Lag did it. I think he shot one. A little spike one, but I'd like to go get one. I would
do it. I really want to go to Ireland for a big seeker. I'd like a big gold medal seeker.
I guess the mosquitoes for the archery season, like, in this area, is, like, terrible for them.
Yeah.
And I forget, I think maybe he had a hard time finding them in muzzleloader or whatever, because I think he went into gun season. I think I'd take the hard time finding them. Mosquitoes while hunting is not enjoyable.
I think bites I've ever had on me is over 100 from our like equivalent of mosquitoes.
You guys don't have mosquitoes?
Well, not like your mosquitoes. They're like we call them like midges. They're like little fly type things, and they bite, and they are not pleasant, and they itch. And it was my own stupid fault. I found a group of roe in that clear fell where the kid was in a different encounter, and I was like, I'm lying down to sit and watch them and see what they do. And I was there for a couple of hours. I went home, took off all the stalking gear, like all the camo and stuff I'd had on, and there was just so many bites.
We went fishing one time. We were like fishing at night. My cousin took us, and I typically I'll wear like just pants, jeans, whatever, fishing. And my brother and my cousin are maniacs, so they would wear shorts, and we had lights.
Oh no!
So it was attracting all the bugs. They were covered. It looked horrific. Like you're talking about hundreds. I think my brother had 80 some just on his legs.
Yikes!
Not a fan. I will sweat. I don't care. I don't want a million bugs eating me alive.
Yeah, I think
gnats. I don't think that's.
Yeah, gnats and yeah, we have.
Oh, okay. I was imagining bigger than that.
And yes, we do have truly wild Seeker. In fact, we have such a problem with Seeker because Seeker are invasive. We have 2 native deer species and 4 non-native deer species. So our natives are red and roe, which is easy to remember because it's the red and roe, and then fallow, Seeker, muntjac, and Chinese water deer are all non-native.
Where are fallow from?
They believe the Romans brought fallow over from, I can't remember where.
Rome.
But they believe that Romans and stuff brought them over for the purpose of hunting. And generally they're what we consider a naturalized invasive. So a naturalized invasive is basically an invasive species that's been here so long. Oh, legendary fox.
Nice. I haven't seen one in forever.
It's what it sounds like. They've been here so long that effectively they're just part of our fauna at this point, right? So they are really like turkeys. It's I can't remember, but I know there was some debate whether it was the Normans or the Romans, but they were brought over. And then Seeker, Japanese, Reed's muntjac, obviously, and Chinese water deer. So they're all not native, but in Scotland, there's a problem because obviously, like I said, red and roe are native. Seeker are not. However, Seeker and red deer can hybridize because they are both service species.
I've heard of this.
The Seeker we have a service nippon, and red deer are also of the service as well. So they are close enough, like related, that they can interbreed. And what's happening is there's so many Seeker starting to breed with our native Scottish reds, which, even though Scottish Highland red deer are not the biggest red deer in the world, they bring in a lot of hunting popularity because they are so iconic. You think Monarch of the Glen, that's a Scottish red deer. They might not be as big as some, you see in New Zealand or whatever, but they are iconic. And so people will come from all places in the world to hunt Scottish reds. But there are so many Seeker interbreeding with them that we are losing the pure bloodlines of Scottish reds. They're becoming diluted. So there is massive urge in controlling the population of Seeker in Scotland. Hey, my diamond.
Nice.
In order to try and protect the Scottish bloodlines of red deer.
I think
it's genuinely a problem.
Wouldn't necessarily care about like specifically getting like the iconic one. I might prefer the hybrid, but obviously that's the problem as far as taking care of it. But like I would want to kill a hybrid, I think.
My dream is to have this will probably never happen because it would take money and all kinds of things. But I would love in my head to have a Scottish red stag, like a pure bloodline Scottish red stag, then a pure seeker, then a hybrid, and a New Zealand red deer, and have them in a line next to each other on the wall.
So
you could see like the different. Can't say the word. Differentiation. Yes.
I was assuming you weren't struggling on different, so that was where I went to.
But see the difference between them all.
Sika hybrid red deer, bigger antlers or smaller antlers than like purebred Scottish red deer?
Oh, they'll be smaller.
Antlers and body?
Yeah. Okay. They're small. And it can also depend, I believe, on how they look, depending which is mum and which is dad. Kind of like lions and tigers when they cross, and you have tigons and ligers, because they look different. I only
very recently learned about that.
Yeah, so I believe depending on mum versus dad, there might be difference. But I've seen one, and I was like in a video, and I was like, yeah, that does look like it was amongst a group of seeker, and it was like, yeah, it looked like a red deer but small, and with some seeker characteristics. It was really strange. But I really want one, even if it wasn't like a big one, if it was just a cull one, and have it mounted just as an example of them being a hybrid that exists. Because I find it fascinating. Again, genetics, I guess.
Yeah, I just think hybrids are really cool. Like, bench legs is just a thing that I'm unnecessarily obsessed with.
No, it's cool, isn't it?
It is.
That it happens. I'm glad you get it.
Before it goes away, Logan, thank you for the 17 months, by the way. Appreciate that.
And it also makes you wonder, like, if they cross and that so much, eventually, maybe a few hundred years down the line, they're their own species at that point. And then you have a whole new species of deer.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so interesting. I find it so interesting. Yes, I did hear about the lynx in Scotland. There's a tanuki on the loose.
What?
Tanuki, a raccoon dog.
Oh.
The other name for a raccoon dog is a tanuki, and I prefer tanuki.
I was like, what in the world is that?
Yeah, somebody let one out.
I thought of a, what's the potentially not real thing that, like, sucks all the blood out of, not vampires, obviously.
Chupacabra?
Yeah. That was my first thought when you said that.
No, there's a raccoon dog on the loose somewhere, and people have been advised not to approach it.
No touch.
Basically. There's been some weird things recently with animals escaping. And a lot of quote-unquote big cat sightings, and I actually... Since I found out about some people locally having big cats in their back gardens...
What is big cat?
Lions, tigers.
Nice.
Yeah.
Tiger King moved, huh?
Apparently it's a lot more common than you actually realise. People with a lot of money are getting them from illegal sources and keeping them on the quiet, and people don't realise. But the problem is they're then dumping them. And so what people say, hey, I saw a leopard or something. It was definitely a leopard. Oh yeah, you saw a leopard, rubbish, sure. Whatever. I totally believe it. If someone comes, and it's especially some of the people that have said they've seen them, like I know a few people over the years that they know their wildlife, and they have told me that they've seen them. And it's like, I've seen this guy's work with animals. He would know if he saw that versus a cat. Like, there's just... I cannot imagine someone dumping a... Yeah, but it's happened. The thing is, people have done it. And then yeah, there was 4 lynx released in January, but 4 were captured and unfortunately 2 died. People released a load of lynx in Scotland. Like,
it just seems like there's better ways, you know? Like, maybe you've done the illegal thing of getting them, but just, like, maybe don't set them free in the wild?
And the thing is, you know, people go missing and stuff. And it's like, what if someone did let a leopard go or something? And yeah, okay, maybe one other group of them survives or whatever that have been dumped. And it eats a few people and it's never found. There's plenty of places where people don't go, you know, deep places in the Forest of Dean and whatever. It's like, there could be all kinds of stuff lurking out there. Yeah, it's with no breeding population, they've got nothing to do, and they'll catch diseases and stuff that they're not adapted to because it's not their natural territory.
It's a messed up final thought. Like, what is a leopard doing here?
Yeah. Well, I've seen pictures and stuff of people finding cows hanging from trees in the UK and stuff. What else is doing that? Are you telling me a human's dragging a cow up a tree? For a
Could a leopard even?
Carcass.
Yeah, maybe not a whole cow.
But a carcass of one.
Yeah, that makes more sense. When you said, I imagine like an entire 1,000-pound cow. I'm like, I don't think that's happening.
No, but if they're scavenging because, you know, they've been a pet, effectively, which is what these would have been. You know, they don't have all the they have the instincts to hunt, yes, but cubs and that are taught by their parents. I know that makes it sound Disney-fied, but they are brought young impala or young, like they will bring them small, rather delicate things and be like, kill it. You see it all the time, like when people are filming it, and people are like, oh, the poor impala youngsters being, you know, clawed to death by these leopard cubs that don't really know what they're doing. Yeah, because it's a key skill for them to learn. And you can watch, you know, the females, they'll bring back something and it's barely alive, but it's alive enough for them to practice.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And so if they've not been conditioned that way and they're just, you throw food at them, then they're going to start going towards livestock, which are easier to catch. And if there's a dead cow, and I'm not being funny, I've lived in the countryside for most of my life. There's a lot of farmers that will leave dead stock around. I've seen so many dead things in fields that have just been left. Sheep, cows. It's like, you know, you're not supposed to leave that in there, do you? Like, it breaks a lot of regulations because disease. But that's still there. I've seen it for the past 3 months.
A lot of times those people don't have like the means necessarily to properly do it. So if they don't have like a big piece of equipment to dig a hole and bury them, like...
I know we've multiple times had to report farmers for literal just neglect of livestock. Because, you know, leaving them out in the winter with no water. Stuff like that. Just terrible conditions. And it's like, if a leopard is out there that's it doesn't know what it's really doing, it's going to go for those things. And then those are the things that people find in weird scenarios, like in a tree.
This might not quite be the same thing, but like those types of farmers to me are the same as the hunters that like poach and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Like they're not air quotes not real farm. Yeah. Okay, we're on the same page here.
Oh, 100%. I'm a big fan of, you know, proper good farmers. Like, we've known plenty over the years. Like, me and my dad, when I was a lot younger, used to walk our dogs at one specific place. And the guy that we knew was the farmer that owned the land. It was like a public footpath that went through his land. But he had some cattle in fields around it. And Dad, you know, being around there and walking the dogs and that, we met him a few times. And he said, oh, if you know, do me a favour and just check in and let me know my cows are okay, then we'll give you some burgers and stuff. Like, you know, it helps. Oh, those were beautiful burgers. Aberdeen Angus. And I love that place because there was a barn owl that got really used to us, and it used to fly level with the car when we showed up in the morning.
Oh, really?
It would literally come and fly level with the windows. I loved that. It was so cool because barn owls are beautiful. But yeah, there's good farmers. There's like everything in life.
True.
There's good people and there's bad people. Like, it doesn't matter what you do. There's going to be people that look after their dogs and cats and everything to the best of their ability, and then there's animal abusers. There's one scale of the, one end of the scale and the other end of the scale. So you've got to just, every individual situation, base it upon that. And so we're more than happy to support farmers who treat their animals well, but if we see, something going on that isn't right, we will also, try and help those animals out. Like, even just say, anonymous tip and be like, hey, go and have a look at this place.
Did I miss 2 foxes? I guess I did. Sheesh. Bad.
But yeah, I totally believe that there are animals that don't belong in certain places all over the world. I'm not just saying the UK, America, Australia, wherever, that are being dumped. And people, Dave from down the road went for a walk and he saw one. And he's not got a camera on him because he was out for his daily walk, for his exercise. And he told his mate, I just saw a tiger. Yeah, all right, Dave, you've had too many to drink. That's exactly what happens, though.
It's like the, wasn't there a dog in Red Dead that was, like, dressed up to be a lion?
Yeah, they say, oh, there's the zebra, which is a donkey that's painted, and then there's there was the tiger, which was a mountain lion in that game that they had painted like a tiger, and then they tell you that there's a lion, and so Arthur, or John, depending on who you play as at the time, says, it's a dog, it'll be a dog, open the doors, it'll be a dog, and out walks a freaking lion.
Okay, and that's how that went. Yeah.
And it's that sort of thing, basically. And that's how little invasive, populations. Like, we have oddities in the UK. They don't
Patty melons? I learned that I think a wallaby and a patty melon's the same thing.
A patty melon. I've never heard them called that.
I might be thinking the wrong thing. Hang on. It's from Alone, Australia. This is why I think I learned this.
But then you tell people there's wallabies in the UK, and they're like, huh?
I wish it would say, like, tiny kangaroos, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's like a whole ass population of them in part of the UK.
I remember there being wallabies in Deer Hunter 2005 that were way bigger than wallabies actually are.
And apparently, the Chinese water deer here are doing better than they are in their native habitat. So, like, imagine the first person that saw a Chinese water deer over here in the UK, out in the wild. Although apparently they escaped from Woburn, if I remember correctly.
It makes me think kind of the Everglades, because it's just full of, like, pythons and stuff, like people's pets. And now it's like, oh yeah, there's a bunch of pythons there, but the first person to see that must have been like, huh? What was that?
Chameleons and all sorts. There's a guy I watched his
comedians.
Yes, comedian. My favourite animal.
Jimmy Carr's out there in the country of UK. I don't know. I can't think of a place in the UK.
Literally just before this, I was watching some Jimmy Carr clips. It was him getting heckles, and it was the best heckles, like the ones that he had like quick clapbacks to, and it was quite funny. But yeah, it's like apparently during the war, some of the fences and stuff at Woburn got like destroyed, and that's how some of the exotic deer species, like Chinese water deer, got out, because they were originally part of a private collection. Like. But I just couldn't believe it because it was Mum and Dad who told me. They said, like, we just watched this documentary. We want to talk to you about it. Apparently there's people, a lot of them, not like even that far from here with big cats. And it's just like, dang. I mean, I met a guy and went in his enclosure with his 2 Andean condors, one of the only breeding pairs in the UK. He's a
big old
scientist.
birds.
Oh, one of the biggest flying birds in the world. They were so cool, dude. I love telling people about this. For people that don't know this story, this is one of my favorite stories. So I have done, again, a lot of skull cleaning, preparation of specimens and stuff over the years. I ended up meeting a guy who does a lot of conservation work in a place called Mauritius, you know, where the dodos came from, and they're on about reintroducing them to Mauritius.
That's a country or whatever, right?
It's like an island.
Yeah. That's sort of what I meant. I don't know if country was the right way to say that, but yeah. Anyway.
And he's a really cool dude. Like, he is so cool. He has single-handedly brought back a number of species from extinction. And turns out he's also really into biology and collecting specimens and stuff when he's on the island and doing work with these really rare and cool species. And we got to talking, and it turned out that where he lived at the time was not far from where we lived when he's not in Mauritius. And he was like, why don't you come over and, you know, I'll show you around my collection. Oh my God, I was in heaven. This guy had some of the rarest books I have ever seen. Like, they were like gold leaf, like just, oh, I'm a book nerd as well. They were proper like scientific plate, and they had like paper in between every single page. And there were all of these taxidermy specimens. There was a dodo egg in a glass dome. There was all these antique pieces everywhere. There was like a bear, like a full-size bear. There were skulls everywhere. This guy was amazing.
How does one even get a dodo egg?
Because he works on Mauritius, with all those different species, and he got a dodo egg. Like, they found one. And like, we were just sat. My dad was obviously with me, but me and this guy, he was like, I don't know, a lot older than me, but we were just back and forth on stories about different specimens and stuff. And my dad had the dog, or one of our dogs, in the car with us, that he brought with us because that dog always liked to be in the car. That was just his thing. And he said to this guy, he said, do you mind if I just take the dog for a walk around outside? Like, and he said, yeah, no problem. And he said, I'm going to go and grab something to show you. I said, okay. So I was sat there on the sofa just looking around at all of these things. Like, I'm envisioning it right now as I'm talking about it because it was so cool. And my dad comes back, and his face, he goes, Mel, he's got something in a cage out there, and it's rattling. I think it's vultures. And I was like, whatever. Like, he thought he was just winding me up. He's like, no, I'm being. He's like, no, Mel, I'm being serious. Whatever it is out there is like, it's making some noise. And I was like, yeah. So Dad sits down. The guy comes back, shows me the specimens he wanted to show me, and then he goes, you want to see my condors? I was like, what? He's like, yeah, you want to come and see my condors? And like, he was really excited about it. Like, you could tell he'd been sitting on this little Easter egg of like, I'm going to show her these condors and she's going to lose her mind. And I was like, yeah, I want to see the condors. So he takes us through like a utility room, like where, you know, like it had a freezer and stuff in it. And he pulls out a couple of lamb's legs, like whole lamb's legs with the fleece and everything still on them. And he goes, we're going to feed them. I was like, yeah. I'm like losing my mind at this point because I know how cool condors are, but I've never seen one. And he walks me into this aviary. And when I say aviary, this thing was 2 industrial size farm barns that he had taken the frames of and turned into a gigantic aviary. Like, it was massive. The thing was like a palace. It was like the size of the house, but round the back, so you couldn't see it.
Is it just for these 2 condors?
Just for these 2 condors. And we walk in there, and they come over, like, just looking, see, like, oh, he's got food. And he chucks the lamb's legs down, boom, straight on them, and they just shred them. And you can hear their beaks clicking like scissors as they just tear these things apart, like within seconds. And I was just like, whoa. Actually, wow. And I just couldn't believe how big these birds are. Like, they are huge. They're up there with the albatross as one of the. I think they're technically like the heaviest and biggest flying. They're not quite the length of the wingspan, but they are like dinosaurs. They are huge. Andean condors, a pair of them. And he goes to me, yeah, they're one of like 2 breeding pairs in the UK.
And he just has them.
And I was like, whoa, dude. And what was really funny is we were talking and he said, oh, they had a chick. And the chick is at this place. It was the only place that I had actually spent some time at. And I knew the people that had the chick. And I had actually played with the chick, Mockus. Remember I told you about Mockus?
I do remember that.
The Andean condor chick? Yeah, that was their chick. And I was like, yeah, I know that bird because I know the guy that's been training her. I couldn't believe that was their offspring from that pair. And the female was really friendly. Like, she was very used to human contact. The male was a bit more standoffish, but it was awesome. And then he also had some owls and some rescue parrots too. It was great.
The amount of like permits or whatever he must have.
Oh my god, ridiculous. Dude! It must be like
mountains of just paperwork.
Yeah, like reams of it for the amount of stuff he had. Like scientifically incredible pieces. But then to own those 2 birds and the owl and the macaws, and they were all in the best like enclosures I've ever seen in my life.
Do you think it was all his money, or do you think there were grants and stuff?
I think because of the work he did, he probably got some serious wonga. Like, I don't think you save like 3 or 4 species from extinction and don't get a significant amount of money towards certain things, you know?
Fair enough.
Actually amazing.
I feel like seeing a condor would scare me.
I just got back in. She'd just been yapping. Yeah, and I shot 3 more 200 whitetail. And yeah,
and 12 more great ones.
Yeah, 12 more great ones. I just found a fox I forgot to pick up. Because I'm talking, like, I'm not fully concentrated on what I'm doing. But they are genuinely huge, dude. The Andean condors are massive. They are actually insanely cool.
I've seen a video of like one landing next to someone, and it's like a bird that's the size of a human.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bigger.
I was just like, pet the bird.
Dutch.
They've got fuzzy heads, believe it or not. I know it doesn't look like it, but their heads are fuzzy.
Even claim the 200s.
No, I just shot them.
Yeah, just let them lay. That one's not an albino. Forget it.
Like the guy that shot the 200 piebald recently.
Oh my god, I forgot about him already.
What on that? Like, yeah, 203 piebald. I remember we used to joke about that all the time. Like before you got your 200, like that you'd get it and it'd be piebald
albino
or albino.
Was always my dream.
Yeah, and then this guy who's like only played for, it wasn't that long, was it?
not long enough that he even realized that it was piebald, I believe.
Didn't tax it. Didn't have a lodge.
201.
Yeah. Amazing.
Was it 201.6 or less? Because if it was 201.5, at least my 200's bigger.
Coke.
It's not piebald, but you know.
Sucking on that copium.
By the way, just to be clear from what Mel said, somebody, I don't even know, somebody found it on the leaderboard, I think, and then fortunately, Dip found it initially.
Yeah, like, if it wasn't for me, no one would have known it was found.
Okay, and it was still within 24 hours, so he was able to go tax it. Somebody bought him a trophy lodge. Like, it was a cool thing.
That was a true, like...
Did Dip buy the lodge? I thought Soul did.
I thought Soul bought the lodge. But either way, like, that was one of the moments of, like, classic, like, community spirit, which I feel like that often comes through more in Classic than sometimes it does in Call of the Wild.
Despite the fact that Dip is actively in chat, just basically saying how mad he was about it.
He's angry, but you also know that secretly he's really happy for the dude, because Dip's a good guy.
He was living vicariously through the lad at that moment.
Yeah. Bless. But, like, I've said that before. Classic quite often has that camaraderie, that's the word I'm looking for. When
maybe it's because
aren't being mean, as we discussed earlier, and kicking people.
Kicking people? Was I here for that?
Yeah. Like, kicking people, like Dilly and that. With big animals and stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
there is
if that was on a multiplayer, and, like, everybody helps the dude get it, or whatever.
Yeah, because I think with it being maybe a smaller, more tight-knit community, that kind of thing just happens.
Yeah, I think maybe back in the day that might have been more common with Classic as well, whereas now it's more niche, and so it's like more of the die-hard people that are... I don't know, I find like when a community gets down to like its true core fans, that they're more like supportive of each other normally.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That's what I've noticed. Like, really niche things people come together over, then it's like, you like this thing, I like this thing, let's like this thing together. And help each other and stuff.
We're friends now, you just don't know it yet.
That was me when we met. Well, when Tyler introduced us.
I guess I got to know Tyler because Kyla and him would play Second Extinction together, and then I played with that. So,
what happened was, because I remember it vividly, because I was mortified that he did this. Me and Tyler were in a voice call, as we always were back in those days. And I was, you know, saying, oh, I really like your content and stuff, and I like... Because you were, like, the first person that I watched Call of the Wild content from, there is, like, and always has been, a good degree of, I sort of look up to you as... like the high standards for Call of the Wild. And I've told you this before, I'm not being a, but you have that, yeah, he's the guy I think of when I think of Call of the Wild. Do you know what I mean?
Sure, yeah, I got you.
Trying to not make it sound cringe and awkward. And I said this is why I was mortified, because this is the exact problem I was having on that day. I said that to Tyler. I was like, yeah, he's cool. And Tyler goes, oh, you know, I spend quite a bit of time with him. I was like, oh, do you? That's really cool. And I said, yeah, I'm a big fan of his work. And he goes, I'm going to say in his Discord and at him and say Mel is like a really, really big fan of yours. I was like, don't do that. That's cringe.
That sounds like a thing he would do.
I was like, please don't do that. Because he knows how to embarrass me. So he does that. And I remember being like, hi. Hey. I feel really awkward now. I like your video. Because like that was before I ever really talked much in any communities. Because you know me, quite happy to hide in the background. And then you said, I'm a big fan of yours because you've got 3 Great One Whitetail or whatever. you specifically referenced the great ones that I had.
I remember that, yeah, because you had the first. Did you have the first huddle?
I was like in the top 5.
Maybe
I think
Grim might have
Vivid
the first,
had
but yeah,
Vivid and Grim. Yeah, I was up there, and I was like, oh, that was nice. Like,
he knows my name.
he knows my name. And I remember saying to Tyler, "You bugger." Like, that was awful. Of all the ways, like, I'm not the kind of person that wants to, like, make anybody who is well known feel cringe. Because I just feel like, what would I feel like in that situation? Generally, I'm just like, oh, thank you. But also, if it's too much, it can get, like, really awkward and stuff. So,
yeah, sure, can.
Whenever I'm, like, meeting someone who I know, like meeting that dude that I was just talking about, or whatever, I'm just like, what's up? And I just try and like have a normal conversation. I'm not trying to be.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to do the thing. So, the best example I have of this.
Autograph.
Yeah, it was Dustin Huff that shot that Huff buck. Because I'm sure everybody wants a picture of with them with the buck and wants to ask like for the whole story and stuff. So I try to just be like, did you do any good hunting this year? And we talked about like little hunting strategies and stuff that people have helped him with. And I'm like, I hope that it seemed to me he was genuinely interested in the conversation and not just like, oh, another get this guy out of here so I can talk to the next guy thing.
Another fanboy, here we go. Yeah.
Which, of course, that whole time we're going around there, and, like, I never brought up my buck once, because I'm not that guy. But everybody that was, like, in the hunting industry, TK would be like, oh, yeah, look at this flinch. I'm like, okay. I'm not going to not show you.
I'm like, yeah, that's the same vibe. And so I was cursing him out in the call. I was like, dude, that's so awkward. And then I remember you and me talked a few times over different things, and then I think I played Second Extinction with Kyla and Tyler, like, together.
Yeah, you guys played a lot there for a while.
We did, because we really liked the game.
I feel like I was always mowing the grass, and you guys were playing that while I was doing
mowing the grass. Always
that first year I mowed
grass.
it so often. I really tried to keep it pristine, and I very quickly learned it's too much gas money and too much time.
Yep.
So now I do it best.
All the time. Splinter's mowing the grass. You want to play Second Extinction? Yeah, I'm on. And then we'd go and throw ourselves off the cliff because one of us did it, and then the others came to look. And then we all fell because we all looked off the same point because, huge brain. And we had great moments. And then I remember you joined us a couple of times and we got talking. And then that's just where it escalated from. And you thought I was a hacker.
I did. Well, it was only... So I didn't think you were a hacker for the great ones. But after you had the 3 great one whitetails and you got the 200, I didn't think, like, definite hacker, but I'm like, that seems awfully, convenient. Just get all the crazy rare things that nobody else is getting right now.
And the thing is, whitetail aren't even my favourite deer species. And the funny thing is, that hunt where I was hunting for whitetail. On that hunt, I got that 200. And I do love whitetail. Right? Yeah, non-tips. The password and everything for that session was non-tip.
That's so funny because...
That's all I wanted.
We used to do drives with Dee Dee, and non-tip was one of the passwords we would use.
It was fake.
Rare was his password for forever. But too many people learned it, so we changed it to non-tip, and then it started getting ridiculous by the end. Instead of just coming up with new ones, it'd be like non-tip, rare, piebald, albino. Like, hold on, dude, this is getting... Change the word. Don't add them all together.
But yeah, I literally... I wasn't after 200 whitetail. Like, I like big typical whitetail, don't get me wrong, but non-tips win out every time for me. I just like, as I said, I like oddities. So antler oddities are cool. And so I wanted a big non-tip. And then for, 4 years? 5 years? My PB typical was bigger than my PB non-tip for whitetail.
That was only very recently that you changed that, right?
Yep. And that was because Mistress was kind enough to help me.
Mistress was like,
I have one of these already. I don't need another one. Please come and shoot it for the love of God. And then I came to you and I was like, am I cheating if I go on a hunt with Mistress to hunt this whitetail down that she saw? And you were like, for the love of God, no, go.
So, you know the hybrid, not hybrid, well, maybe it was, whatever. Rare gray lag female that I didn't shoot on Snooter Baton that one time?
Yeah.
And you were mad at me? The reason I wasn't like, hey, come shoot this was because of that. So where you would have been like, but I don't want to, because I was hunting something else. I guess snow leopards. And it got away, and what did you say?
I would have come and got it. If you weren't hunting it actively and you were just like, I seen it, I don't want it, and I'm going to leave it. Because if you're going to leave it,
fair.
That's different. If you were going to shoot it, but you were like, I know Mel wants one, then I'm not interested. But if it's like, I spotted it, I know it's around somewhere, I don't care. Then it's like, I'll come and hunt it and see if I can find it. Because if I can find it myself, it's still a
especially if it's not like it's right here drinking at this lake. There was a albino or piebald female barrasinga on the one server I was on, and this guy had seen it, and it was a female. He didn't want it, and I didn't really either. But there was another person that did want it, and he wouldn't tell him where it was at. And I'm like, I respect this. Go find it. It's barrasinga drink time. Go.
Yeah, it's not hard if it's a drinking species. It's not like it's a snow leopard.
The only thing was, he finally, I think he did help him. He's like, check this area of the map, and he goes, I did shoot it with the 22.
Oh,
I was like, why'd you do that?
It's a female, at least.
But I did find that really funny. I'm like, wow. How many kills? We got to be 4,200, I think. We started today right around 4,000. We're 4.5 hours in, so at least 200 foxes are dead.
Oh.
No rares at all today, Wolfie. Have you got any?
No. But, like, I've not fully been concentrating. There's been times where I think I've just been stood still, if I'm honest, where I've just been talking. I know when it got real deep and serious, I think I was stood in my tent for a good 10 minutes.
You're just sitting around the campfire?
Because I didn't want to say something stupid. I was trying to be eloquent.
I've never done that.
It's hard for someone with a small brain like me. I shoot animals, that's it. That's all I do. But, what was that? What
reload, repeat.
Yes. But yeah, when Mistress was like, I've seen an on-tip, please come and hunt it. And she was like, I'm not leaving you alone. I was like, okay, I will do this. Because the thing is, it's not like I don't help other people as well. I know a multiplayer session not that long ago I was in Sundarbatan, and the guy wanted to find a snow leopard. He'd never shot one, because he just couldn't find them. And I picked up the track of a male. It wasn't even like a max. I don't think it was max. No, I think it might have been a max testament male. But I had to go. There was something I had to go and do. I can't remember. I might have had to like look after the dogs while Mum went to hospital or whatever. So I said, if you come here, there's a track. So you can then like track it down. And he was like so excited. And I was like, yeah, so here's the track. It's not that old. Good luck. Hopefully you can get your first snow leopard. So
I hope he was able to.
It was a 9.
Yeah, it could have been.
I did check, and the tracks were staying fairly consistent. So
that's big sad, Zeppy.
If it was a 9, I would have loved to have heard his reaction. It's always cool.
Other than my own, I've been in one server where a diamond snow leopard got killed, and I got in there, disconnected immediately, but I saw the 1,000 come up, and there's a screenshot posted in my Discord of me joining and leaving. I'm like, hey, there I am.
You just got the vibe that there was a 9 and someone else already had it, and you were like, you know... You smelled it?
I could smell the diamond.
You could smell the diamond, you could hear the footprint.
Yeah.
Amazing. Mushrooms.
There'll be at least enough to identify that it was a fox that farm kid, which is all I care about.
One more to the tally.
I'm going to do another run, go check on that brisket again. It should be about done, but I'm not sure the internal temp's going to be high enough, so I won't end the stream just yet.
Sounds
I
good.
guess if Kyla's still listening, she can go look at the temperature probe thing. I don't know if she's in here.
You got a thermometer in it.
A thermometer. Oh, speaking of brisket and stuff, because I saw Zeppy say it earlier. I wasn't wanting the camera there so I don't have to go check it. I wanted the camera there because I thought other people would be interested in seeing, like, if I were to do, like, let's say, smoking meat grinding stream. Somebody would want to be able to see it. There's a lot of foxes.
I want to see the meat.
Listen, there was a reason I didn't say it that way, alright?
Yeah, but I'm here.
No.
I have to do my job. That's great. That's gonna be a meme now.
No, that would never happen.
Never. I'm doing really bad at, like, actually accounting for all the fox that these own, but, you know, we are killing some, so...
So I know nothing about this stuff, Clark. I just do what the instructions say, but it said internal temp of 190 for that. That seems awfully high, but that's what I'm going with. It was 160 probably 2 hours ago. The meat cam. This is why the shadow cam can't work when she's on my lap.
Meat cam.
That's, you know how I had the text shadow cam for the 24-hour stream? Meat cam. How many kills? Like 4,200-ish, something like that. 2,100 males. It's turned into, I'm not shocked about this, but it's turned into a legit, pretty long grind again.
Remember the days when we had hope?
I still generally have hope. The fact that, although I haven't seen as many 9s today, I think I had 3, which is fairly average for a stream with this length.
Honestly, the amount of 9s you're getting, even though some have been trolls, is, I would say, good.
Yeah. And I haven't had to touch my mainland here in, whatever it is, 2 or 3 weeks, so it seems that things are in a good place.
Touch.
Anything cool? 1 diamond. Or wait, no, 2 diamonds. I'm stupid. I had a 14.19 and a 14.7 some.
You know, we would... Wait, yeah, we would be tied. But I bought one.
Be that way sometimes.
It'd be that way. Me and Kyla do it. Because we're just, like, so many thousands of kills in. We're like, you rare? No. Okay. We'll just take a shot, make sure you're dead.
I think most of my grinds, I maybe don't botch diamonds. I know I did with the tar, because the very first diamond I botched.
I know you did, because it ran past you and you smoked it.
With the 300. It was a decent one, too, if I remember right. Like a 105, maybe?
Yeah, it was a pretty big one. Like,
and then I definitely did that to at least 1 rare.
Yeah, the red one. First one.
I must have messed up at least 1 fallow because I shot so many, but most of the time, like, I try really hard not to mess any of them up. Point of pride, that's it. Nothing else.
I try to, as long as, like, if it's one that I know definitely is a diamond, like with fallow, right? If I knew it was a 5 that was one of the diamond hacks, then I tried to shoot them, you know, well. If it was like a 4 that had some potential, I'd just shoot it with the 300. Because
yeah,
it
you
wasn't
guys
getting tags.
Yeah, you guys both killed 4s that were diamonds with the wrong gun, right?
Multiple times.
I never had a 4 that would have made it. I wanted one. Couldn't get one.
It's so many, like, at that point, I had just hundreds and hundreds of diamond fallow. I didn't want to grind fallow for as long as I did, but I wanted that silver fur. Literally, the only fur that I really, really wanted was the one that wouldn't spawn.
This is typically how this goes. Like, I get the one you want, or you get the one I want, something like that.
And then Tar were just like, how about 4 of your least favourite?
Was that half?
Yeah, 4 fables halves. 3 in a row.
I like the look of it, but I will say that's maybe the worst name of any Great One Fur ever.
It's a lame name, and it's just too split. Like, there's no real pattern to it. It's just half like a dark grey colour and half white. Like the fabled two-tone moose, like it has like the markings on the face and stuff. Like there's a little bit more to it. The tar is literally just half and half. And once you have one, it's like, I really don't want more. Like, even my least favourite with great ones, I'm like, yeah, I'd still like it. You know, 2 in, I'm like, yeah, okay. 3 in, I'm like, really? 3 in a row? And then I got a 4th one? Like, 4 out of 10 is quite...
Kyla had gotten 2 in a row of them as well.
Yeah. It's just, like, I'm not like, I'm grateful for them. I know this was the thing earlier. I'm not complaining. But it's funny to me to get 4 of my least favourite. It wasn't funny at the time. Because I'm like, game, please. After how many thousands of kills, please. Just give me something that's different. I don't care what. Just something that isn't a half would be nice. And then it was like, actually, another half.
Watch this. Another one.
I don't think I've had 4 duplicates. No. Don't think I've had 4 duplicates of anything. Other than...
Not even fallow?
No. 3 is the most I think I've had of one.
Oh yeah, because you had like every other huddle.
Yes, that's it. I had a huddle of every fur except for silver, of which I have 1, and that was the 15. 15 to get that
easy.
1 fur. Dude. I love that I have like the huddles of the different colours though. Like, I would love if I had a silver huddle, but I'm not doing it.
Even though you had completely lost your mind by the time you were done.
I remember seeing that thing spawn and being like, oh my god, it's finally happened. Like, someone worked out the odds of what it was for me to spawn 3 fabled halves in a row, and it was like 0.0031 or something ridiculous. If you like took like the combos and stuff and all of that, for me to get that many halves in a row was such a low percentage chance, which in itself made it cool in a way, but it's like, why this one?
Of all the insanely rare things to do, like that.
Why could it not be like the gold? But I am so glad that the gold was my first.
I loved the gold when it was first shown. It ended up being like not one of my favorite ones.
You're not allowed to talk bad about it.
I don't think it's bad by any stretch. But I thought like this is the one.
Yeah.
And then after the fact, I'm like, actually, pretty stoked with my gray.
The gray is stunning with the eyes and everything. Very good. And I feel like the grey and the gold are like the moon and the sun. Because I had them both next to each other in the lodge, and they really do look like moon and sun next to each other. That's how I see them.
It does have that vibe a little bit. What about, well, Scars doesn't really fit in that particular thing, but I like Scars. Scars? Scarred?
Scars too. Scars, I believe.
Let me just miss this mythical fox 8 times.
Here.
That's what I just had.
3 males and 3 females.
I killed 3 pairs here at the start of the run, and there are 3 here at the end of the run.
Jeez. That's where all my fox have been, then, is here. Hello, rabbits.
Just vibing.
I also... Just vibing. But yeah, it was so funny to me that literally before the stream... I don't know if you saw this conversation. Before the stream where they revealed the Great One Tar, and, you know, they hyped it up with the clip of the fabled skull and everything, which I immediately fell in love with because, you know, the skull collector is going to be absolutely enamored with a fabled skull fur. I mean, like, just, I needed it. I said in Discord, and there are people that can, like, verify this that were in the chat. I said in the general chat, I said, imagine there's a fabled gold fur, because tar are sort of that brownish, yellowy, goldish colour in the sunlight.
Adds up.
I said, imagine they take that further and like give it that sort of mythical twist and make it more shiny and metallic. And the first one they show on the stream, fabled gold. And I remember when Jaxie showed it, my initial reaction first was, that looks kind of lame. And then he walked around to the other side of it in the sunlight where you could see all the colours. And I was like, that is stunning. And then that was the one that spawned for me. So it was like the way that happened. Again, that's like one of those things you couldn't have written it better. For me to predict it to be the first one that gets shown off, and then I got it as my first one, and I was the first of the official creators to get a tar. Like, that was... It couldn't have been written better.
For some reason in my head, you had skull first. I don't know why I thought that.
No, I had gold. I had gold, then half, I think then half again, then skull. No, I think I had 3 halves, and then a skull, then maybe another half, and then I had another skull.
And by then, which was only, it wasn't that far, a month maybe, you and Kyla both had like, or together had like 12 Great One Tar.
Yeah, we worked hard, like seriously hard. 12-hour days. Me and Kyla hit it really hard when the new ones come out because we want to try.
But should be paying off for those.
I remember being in the call with you and Kyla when it spawned.
I do remember that.
And I nearly threw up.
I'm gonna go check on the brisket again, so I shall return one more time.
Okay.
In theory, probably like 30 minutes or less, because what I'll do, even if it's done, I'll just wrap it in foil so it can like cool down.
Cool. Rest.
Anyway, I shall return. Rest, yes.
Yes. Punisher is cool. Very cool. I like the Punisher. I like any like character that wears like a cool skull mask or anything, like Ghost from Call of Duty and stuff. I really like that kind of thing. Anything like that to me is really cool. And honestly, the fabled skull reminded me a lot of Ghost from Call of Duty Modern Warfare, and I was like, yeah, it just fits everything that I thought was cool. But then the gold, like I said, has a special place in my heart because of that story, so there's a reason I goes with so hard trying to get these things. They're not just a number for me. I'm not grinding for great ones to be like, oh, I have, what have I got, 61? I'm not doing it to be like, oh, I have 61 great ones. It means I'm the best hunter in all of Call of the Wild. I'm just like, no, I like hunting them and filming them and taking pictures of them. And now I have a few of them because I've been doing it a while. What is something I have in this game that Flenta doesn't? There's quite a few things. Like, not say, like he has some things like I don't, but then I have things that he doesn't. Like, obviously a lot of the great ones, because Flenta does one per great one species. I tend to go for lots of like different variants and stuff, so that I can film them up close and all those things. Hybrid hazelgrass, that's like a non-great one thing that I'm really, really proud of, because they're really, really rare. So, like, he's got all the diamonds. Obviously, I'm missing Diamond Mountain here. Getting the same fur and or rack type multiple times, it seems to be common for some people. Yes, it does. And also, thank you for the donation. Even though it's not for me and it's for Flenta, I will say thank you, and I will tell him that there was a donation when he gets back. So thank you for that, Megan. But yeah, it was just, like I said, it's not a complaint. It was a meme, because I said that's my least favourite fur, and then 4 of the 10 tar that I got had that fur. So it was kind of just like funny that happened. And it was like, I spawned another one. It's another half. Yeah, I thought I liked the trophies enough to get them all moose Moose proved me wrong. Yeah, there's just something about moose that can be really tough. And I don't know whether I say that just because of, like, that first grind really, like I said, I found it just very, grinding on my brain. But it's still a cool one. Like, I really like the Great One Moose. That's why I went for as many as I did, because I specifically wanted that big non-typical rat. Because I like non-typical antlers, and I mean, a big non-typical moose like that is awesome.
Boom.
So, okay, welcome back. Snakehead donated $4.99.
I see that. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I'm assuming the message was related to what you were saying about the duplicates, kind of?
Yes.
Hey, kiddo.
Hello.
You know,
I did say thank you as well, and I was like, as soon as you get back, I will tell you.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm not like a grind for multiple of the same Great One person, but if I did, like, let's say I do a second Great One whitetail grind, because there's at least a thought that I might, especially if I would get this fox soon. Would I be really disappointed if it was another big rack? I might. I think I would.
Probably will be.
Odds are, yeah, very much. That's the most common.
100%.
Find it interesting how you guys' luck is insane. I don't think it is. I think it's perceived to be that way because 3 hours in my case, Mel typically hunts like longer for her videos, like in total, I would say. Gets edited down to 5 to 10 minutes.
Way longer. I do 12-hour days quite often.
True, yeah. I guess I was thinking of like maybe rares and stuff, but you're still hunting for several days usually for a video.
Yeah, and like 12 hours per day. And then like if I do a montage video, if I'm doing multiplayer, let's average it to like 10 hours, right? And I do say 4 or 5 days of multiplayer hopping if I do for multiplayer videos, to normally get 10 to 13 clips for a video. Like, it's a lot. It's not, I've been on for 5 hours and now I have 20 trophies. It's not. If it was that, like, easy, I could put out a video every day.
Persistence, not luck? Yeah. I think that's... And no doubt, like, there is some degree of luck, even if it comes down to right place, right time kind of stuff.
Right place, right time, right server.
But I do think the luck factor gets skewed based on it's hard to appreciate the hours properly. And I'm, just to be clear, I'm not sitting here like, don't call me lucky. I have very dumb luck all the time. I definitely do. But it's maybe not as insane as it looks.
Yeah, it's like when people have accused me. Remember Sundar Early Access? And people were accusing me of hacking in early access because I got 3 rare tigers. Remember that?
That would be, I imagine, very impressive to get hacks working during early access.
Like, I'm technical enough for that. Like, I don't know how to do anything. Backing up my save after I get something cool in case my game was to corrupt is hard enough for me. I have had to ask you so many times, like, hey, how do I do this? Because I don't understand. And I'm scared I'm going to break something. But, like, if I'm grinding for Great Ones, or grinding for, like, Sundar Early Access, we had, what, 14 days? Something like that? It was a long time.
It was a long time.
Yeah, it was great. And that was a big help from, like, the devs, giving us that long to make content. I was on that every day from the minute I woke up to the minute I went to bed. And, like, Flinter could see it, because, you know, friends on Steam, he could see my hours. I did hundreds of hours just in that early access period to get, like, all the info on the species, to make the little species highlight things, and I wanted to try and get something for every species. And I still didn't manage to get anything for woolly hair. Like, I tried so hard, but obviously tigers and snow leopards had my attention, and so I got a couple of trophies for that. And people were like, you've hacked those in. I was like, I would really like to know how I hacked an early access build that the devs have control of. Like, they gave us this. There's, like, I don't think you could hack it if you tried. Unless you're like, I don't know, some whiz kid. Like, I just can't think of a way of doing it.
I don't know how any of that stuff works, like, but when a new map comes out, you're pretty safe in multiplayer to assume there's no hacks for usually a couple of weeks anyway, because they haven't got them working yet.
Although,
and then they come out, and then it's sadness.
Yeah, it was only a few days with South Leeson. And then people had the Great One Red Fox hack. And it broke my heart when I saw the guy come in and post all of the names and all of the furs. And I was like, dude.
Doesn't take long.
It was sad.
But I think it's probably different, Saul's Weason versus, let's say, Sooner Baton, because of all the species and stuff.
Yeah.
I might be wrong. I don't know how that works, but...
Maybe more coding, like to...
Right. Sounds good, Kato.
I've lost this fox. It's either floated or something, and I'm being stupid because I'm talking.
Yeah, like, but
yeah, but he's retriever and pointer.
Ah, you can't retrieve a fox?
No.
Weak.
Yeah, well, I'd like it if he could retrieve a fox.
That'd be...
There's a blood spot here. Like, I killed the thing, and then I missed the other one, but I don't know where it went.
That'd be quite a task, I think, for the Labrador retrievers anyway. Like, the biggest foxes are 30-ish pounds. It'd be a little bit of a haul.
Just drag it back by its tail. That'd be an image. But yeah, it's definitely, you have to get lucky, like, if you're grinding for something with the RNG, like, you could kill one thing and then you get a super rare, or you could kill 1,000 things and get nothing. Like, there is an element of luck, but the more it's like a, like one of those graphs. The more time you put in, the more luck you have. Because the more time you put in, the more chance you've got. There's a graph, there's a name for it, but I can't think what it's called. Doing a sign with my hand, like you can see what
I don't know if I know the name of the graph. It doesn't quite apply in Call of Wild as much, because RNG versus, like, let's say animal behavior in real life is different, but the manufacture your own luck thing?
Yeah,
I'm big on that. You gotta put yourself in position to be lucky to begin with.
Yeah, if you're not playing as much as somebody else is, or shooting as many things as somebody else is, or whatever, they're going to have more chances at that thing happening. I found the book.
Good job.
That's what I meant, basically.
I got you.
Like with the new Great Ones coming out, if I didn't grind them for 12 hours a day, every day, or longer, when they come out, I wouldn't get them as quick. And sometimes I still don't. I mean, my first pheasant took God knows how many thousands of kills. We don't talk about that.
Was I back by then and starting to grind pheasant by the time you got one, or no?
I believe so.
Because I was hoping maybe I could get a pheasant quick, because like how you got the fox quick. That was a silly thought. I don't know why I would think that.
I think it was after the first time I went to see my boyfriend that I got, because he was in call with me. Yeah, because he was in call with. It was either just before or just after I went, because he was in call with me and he was talking, and then I let out a shriek, and he was like, "You okay?" And I was like, "Oh, you know, I've been telling you, I've been grinding for this Great One pheasant, and he's just spawned, and he's walked out in front of me," and he was like, "You okay?" I'm like, "Yes, I'm done with this first grind. I'm so happy."
0 breaths between all those words.
Yeah, there was no breath. I was just like, like ventilated.
I had a max fox track up here, and like, he wasn't here before, so I'm gonna check again.
That's your level 10. It's just a small one.
Yeah. Quick rundown on how to set up a pheasant Great One grind. I mean, it really is like any other grind. You're looking for zones, but pheasants don't drink, so setting up in feed zones, fields, whether that's Salzwiesen, Hirschfelden, whatever map you got, that's very much the place to look. It could get so much more in depth than that, but first thing is just finding the zones, and on Salzwiesen it's kind of easy because there's not a lot of space. but it still is a little tougher, let's say, than like a drinking species, because you can't just check all the coastline and that's that. Hey, Shadowhunter.
You can't fast scroll if you're on console K-Flow, unfortunately. You just have to hold the button down until it gets a little bit faster. For some reason, if you hold it, it gets a little bit faster after like 5 seconds. And then it like stays at the same speed. But unless you're like on PC and have access to using a mouse, you just can't. It's not fun.
They need to revamp like trophy manager navigation and stuff a lot.
Species filter. That's all I want.
Yeah, that would work. Multiple filters would be good. Filter by like, I don't know how you'd filter by rares. Maybe you'd have to type in this because I don't think the game classifies rare versus uncommon like within the game itself.
Yeah.
But
maybe they could do that. Besides Tar, isn't every great one available on the base maps? Yes. Tar is the only one that is a DLC exclusive.
This is true. He is not a 9, he's a 7.
No. I'd kill the 7.
I'm thinking one more run after this, and we should be done downstairs, so be rolling. It's 8 o'clock. I should have started that on the smoker earlier, but, you know, that's my own fault.
I might make something to actually eat. What time is it here? It's 1 p.m. The last time I looked, it was 11 o'clock. Jeez.
Telling you, fox grinding makes time melt. It doesn't make any sense.
To be honest, though, I have felt that. The night I got my candy cane, I felt that. But then that was you and Cool again with me, you and Kyla, and we were just laughing and stuff. And that makes it go quicker.
Yeah, that makes it go even faster. But all these streams, like, I look up and I'm like, 5 hours, huh? How did that happen? Gecko cereal, ew.
Ew. If you ate a gecko, do you think you eat them like whole? Like, crisp them up and then just nom on them?
Like, let's say I was lost in a desert. I don't know, is that where geckos are?
Well, it depends what kind of gecko.
I think there's some desert
there
geckos,
are desert geckos, yes.
Okay. Lost in a desert. Starving. Find a gecko. I think my move would be pretty like do it on a spit hole, yeah, and then like get it very crunchy because I don't think I would like it.
Yeah, and then just like make it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Crunchy. You don't want it gooey from the inside.
Like you don't do that with a rabbit or a squirrel, even though you're really hungry. Like you can't eat the intestines and stuff like that. There's dangerous bacteria and stuff. But why with geckos and like bugs is it fine? I don't understand.
I mean, I probably got them first to some extent.
If it's a big enough gecko, I would.
I think I just wouldn't. Now you've said it, I wouldn't. Yeah, then I wouldn't want to eat the head because eyes and brains freak me out.
The head I would eat.
You thought about that.
The eyes part, you made me think.
Yeah.
The brain doesn't bother me.
It just
makes you smarter.
Oh, that's how you gain wisdom. You consume the brains of other creatures. You know, that's like how mind flayers work in Baldur's Gate. Like, you consume the brains of others. And then you can take on their memories and stuff. So basically, you want to be a mind flayer.
This is a stupid thing, but...
What's a mind flayer?
No, my dad used to tell us it was obviously meant to be a joke, but enough to where we would sort of believe it. He would say, like, if you cut yourself while you're, let's say, like, gutting a deer, and you get deer blood in that cut, you'll turn into a deer. And he said, I don't know how he has 3 brothers? 2 brothers. Yeah. And he would say, like, I used to have a 3rd brother named Sammy, but he shot a groundhog and he was gutting it and he cut his thumb and he got groundhog blood in there and turned into a groundhog.
I would see, I'm the kid that would be like, right, I don't want to be human anymore. I don't like human society. I'm going to live in the woods.
Go and slice your hand open and... Yeah,
just do like a little cut on my thumb, little cut, and just be like, okay, I become deer now. And that would be not the message that you I I don't have to go to school if I'm a deer.
You set the runaway. Would you have human lungs or deer lungs? Because
Well, if you turn
sometimes,
into a deer.
yeah, but like I feel like it'd be a slow. I mean, this isn't real, so I don't know why this was that serious. But do you ever see a deer climb something really steep and be like, "Oh, that would have taken me a while"?
Yeah.
Like literally right out our dining room window is like where the mountain spring that feeds our water for the house runs off, and it's steep. Like it's not quite a cliff, but it's close to a cliff.
Yeah.
And we were sitting there when Kyla's parents were over, and her stepdad goes, "Hey, look, you want a deer?" And this doe was just walking right down the driveway, right to that. And in like 4 bounds, it just went right up this steep thing that's, I don't know, 125 feet maybe total. Just yeeted right up there. There's probably a little more than 4 bounds, but not much. Just right up. And I'm like, if I wanted to do that, it would take me 5 minutes.
So you'd have deer lungs. If you turn into a deer...
What if you didn't have deer lungs at first, though? And it was immediately deer season. Then you're running away with human lungs and you can't keep up with all the other deer and you're the one that gets shot.
If you're able to think, just go hang out in a neighborhood somewhere.
True.
Have I thought about this at times? Maybe.
If I were a deer, I wouldn't be like those other idiot deer that are in the woods.
I'm going to live in someone's back garden. They'll feed me scraps and protect me.
You gotta be careful. You get to the wrong redneck's back garden, like, ooh-wee, I got dinner.
Pull up in Tyler's back garden.
There you go.
It's like,
wrong redneck. That's terrifying, Henry.
Just like use Baldur's Gate logic. If like you could be a druid and just turn into a deer and still use human brain thoughts, then you're like physically a deer, but you can still think.
If I were a deer and I could think, do I know what the date is? I don't have any means of finding that out, really.
Weather.
I guess could somewhat figure out when deer season is. Because I think I'd want to be in the woods, actually. But not in deer season.
I do not dress my gecko. Do not insult me like that. God. Not that. No. Poor Toriel. Toriel's beautiful enough as she is.
My sister had some kind of dolls that had, like, all these clothes things. It wasn't Barbie.
Brats?
Maybe. I don't know. And then you're just dressing your gecko with those.
When they assess... This is a story I love. When they assessed me for autism, they ask your parents questions about what you were like when you were younger. Because a lot of, like, the first signs are more spottable, like, when you're young. And they were like, oh, was she particularly interested in anything? Like, did she have any special interests? And my dad said, well, she's always been really, like, obsessed with animals and nature. And one of the moments that stood out for us is, like, it was either, like, Christmas or my birthday or something, and they bought me a Barbie horse and carriage that I wanted. And they thought, oh, she's finally going to start playing with, like, quote-unquote, normal girl toys. I immediately threw out the Barbie and filled it with animals. Just put loads of little plastic animals in the carriage and played with the horse.
Get out of here, Barbie. Don't want you.
No humans, go away.
Wouldn't how much muscle you have and where you have it matter? Wait, what is it? Is this the deer thing?
Is this if you're turning into a druid?
Oh, maybe.
A druid turning into a deer? Or if I could be any, like, mythological / fantasy race, I'd want to be a druid. Give me all them druid powers so that I can, like, talk to trees and things.
I don't know what those are.
You don't know
I've heard of it.
You're so lame.
I exist in the real world. Well, actually, I'm playing Hunter Call the Wild as a job. So
Yeah, I was gonna say that's not true.
I shoot real deers too. Okay.
I shoot real deers. My great one.
My IRL great one. Look, I'm gonna put him on screen just because of that.
And yes, I am a tomboy. Always have been. Yeah. We all know that you've got soft hands.
Yeah, I didn't have 100 hours hunting in July. That guy was a weirdo.
You've only got 100 hours hunting? That's nothing. I've got 12,000 hours hunting. For those comments, when people were saying to me, "Oh, you don't play the game that much. How have you got those trophies?" And I was like, "These are my
Didn't we
Steam
math
hours."
it and we figured he was playing for apparently 23 hours a day?
Yeah.
It's the brisket's fault, Kyla. It's not ready yet. It will be.
On 7 days to die of all games. Just smoked a pheasant out of the air with a 22. Oh my god.
Nice.
That's how it feels. Just, you see it, and it goes, and it's just like, yeah. I got power. Matrix powers.
One time I was on EW stream. It was me, Ron McTube, and Jeez, this is the creator that has the plaque on Leighton. Why can't I think of his name? Biggie, yes. We were all on this classic stream together. And we were on Hirschfelden, and they were actually unveiling like a dev cam kind of. So TK was flying around watching us shoot stuff.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I remember you told me that.
There may have been a competition for it. I don't know. But I shot a pheasant out of the air at like 50 meters with a crossbow. And I went, I really had a long reaction. Like I went, oh, holy no way. And then I realized TK wasn't with me. He was with someone else. I'm like, oh, sorry, guy.
That's so late.
Don't mind me over here just being an absolute goober.
That's funny. Again, Matrix powers. Like when you shot that goose out of the air at like 150 meters with the bow.
In Call of the Wild?
Yeah.
I did miss it 27 times before that.
Yeah, but we don't talk about that. You did it perfectly in one shot.
One try, yes! That would have been a funny reaction to do. First try, as I leave all the other tries in.
Yeah, the powers of editing, but don't edit it.
Night, Bree.
Good night, Bree. My ear hurts. I slept on it weird.
Nice. Kyle, if you're still in chat, look at the green number in the bottom left of the smoker LCD and tell me what it says. LCD?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I had a question if that was even the correct thing.
You're just having a moment, bro.
Back in my day, you didn't have these newfangled screens and all this. You had to get the little temperature thing, and the needle would move up along with the numbers there.
I wanted to say a cool fact, but it's really nerdy.
Okay,
like,
go on.
It's kind of even like not really relevant, but I just got reminded of it because of what you said. So, do you know how the first alarm clocks were made?
Candles with nails.
With nails in them. I think that's ingenious.
It is pretty smart.
Like, oh, I need to wake up at a certain time. The wax takes this amount of time to melt. So if I put the fucking, what's it called? Nail.
The needle.
The needle. Well, I'm sure a needle would, well, it'd be a quieter noise, but
You could be a really light sleeper.
like me, with how I jump.
Yeah.
Heard a pin drop. Literally. Must be time to get up.
So we're right in the right area, Kyla. I think about the end of this run, we should be there.
Do you ever have a dream where you wake up and you think that you're late for school, or like you haven't turned in homework or something?
Really rarely, but I still have them, yeah.
I have them all the time. Which, considering, is really not that surprising, but
yeah.
I have them all the time, and I'm like, no.
The overslept one. It's really aggravating when I wake up too, because it your heart's really going, you're really panicking about it, and you wake up, and I'm like, oh my god, like why did I'm not even in school anymore. Why am I so worked up for this? It's been years.
Oh, Oh, I nearly just blinded myself with the night vision.
Nice.
I also missed the
We
pheasant.
need white phosphor binoculars. Although I will say, the binoculars green isn't so bad.
I don't like it.
It's
Blue
certainly way
colours.
better than the scope that was green, though. Like
Blue colour's better.
It is better. Although
Because
sometimes
blue is superior.
maybe it's just a wider field of view. I do locate foxes better with the binoculars than the scope. But again, field of view, probably a big part of that. I can smell whatever rolls Kyla's making downstairs, and oh my god, my stomach's gonna start growling, and I apologize.
Well, I don't use the night vision scope, if I'm honest with you.
The scope?
Yeah. I use it if I'm trophy hunting, not if I'm grinding.
What? How do you see?
I spot them, and then I shoot them. It's not that hard.
I just
I've really
can't.
messed up this one.
I can't see well enough like that.
I can't see, I'm blind. It's dark out.
What are you saying? I'm screaming too loud.
Oh god! When someone has to turn the music in the car down so that they can see the parking space. Are you one of those people?
Yes.
Of course you are.
It's specifically like if I'm driving in a really high traffic area. It's about concentrating, really, but still.
God, I can't see when I'm listening.
We used to did I bring up Taekwondo on this stream? It was yesterday's stream. When we did Taekwondo, most of the whatever things, I really can't remember what they were called. Meets, maybe is a way to say it. Were like fairly local here. But the big one, like, it might have been only for our black belt testing. That was in Pittsburgh. And my mom was like, she doesn't like driving on highways. Like a 2-lane highway. Like, not that serious. So driving to Pittsburgh was an absolute no. So we went with I think it must have been a friend that was also in Taekwondo. We went with his mom, and they had one of those fancy, like, I don't know, a Yukon or something that, you guys remember when cars used to have the built-in DVD player?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
our old truck had that.
We never actually had one. Any vehicle that had that.
I miss our old truck. It died recently.
Did a tree fall on it?
No, she just gave in after, like, that car was nearly as old as me.
Yeah,
like, she was an old girl, and it was rusting and literally held together with tape. And I'm not joking.
But we were watching something on that DVD player, and I remember, like, we got into traffic and they made us turn it down, and I was so confused, like, you don't need to hear to drive. Idiot. Like, I don't know if I killed any foxes this run. Maybe one pair?
Drying up a little bit.
There's more. A mythical.
Getting dry on the foxes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Been grinding them too long.
Shot too many.
This is why you should dual grind, like me.
But I don't want another pheasant.
Yes, you do.
I don't.
You want a citrine?
Nope. Morganite's my favorite now. I really do like the Morganite. I'm very happy with it.
It's so pretty, isn't it?
It is.
I told you it was pretty, and then you were like, eh. And I was like, that's one of my top ones. What are you talking about?
When did I say eh? When is this?
Like when I was telling you my favorites. Because
okay.
I was like, Morganite and Sapphire are like really up top. I think
I had Morganite confused with Garnet though.
Garnet is really pretty, but it's just not as flashy. Yeah.
Or flat. That's a better word. That's an actual word.
Standouty. It's not as standouty.
Didn't this one float?
English hard.
Oh, why did it not? Kill count.
I wonder if I've
4250.
He's killed approximately 12.
12.
We've killed some things. This stream is about the long and short of it.
Solid about 2100 males, 21 diamonds. I'm happy with that.
That's not bad, dude. Like,
no, it's very solid.
I swear, my diamond count was way worse for the campaign. like you heard some of the struggles I went through with like 500-600 kills with nothing.
Yeah, I typically don't go that long anymore. Maybe 150, 200. Any good kills? 2 diamonds. Going back to play some right now, and then getting the smoker off the grill, getting the brisket off the smoker.
You're gonna get in the smoker?
I'm cold.
It's gonna get in it.
It was 60 out, so you know, chilling. Now it's gonna get cold again tonight.
How hot is it? Do you like a sauna?
Right now?
If you went in the grill thing.
It's set to 400 right now.
400 degrees?
Yeah. I think that would be
Is that
pretty
Fahrenheit
quick.
though?
Yeah.
I wonder what's that in Celsius?
12.
12? Okay, that's fine. Everyone thought I was insane when I went to visit my boyfriend and I wasn't wearing a jacket. I've just blinded myself again with the night vision. It's the problem with having a loadout that's fox and pheasants is occasionally I grab the wrong binoculars from the wheel.
Oh, yeah. I can see that.
And I'll just grab the shotgun instead of the 22. We're doing real good.
That 14.7 red might be the best red we've had. I don't know. I did see that, Brady.
The red.
There's a thought that steelers might pick them up, and I don't think that's a bad idea. Red is my favorite common.
I like the red color. I like the orange fluffiness.
I just don't like the face fluffiness of the orange. Like, I'm looking at one right now, and that's such...
Incorrect.
It just doesn't look... I've never seen a fox with such face fluff. This face that he's making... I'm going to end the stream looking exactly like this. I'm not moving. Wait, I am
He's floofy.
Okay.
Anyway,
204C, K-Flow says.
Grab the floof.
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 These whiskers don't look good when you're really zoomed in. They look good otherwise. Anyway, I'm gonna go get the brisket off the smoker. So I'm gonna say it again. You guys can click Mel's name in the title there. Go and subscribe. You can see her entire. You've been recording this entire time?
I believe so. As long as nothing's messed up, like I'll be posting. Like I'll get it uploading immediately once we're done. As long as everything's alright with it.
Diamond Fox and such things should be in that video. Go and subscribe.
One diamond
content.
and one bot.
Actual great ones. Did you not have any diamond pheasants?
No.
What are the odds of that?
I know, like, considering how many I kill.
And you used to get diamonds like every 4 seconds.
I do normally, just not. Apparently there's something wrong with you when it comes to these streams.
What is wrong with you?
What is wrong with you, dude?
And on that note, that's going to do it for this one. So thank you guys for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the support. And I'll see you in tomorrow's video.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.